The uncensored space. Wow, I see you guys, man. Thank you. I see 150 strong in 4 minutes. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming once again. It's the Vawulence space, the obedient space. Thank you guys for coming once more. It's our special Saturday edition. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're spacing from. I am Saddam, your humble host today, and I have my brothers, as usual. You guys call them the tripod, The tripod. I have my brothers here, M6, Sizzle, and Omar with me. And yes, you guys say we should hold INEC accountable. Today we are going to come, and we are coming for INEC today. I reached out to the spokesperson for INEC, and he got back to me, and he stated unfortunately he would not be available for us today. But definitely this will be recorded and sent to him, so he should hear. And everybody in INEC should understand that Nigerians are ready. We are not going to take the next election for granted. We're not going to sit down and allow some certain people control the narrative. We are going to come out en masse, vote, stay back, count our votes, follow our votes to where it needs to be followed until we are declared winners. I'm filled with a whole lot of joy today because I have been watching what's happening. Every Saturday, you guys just come up and you give me joy. I am so elated by what is happening now in the Southwest. I've been watching videos of the Ibadan rally, the Ogun State rally. My goodness, you guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. You fuel us every day to do what we're doing. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. It is indeed possible, and it will happen. I appreciate you guys very much. Please, you guys know how we do it on this space. Get the Vawulence space trending. That's what we do every day on this space. Twitter must know that we are up and running. So please do us a favor by tweeting with the hashtag Vawulence space. Let everybody know on Twitter that this space has started, and we're about to shake this up once more again. I see you guys requesting for the mic. Everybody's going to speak on this platform today. It's our Saturday edition, so we allow people to speak. If you're not bringing the energy, we'll have to cut short your time. If your energy is going, we can allow you to speak for an hour. That's what we do on this space. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Vawulence space. We're holding INEC accountable today. And yes, we wanted to just face INEC, but there was a bombshell that dropped this week. Guys, I like Amebo. Well, I love Amebo. Kai, I love Amebo. Did you guys see what dropped from this lover? Nigerians, this generation is too hot. You guys, see, honestly, Peter's administration, he should just come on Twitter and just do advertisement. Everybody, we have everything on Twitter. You guys, we have FBI is learning work. CIA, they learn work where we did. You guys went to dig up this girl's page. My goodness, who is Omoda Ogunleri? We have questions to ask today and have a lot of people to answer these questions today. So today is going to be hot. You can focus on any of the topics we have today. You can come up here and don't want to talk about INEC. That's okay for you. You can come up here and want to start giving us the Lover, because there's some things, probably you're even on Lover blog right now, getting new details. Please, we need all the fire today. Please, we need to burn Twitter down. So please, do us a favor by tweeting with the hashtag Vawulence. Please, let's get this conversation rolling. Please and please, we have how many people on the... Oh my goodness, we have over 200 and hitting 250 people. So let's get 250 tweets right now with Vawulence space. Please, let's get this conversation rolling while we begin to pick up speakers. And I give the mic to my co-host. Today, we are not going to be holding the mic much. We want you guys to come and vent because you guys are always in my DM. Allow me, we want to burn the space, Yes, we'll allow you guys to speak today as long as you can, as long as you're bringing up the game. Let people know that we're up in the building today. Please, and don't forget our Vawulence Space. If you're on our Vawulence Space Telegram channel, I know you understand what I'm saying. You guys have been getting the sound beats we have been dropping there. So if you're not on the channel, I'll still put up the link on the jumbotron as we start the program, so you can always click and join our Telegram channel. So let's get this conversation rolling, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to the number one space on Twitter, Nigeria, the Obediently movement space, the one and only space where we press their neck. Did you guys watch that video in Atlanta? Let me even start from there also. Peter Obi is now Peter Obi sent. Nobody should tell anybody. I'm telling people now. Peter Obi sent us DMO. Peter Obi is just on this space now, but it is Bonner account. It is the man they disguise. He carry Bonner account there on this space now. Probably if I say I mean the magnificent self. If I say I am a magnificent phone, but it's on this space. Peter Obi the level work for what we do. Peter Obi is a violent man. Did you guys watch what he did in Atlanta? Clear shot, clear shot. He said, and I quote, please don't allow anybody. We are over 18 people contesting for presidency. As you're seeing me speak, that is how all of them should come out and speak. Don't allow by proxy. We don't want proxy. As I'm standing, let them stand like I'm standing. If you're feeling yourself, be collecting yourself, it is not connection. It is not my turn. It is not by our turn. It is by competence, credibility. These are the basic things we want in governance. But well, let me hold the mic much. Over to you, my brother N6 and all. God bless you guys, and I love you guys. Let's get this conversation rolling. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Saddam. Amazing intro as usual. Today is going to be crazy. There's so much to talk about. A lot has happened during the week, politically, especially with Peter Obi himself. And also, we're going to be, there's with every week, there's a new rumor, there's a new nonsense they're always trying to spread. Can you hear me? So we're going to diffuse some of. Last week was Peter Obi's link to IPOB, and I think, can you hear me all? Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Okay, sorry. So last week, if you notice, what I've come to find out with the opposition is they will share some foolishness in their WhatsApp group. Nobody in the APC or the PDP will sit down and do basic research, and then they come out and start sharing this illiteracy. At some point during the week, a result was shared claiming that it was Peter Obi's result, only for that result to end up being Showere's result. So even our brother Unite that comes here to support Sowore, I'm going to ask Unite today, say, Unite, I beg, is that what Sowore got in WAEC? Because I saw one of the most embarrassing results ever, which one of the retards who supports the APC, CBN Governor Akin or something, posted and said it was Peter Obi's result. A lot of madness happened this week. We are going to discuss all of it. And then I saw something that will also break down. Somebody called Dr. Farouk Beirogi, who says he's a professor of journalism, gave the enemy their latest talking point. Why is Peter Obi charging money for his events in the US? And obviously, Reno the mockery, echoed such sentiments as well. We're going to do a lot of myth busting as well here, or I will do some of that. But thank you very much. Welcome to Vawulence Space. We're going to hold INEC accountable. I will also tell you something, Saddam. If you lived in Lagos long enough, I was born in the 1980s. If you live in Lagos long enough, the story that Gislova released is not that it's a new story. We've always known this story. Now, just say there was one man called Funshaw that lived in Dolphin, and he get as then kill Funshaw. All man just free that story. Make whoever get the story, just they live in life, they go. So if you really know that none of these stories are actually new, but what I love is the fact that between 1999 and today, it's 23 years. A lot of young Nigerians who were born 23 years ago, 20 years ago, are now eligible to vote. And some of them don't even know some of these men in detail. So I'm very happy a lot of these are coming up. I have so much information I'll fill up on the Jumbotron. And then I did some digging and ended up in a Twitter page of a young lady called Zainab Tinubu. And I will not lie, what I saw there was a shame. But she's not the one running for president, so I think she deserves her privacy. But we'll discuss all of this and a lot more today. Omar, let's hear from you, please.
Omar, are you there?
Probably just dropped his phone to pick something from the fridge. All right, Saddam.
I think how we'll start this conversation. Please, if you're up here and you want to speak, please, you have to do us a favor by indicating by raising up your hands. So we will take a cue on people that will be speaking. Yeah. So I will I will say this, yeah, with this gist lover stuff. I did not grow up in Lagos, but I came and I worked in Lagos, so I understand the personality and his play in Godfatherism. So I don't understand. Omar said his mic keeps getting muted. Nobody mute Omar. I don't know. Probably you could drop and come back. Can you hear me, Omar? Okay, yeah, better. So I will bring you back up. Okay, great. So yeah, please, we're gonna do preferential treatment. Our ladies first on this space every time, all the time. Lillian Fine Face. Okay, another thing. Yeah, let me remind you guys. You know something with Peter, and Peter has a whole lot of receipts. He has a whole lot of receipts. I was in Onitsha in 2018. I went with my guy, went to get some stuff for my car then back in Nigeria. So we were going to the market, and I remember back in 2007 or 2008. I was just when I was a young boy, I went to Onitsha, and Onitsha, there was gunshots. The place was a mess. Was so rowdy and everything. I never. Oops! Please don't do that. Please, if you're up here, please mute your mic until you're called up to speak. If not, I have to drop you, please. Please mute your mic. Thank you. So Onitsha was so rowdy, so messed up, so dirty and everything. They were so choked. In fact, there's this story of Upper Iweka. You could stay in Upper Iweka if you're traveling for hours. This same gridlock that you experienced in Lagos, that was typical Onitsha. And I went back that 2018 expecting to see the same thing, and I was blown out. From the inner roads, the inner city roads, to the highways, everything was dualized. Everywhere, drainage system, 6 lanes. I'm like, am I in Onitsha or am I somewhere else? And because we could not understand the road again, my guy said I used to come to Onitsha before, they did not understand where he was. When he came to Onitsha way back, we had to pick somebody from the roadside, beg him, one of these keke drivers, please join us, and we're going to pay you, and then just direct us to so the market, the Ambuka market, they could buy stuff. The guy joined us in the car and was directing us. And I was asking him, how far on this road? Because this was under the next governor, Willie Obiano. So I was like, wow, Willie has done a great work. He said, which Willie? And this is all P2B roads. He was taking us, and I was just screaming in the car. And I was like, no, I have to record this. I had very, very few followers on Twitter then. I was not political concerned, much like that. I took out my phone and I started recording this, what I was seeing. And I was like, God, see Onitsha. And I had this recording and I posted it on my Twitter. Nobody commented, nobody liked, nothing about that tweet. So while I was on the space yesterday. I think I was on my brother's Imperfect Space yesterday, and these APC guys came up there with so many lies, blowing lies up and down. Peter did not do this, Peter did not do that. That is so. And I just remember that tweet. I remember that I made a tweet years ago. I was like, am I sure? Let me just search. And I just searched my Twitter, and I was like, I just searched my name with Onitsha. And all my tweets related to Onitsha came out, and I just saw that tweet. 0 like, 17 views, 0 retweet, nothing. And I posted that tweet back on my friend's Jumbotron because I wanted to use that as an evidence. I was like, people on this space, because they were APC were just blowing light on that space. I was just like, please, you people should go and watch this video. Come and see video that I post. Me myself, I video, not like another person. I did it myself. It's on my timeline. The 25th October 2018. Go and watch that video. Go and see it. I'll post it on this Jumbotron so you guys can see it.
What is even crazier is, what blows my mind, and I always ask a very simple question. A region was leveled to the ground in a war. If you remember, one of the ways the Igbos were subdued was they bombed the River Niger Bridge. So Onitsha was leveled to the ground. There are stories that when Olusegun Obasanjo became president in 1999, that he went to Onitsha, as crazy as Onitsha was, and one of the first people he said was, una try, so una fit build this city back.
Obasanjo was the one that led the battalion that
yes, that's what I'm saying. Obasanjo led the battalion that destroyed Onitsha, and he came back to Onitsha less than 25 years ago in his administration. I said, wow, you people rebuilt this place. You Igbos are trying. So for me, it's this. A place was bombed and leveled to the ground, not even just Onitsha, the entire state. Then this state was founded in the year 1991. They were now given a state in 1990. It was bombed as Eastern Region. Onitsha, Anambra as a state was created in 1991. Nigeria gets into democracy in 1999. We have the first governor of Anambra State, Chinwoke Mbadinujo or something. He was a disaster. He was so terrible that one of the major things I remembered from his administration was that they killed the head of the Nigerian Bar Association, one of the top lawyers in Onitsha, and his wife. And that story was just a mess. Then Peter Obi comes in and really takes this place to higher heights, despite everything he has been through. And I ask people, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, point me to one thing he built in 8 years of governorship. They will tell you he started BRT, he started Lamata, he started this, he started that. Started. Show me one thing he built, beginning to end. They will bring Lekki Ikoyi Bridge that this person. They will bring the one they built under Fashola. What did this man build in Lagos? What did he build? We are here. There's so much. Saddam is telling you these things. We can show you all of this. Saddam, let me blow your mind. I don't know if you know this. In Onitsha, my family used to own a hotel called Travelers Palace Hotel. It was the Eco Hotel of Onitsha. Why do I say this? If you come down the bridge from Onitsha Head Bridge, it was on the right and it was a long expanse. It's a family hotel. Now, I remember that hotel because anytime we were traveling to the east, before what you call him, Peter Obi got into government, we never used to get to our village the day we leave Lagos. So the plan was just get to Onitsha, cross, and then we'll stay over at our family hotel. Now, what is crazy is that hotel, there was never a time we came to that hotel that there were rooms. Because there was so much traffic, so much chaos in Onitsha that if you were driving from Lagos to the east, you got to Onitsha by 7:30 and it was dark. Don't proceed going to your village. Just park in travel. So there are so many times we've come to that hotel, the hotel was filled to the brim, and there were families just willing to sit in their car in the parking lot. They will buy food, they will buy this, but they'll just sit in their car in the parking lot till about 5 a.m., 6 a.m. once there's daylight, and they leave the hotel. That's how crazy Anambra used to be back in the day. I confess, when Peter got in, and one or two things started happening, and the what will I say, the people registering, people who came to stay in the hotel, it reduced. We had to now become competitive. We didn't have the advantage of people go shasti pushing ash for our hotel because at night Onitsha was chaotic, to cross the bridge was chaotic, all those things back in the day. So all of these makes me happy. It makes me immensely happy. When that road was expanded, they encroached into the land of our hotel. They did a lot of expansions, but I tell you, we're happy now. We're running that hotel like a proper hotel that is meant to be. It's not a madhouse. It's not chaos. I have had situations where we came from Lagos, got to Onitsha, couldn't go further to our hometown, came to the hotel, and I was a sales boy because I had to help families, as tired as I was. So this is my reality. So when some of us come here and we tell you, we lived in this Lagos. We lived in Lagos. I was good friends with Funshaw Williams' daughters before their father was killed. They went to Vivian Fowler. So it breaks my heart. But anyway, we'll talk a lot more in detail today. I don't know if Omar is back. He's back, but I don't know if his mic is sorted out. That's why I always ask, can you hear me as well? We get into these issues. But Omar, please make your opening statement and welcome the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, N6. Thank you, Saddam. Very good afternoon to you guys out there. Thanks for taking our time to join the Vawulence space. I still find that name very, very interesting considering the amount of really good work that is being done here. Yes, there's a lot to unpack today. There's a lot to discuss. I saw the Gist Lover story. Honestly, I like to ignore that blog because I consider it one of the most toxic blogs on the internet. But then this kind of story is not something you can turn your back on. It's not something you can pretend like you can't see it, especially when the man involved is running for the highest office in the land. And this is why I still get to put the blame on those who surround him. I mean, his inner circle, considering the trajectory of his life so far and what we've heard about him, it's no surprise that he surrounded himself with people that don't mean, well for him, for people that don't have his best interest at heart. Because if they do, right now that man should be in some care home in America, having a nice time, getting to see his grandchildren from time to time, rather than being dragged into the mud of what is Nigerian politics. And it's going to get worse. There's still a lot of time to go before elections. More details would emerge. We all know the way that toxic blog, as I mentioned, works. It's very unrelenting. We keep coming back with details. And that blog does not have to deal with the journalistic parameters that people like to hold David with. That there's nothing like that in this case. Just Lover fights that he exposes all of the stuff that nobody wants to talk about in moderated journalism circles. So there's still a lot to look out for. There's a lot to watch out for. And of course, N6 seems to have a very huge dossier of what to discuss about that.
Yeah,
As far as I'm concerned, I came here for INEC today because Amoda is the gift that keeps giving. And, elections coming up, you guys should just brace yourself. There'll be a lot more information to find out about the man. Anyways, thank you once again. My name is Omar. I'll be here and let's get the conversation started.
Omar, let me throw something in. The more I find out about this man's life, the more I understand that he literally cannot retire to a nursing home to enjoy anything that people of good old age enjoy. Family background, zero. So who is he coming to the nursing home to see? Children, he can't claim. One daughter seems to be, having psychiatric issues. From what Gisova says, one daughter maybe might be in prison or out of a psychiatric home. Really, what does he have? If you tell me to retire to a nursing home to be visited and taken care of by Oluremi Tinubu daily, is enough to be on the road, is enough to just look for what to do and just be walking up and down. So the more I look, first of all, you denied your real family, the family that would love to come and sit with you when things are going bad, that give you that family comfort. You cannot be visited by the people of Iragbiji. You can't. Do you understand me? So the man is in such a mess.
You tweeted something not long ago. You tweeted, sorry to interrupt you. You tweeted not long ago about, God bless his soul, Uncle Yinka Odumakin, which is someone I respect a whole lot. I grew up, in southwestern Nigeria, and I'm very familiar with the man, the advocacy work his wife has been doing. He's a very respectable human being. And he's always had this real story about him. But I think there's a blog that he wrote, a blog post that he wrote before he passed.
I have it all from the Vanguard newspapers. I'll put it up on the Jumbotron.
And he wrote in detail about this man's background, how so many things about him are unverifiable. The last time we were holding a space here, I had a friend of mine who was around, whose father was a vice principal at Government College Ibadan, as at the time Bola Tinubu became governor. And he gave us, I spoke to the man directly over the phone. I asked him if I could take this into public space. And I was like, why not? Go ahead. Like, he told us the story of how they came to the school, how they started doing a little bit of picture taking when he first became governor. And later they had to confront them like, why are you guys coming here to take pictures? And they were like, our governor attended this school. So that made them curious, and they started looking into the school records. They dug up all records with different types of corresponding names. There was nobody that could identify this guy. There was no record that could, that stipulated that he attended that school at any point. So they started asking questions around. Eventually, they started digging, and somebody had to send state officials to them, probably from Abuja, to come and harass them. They threw them in the trunk. It was on their way to Abuja that those guys requested to be taken to. One of them actually spoke to the guys who came to pick them up, and they took them to the State House where Lam Adesina was governor at the time. And I think it was Lam who encouraged the guys to release them, and he told them to go back to the school and bring all of their records. That he was going to handle it and send it to Abuja by himself. What happened afterwards, nobody knows. But of course, we understand how Lam Adesina's children, or child rather, has somehow found his way into Nigerian politics and stayed relevant ever since. So you might put two and two together and feel like maybe somebody is being compensated for keeping somebody's secret. But yeah.
Let me read you. Let me read you something that will blow your mind from our hero, Yinka Odumaki. That man was a legend. I loved him from AIT. He died at 54 years of age from coronavirus complications. So this man was not somebody that should have even died. That he was healthy, but he no go better for COVID. Let me read you guys something if you're ready and you will indulge me. Let me just start here. Yinka Odumaki used to be the spokesperson for Afenifere. So you can imagine that if you are the people, you are the white beards and the rest, maybe you know Tinubu more than the people in Afenifere. So let me read you something. I am Yinka Odumaki, and nobody can say that he has known me under any other identity in my life. I have led a straight life unlike you, and this is him writing to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You that people know under different identities, depending on where they met you in your about 80 years on earth. Yes, 80. He wrote this thing in 2019, I think. Now, those of us who are knowledgeable about you, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, cannot buy your claim to being 66 years old for many reasons. The current governor of Osun State is the son of your immediate senior sister from Iragbiji, Oyetola, Abi, and he's 63 years old, while you are claiming 66. Your first wife, Tinubu, died in Lagos recently, and she was announced as dying at 74 years old. When the son you had died many months earlier, his age had to be doctored to fit into the lie that you live. Also, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, there is a photograph of you at the palace of the Shon of Ogbomosho in 1974 when the current monarch was installed. You are holding a bottle of beer and a packet of cigarettes in your front. Do you mean to say you are 20 years old when you are drinking and smoking in an Oba's palace? There is no school I have attended in my life, Yinka Odumaki continues, that my classmates cannot come out in droves to say, yes, we were there together. From St. Augustine to CAC Grammar School to Obafemi Awolowo Ife and University of Ghana. At your end, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, St. John Primary School, Aroloya, you claimed to have attended, maybe created. You claim to have attended. The old boys of Government College Ibadan were planning a reception for you. When somebody asked you which set did you belong to, there was never any answer to that till date, and the reception was cancelled. Details by moonlight you sell about schooling in Chicago State University and University of Chicago are all over the place and unverifiable. My parents are alive in Osun State, and by God's grace, I will give my parents a befitting burial. I will not have to send emissaries to bury my parents, since I have not abandoned my mom to be calling another woman mother in Lagos to fit a lie of life and greed. My parents are not rich, but I'm proud of them because it is from them that I came out. I say proudly amongst my university mates today that I could not afford so amount. I'll just break down a lot more of this. I have so much information to read you guys today, but you can just understand that one lie begets another lie, begets another lie, begets another lie. One lie begets another lie. When you lie about your age, when your first wife dies at a certain age, you have to lie. When you lie about your age and the son you gave birth to dies at a certain age, you have to lie. One lie begets another lie, or then you have to kill people who know about your life to continue this lie. I'll read a lot more from Yinka Odumaki as the show continues. I yield the mic here. Thank you very much.
All right.
Oh, my own gun.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I hate being a conspiracy theorist, but I hope that someday we're going to have a detailed investigation into the amount of mysterious deaths that COVID-19 was able to serve as a convenient excuse for in Nigeria. But we'll come to that someday in the near future. I don't like to be a conspiracy theorist if there's nothing to back up these theories. But honestly, so many people first off, I think God actually had a way of playing, with our sense of humor with regards to how COVID-19 happened in Nigeria. So the establishment, the people that abandoned the healthcare system could no longer travel anywhere during COVID. All countries were shocked, and then you had them having to deal with the hospitals they abandoned in Nigeria. But that's a gist for another day. Let's move on quickly. I was going to ask you, Saddam, if I should take a cue. And somebody said my voice is a bit low. Auntie, calm down now. You know, we're just getting started.
She wants your
going
voice.
to come here all guns blazing.
She
But
wants
yeah.
to give her orgasms with your voice, sir.
More people they vex. So.
Oh goodness! All right. I think. First of all, did you see the rally that happened today?
Oh yeah, I saw the rally. I saw the rally in Ibadan. Ibadan guys, I'm so proud of what you people are doing. I kept telling all of these clowns on the internet who are saying stuff like, "Oh, you know, you're a bastard for supporting a guy that is not Yoruba."
All the Omalis came out today. I was shocked. So many Omalis in
my
Ibadan.
brother, please, I just a minute to thank someone that is doing a very great job with this rally. Always coming out to announce your state and everything. He opens his space discussing about rallies. Next, magnificent dude, my brother, you are magnificent.
Magnificent, well done.
Thank you for the work you guys are doing. It's one aspect of this movement that is really pushing on its own. Thank you very much. You know, easy here. We appreciate you on the violence space. You know, everybody, this P2B movement is like a full body. Some people are the eyes, some people are the ears, some people are the mouth, some people are the nyash, some people are the hand, some people are the leg. For here now we will be the nyash. With the shit out nonsense or where they come for the movement. Yeah, so thank you for the work you guys are doing. We appreciate you. Good job,
you know
my
what
brother.
Shocking thing for me about that Ibadan rally today? I saw a woman
I was almost crying, I swear, my brother.
You know, I saw a woman sitting in a truck in the rain. She was speaking with a proper Ibadan accent, you know. And then she was like, "Don't vote to cook a pot of soup." That is the line that should be on posters everywhere, especially in Yoruba. Because that is what happens. There was a time we were holding a space, I think it was a few weeks ago, and some guy came around and he gave us a detailed account of how these people run their show with this nonsense thing they call structure. So they have party agents in all of those local governments and all those wards who go to all these old women periodically, bringing rice, bringing a bottle of oil and telling them this is from APC. When election comes around, you guys should not forget us, blah, blah, blah. You know, that's the tactic. That's what they call structure. And these people have realized that you cannot remember us once in 4 years or maybe once in a year. And we will give you our future for the next 4 years to manage it. It just does not make any sense. And I was really impressed because they keep saying it. Well, if it was the APC guys now, they'll go and take those kind of pictures and videos and tell you that these are the real voters. Well, APC guys, White Bed and Co. I am telling you, that woman that was sitting in that trunk in the rain, that truck in the rain this afternoon, those are the real voters. And you know what? They're standing on the right side of history. What's holding you back?
Independent people of Bodija, the real IPOP, Western IPOP looking. They will be tired. They will be tired.
Oh,
meanwhile, those Ibadan videos, please, I don't know who was the hype man. Come on, body, no pool body. I don't know who. That guy made those videos double enjoyable for me.
Between the Ibadan video and the Port Harcourt video, I think both
I laugh in Burundi. No, Port
Harcourt was Ogun State on. The one in Ogun State.
I saw that one too. You know, at some point, when these guys, the APC guys, were saying these are rented crowds. So I'm asking you, are they renting crowds simultaneously for Ibadan and Ogun State at the same time? Because sometimes I have to ask you if your head is. Don't let me start before they say I'm abusive.
Omar, do you know what's funny? What's hilarious to me? Their continued statement of when campaign starts. Please, what will happen when campaign starts? That is not happening now.
What you're seeing now is what your own godfathers would spend money on. That's what they would put millions of naira to mobilize.
My question is, when campaign starts, is it that we that were obedient, we won't be doing anything, we'll just go and sit down, okay, campaign has started?
No, when campaign starts, what they mean by when campaign starts, that's when their godfathers will mobilize funds to buy rented crowds to come out for all this kind of stuff. But right now, if they try it now like this, it will hit their budget. Yeah, because politicians always budget. Okay, every month as campaign is starting, we're coming to this state, or you carry this 20 million, get people out on the street to go on rallies for us. But if they start it now, we do our own without any mobilization. Now them, my boys just they contribute this year, or more. Let's go hit the street and the rest. You understand? That's just what we're doing right now. So when campaign starts, they're expecting mobilization funds. But
there's a big headache for them now.
Please, you know what that big headache rally in Delta State?
Oh, come on.
35 people with DJ.
Those ones
DJ and with DJ and security. 35 men.
And that's the state of their vice president elect.
The man they cry say Peter Obi dey go church every day. Say Peter Obi something go church.
Why you no go church now? Go church and test your popularity.
No, hold on, Adam. Let's go into that Okowa statement. What blew my mind is that two churches that Peter Obi has been in and was announced, Okowa's wife was announced as a political guest of those churches as well. If you remember, I think Dunamis.
Oh, yeah, was there. Okowa's wife was there.
Okowa's wife was there.
It was at Dunamis.
Thank you. Two, I went down a wormhole of Delta State people blasting Okowa. I think he trended recently. And apparently, Okowa has a program in Delta State where he goes to a different church every Sunday, gives money, rejoices, and then compiles them into a video and is played in Delta State on TV. So I don't understand how he's mad at the guy.
But you know,
churches. Yeah.
I saw one Okowa video today that really caught my attention. I don't know who posted it. He was speaking of, obviously in private circles, about the Shetima statement of being the one in charge of security. I don't know if anyone saw that video.
Jumbotron time. I'll look for it.
Yeah, I'll try and find it and post it on the Jumbotron. He was actually mocking Shetima for having the audacity to say that he will be the one in charge of security. You know, he asked the question of, is there a role reversal that nobody is talking about or not? And I think that is something that should worry all of us, because if Okowa, someone who is the vice presidential candidate of the PDP, is saying that kind of thing, then, you know, we all should be worried. But anyway, that's just it's just a side thing that I found I thought I should mention.
All right, fantastic. We have almost 30 people requesting to speak. We have the topic, but obviously, you know, you can divulge as you like. So, Omar, you're the king of the queue. If you put me there,
all right. Let's take a cue. But I think Saddam has something to say.
No, not really. I just wanted us to, let's, if we can start with this topic, INEC, holding INEC accountable, I will really appreciate it. Please, we have to let them know. I want to know probably solutions we could have. If you have anything in your mind where you think, okay, because someone was on my DM and he sent me a whole lot of stuff about the beavers and how he think INEC will want to rig the elections with the beavers also, that there's an option C and D, whereby somebody does not even need to have your foot. You don't need to have your foot, your face and your fingerprints captured by the beavers, that you can still vote. Probably that's why parties are going about buying what they call PVCs. Yeah, so please, if you have anything, if you have any suspicion, if you have any story, INEC story to share on this space, please request the mic. It is very, very important we understand what is happening right now, because we won't spend all this, our energy and our time and our resources for this movement, and some demons will be hiding in one room plotting how they will see this election because it will not work. So we need to strategize. This is an open strategy. Let them know. Let them know we are planning. Yes, this is what we are planning for you guys. This is what we know about you guys. So please, you can come up on the space where you're free to speak on the other topics, but we will appreciate if you can start with INEC. So I'm over to you, and please, if you're not here to speak, please raise up your hand so we can pick a queue. If not, we have to drop you because I have a whole lot of people requesting for the mic. And please, if you're done speaking, we will drop you because you have a whole lot of people requesting for the mic, and I want everybody to speak. Omar, over to you, please.
Yes, I do hope we can start with the INEC thing, because there's a silent confidence that I sense from the APC camp that probably stems from their plan to infiltrate INEC, knowing for sure that they're going to have these people in their pockets. And, you know,
can I take a minute to really drum the INEC thing just as an opener? Let me read.
Once we do that, I'll take a cue, and then when you're done, I'll announce the cue.
All right, fantastic. Let me start here very quickly. This is an article that was in this day newspapers, and it was written in the year 2019. You need to understand that one of my biggest problems I currently have with INEC is that a man called Professor Mahmoud Yakubu is in charge of the 2023 elections. He's just my biggest problem. Now, if you remember, Mahmoud Yakubu took over INEC from Atahiru Jega, and he was the one who handled the sham of an election in 2019. Just to buttress why APC might feel that the INEC is in their pockets, in the history of Nigeria, no head of INEC, no registrar of INEC has been allowed to hold elections twice. It's one of the earliest things that I was very shocked that SERAP, the Nigerian Bar Association, and the rest did not push INEC to throw that man away. I don't understand how in the history of a country we have never had, from Humphrey Nwosu and option A4, we never had an INEC chairman. Because obviously a chairman running elections twice makes him partisan. So when Buhari brought him back, it was my first worry. How the hell does Mahmoud Yakubu, who handled the sham of an election of 2019, end up as the registrar for INEC? Now, this article says reasons why Mahmoud Yakubu should be suspended from the office. If you remember, Mahmoud Yakubu had 3 years to plan to execute an election in 2019. The election in 2019 was decided for a day, I think February the 14th. Nigerians were ready. Some people had even flown into the country for an election for no reason. And for the first time in Nigerian history, an election was postponed by 2 weeks. No reason whatsoever, nothing was given. An election was postponed by 2 weeks. A lot of people, who had traveled to vote and all of that were stuck, and that led to a lot of apathy. Now, also to suspend the INEC chairman is to ensure that such actions does not repeat itself before it becomes a horrible tradition in Nigeria's political history. So, Mahmoud Yakubu, one, set the record as the first election to be postponed in this country. Number two, he's the first registrar of INEC who has been allowed to hold 2 elections. It has never happened in our history. Several people had to travel for that election. There is also the humility aspect of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. He refused to apologize to Nigerians by arguing that the word he used, regrets, to the media for postponing the election by 2 weeks should be taken as an apology, and he's not going back on it. He never apologized to Nigerians for that sham of a 2019 election and postponing that election in particular. So if there's anybody we should first start having a problem with, if there's anybody we should first be worried about his partisan level, it is Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. Why is he being allowed to handle another election in this country? How great was the job he did in the first time in 2019 that we're bringing him again for 2023? If he was given 3 years and billions of naira to handle that election, and that election still needed to be postponed, are we sure he will not postpone this election coming? A lot of things are riding on this election. The diaspora might come in to vote. People might travel to vote. Students might have been registered at school or might have been registered at home and might have to go to school. If he postpones that election, is the first problem we're going to have as obedience. We need INEC to make us understand that the election will never be postponed and their level of readiness is top notch. Number two, if there's any person we should be worried about before INEC, it is Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, who should come out and swear to Nigerians that he's not partisan. I would have preferred Atahiru Jegasef, who had the balls enough to hand over government from an incumbent president to do you understand me? To somebody who was running, who was coming in. But to give me Atahiru Jega, who ran a sham of an election to the point that Atiku went to court over an INEC server, and then we wake up one day and INEC says they had a server, and then they say they have no server. Is this the man who is going to count us in one of the most polarized elections ever? My major worry is Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. I drop the mic here and feel free to continue.
Thank you very much. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the Vawulence Space, and the topic is holding INEC accountable. And of course, you can diverge or digress into the gist lover thing, but it would be nice if we can start with the INEC thing. I have a guy in my DM who was on People's Parliament the last time we discussed the electoral law, Emmanuel Ajeli. I think he once worked as an INEC staff in Nigeria. I don't know in what capacity, but he will probably come here and explain that by himself. So I don't know if I should start with him, Saddam, or we should go straight to Lillian Fineface. Because on the queue, I have Lillian Fineface, Oladipo, Goddess, Omega, Isaiah, Oguyemi, and Dr. Oluwaseyi.
Yeah, let's start with the lady.
Okay, let's start with Lillian Fineface. Lillian, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, hello. I'm the first. Hey, hi, Saddam, N6 of Oman, everybody here. So basically, I wanted to ask a question, but I think Saddam mentioned it already.
Did you just celebrate being the first to talk on his space?
Yes, I did. No, the first to talk on the space. Yeah. So I basically wanted to ask a question because I stay in Lagos and I've been getting feelers about this PVC, harvesting of PVC by APC people, and it's really, really bad. Like, they are actually harvesting PVCs. They are taking details of PVC holders. So I don't know what their plan is. I don't know how they're planning to use that, to rig the election. So if the Emmanuel guy Omar spoke about can actually tell us how that is, if it's going to be possible for them to upload those PVCs, those details they've already collected into the server, to increase their numbers. I don't know. It might sound like a foolish question, but please, that would be nice if you can get clarity on that. Or if with the beavers, it will be very, very impossible for them to rig, with the PVCs already in their possession. And so that's what I wanted to say for the INEC issue. And then for the gist lover, there's a popular saying that nature hates a boss vacuum. So when you don't tell your story, every other person can tell your story for you. So whatever they say about him, me, I believe it is true. I don't want to know whether it is, because I've heard these stories over and over again. And to think that a political party, like the members, people that are supporting, throwing their weight behind this guy, like, what standards do you hold yourself? Like, don't you have no honor, no integrity? What morals were you taught growing up? And you're supposed to be fathers. Like, I want to tell my young ladies and young men, this is the time, those of you that are not married, watch out for these people. So you don't start breeding contaminated children. Watch out for such people, because these are not people you should get entangled with. They lack morals. They don't have any. So when you want to get married, please open your eyes. Go back to their social media and know where their thoughts, their thought processes are. Like, what's your standard when it comes to high moral? Please, I'm begging you, because these are not human beings. For somebody to be supporting somebody with such a questionable character, disgusting. So please, if the INEC issue can be addressed, that's the main thing right now. Every other thing is just, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lillian. Oof. Okay, Magnific. Are you there, Magnific? I'm not sure, Magnific.
I think we lost him. Yeah.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, good morning to you over there.
Hey, good morning, my brothers, man. I'll let others speak real quick. I just got in from working out. Give me a few, please.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Emmanuel, let's go straight to Emmanuel then.
All right, hi everyone. Good afternoon, good evening,
Good evening. Let me help you start the conversation. Do you have any answer to the question the lady asked earlier?
Sorry, I didn't get her question.
Okay, Lillian, can you take it again? I think Lillian is gone actually.
She asked like the story of people collecting these PVCs, this harvesting of PVCs. That can he break down how it can be used in an election?
Okay, all right. Yes, it's funny how it actually happened in my polling unit. So, in the 2019 election, I was a presiding officer in Edo State at a locality called Agamo, Ward 5. Now, first of all, let me start with the happenings from the first date of the election, and then the next one. So now, if we all remember, what the excuse that INEC gave was that election materials, they weren't able to deploy election materials to all locations for all states for elections. Now, and before you do the election the day, every election official is meant to be at your rack center a night, at least 24 hours to the election. So we're already on ground. Most of us, I left Akure town because I was having in Akure town to where I was, right? And then all of us were already at the rack center. Some of us were at the INEC office. Some were already at the areas where we were supposed to sleep right? So most of us slept outside. Not most of us, all of us slept outside on grass, in empty classrooms, things like that. Now, when I discussed with one of the INEC officials, she told us, now this was the person that was heading the department for us, she said she has a feeling that they were going to postpone it, but that she knows, because they already knew that election materials had already arrived at each state. Now, this is something that many people didn't know. Materials had already arrived at each state, but they were held at the different airports of those states. Akure had, in Akure Airport, because Ekiti State was not too far, so Ekiti and Akure election materials and everything were held together in Akure Airport. In most states of Nigeria, it was the same thing. Those things had already gone. They had already gone out. They were already on ground. But Nigeria being what it is, and the whole issue with Onogen, the only reason why they didn't even move them out was because they knew there was going to be difficulty with trying to remove Onogen as Chief Justice. That was the only delay. If they had gotten Onogen, because they had tried many times to try to see how they could get him on their side, if they had gotten Onogen during the election period, they would have allowed the election to proceed, because they know that they already knew they were going to lose. So they wanted somebody that they could use to contest and then win back the mandate. But when they saw that they couldn't move on again, they now delayed and found it an excuse for some reason, and then gave you 2 weeks and all that thing. Now, coming down to Lillian's question, how buying of this thing, this is what happens, and this is something that if you're going to be an ad hoc staff during the election, please apply wisdom. Like, apply wisdom, because there are certain things that you must consider when making these decisions. They are very key decisions. They are decisions that are bordering both on life and the success of the election as a whole. Now, Lillian asked how people are able to use what they call it, election cards or voters cards, that people are not coming to do this thing. This was what happened in my own polling unit. They brought about, how many was it now? 30, 40. I think about 40 PVCs with none of the owners of the cards coming into the polling units. Now, I can assure you that out of those 40, probably half of those people are dead. Maybe half of the remaining 10, half of the remaining this are either.
So, Emmanuel, are you saying that with the Beavers machine, this can still happen?
The Beavers machine is just there to identify the card. I think it's something that people need to understand, right? The Beavers machine is there for you to, swipe the card, check, is it under this polling unit? Okay, it's under this polling unit. All right, you sign your voters, sign the what they call the ballot paper and hand over.
So basically, the machine doesn't even record when the owner of the PVC is dead.
No.
So the machine does not verify the owner of the PVC's identity in any way.
See, what the machine will bring out, the name of the person and everything. It corresponds with the card. At the end of the day, it's the duty of the presiding officer and the APOs there and all the election officials there to look at the face on the card and look at the person that is standing before you.
So they can choose to see a Bola Tinubu instead of an Amoda Ogunlere.
Definitely.
Oh my, be gentle, my brother.
That's what actually happened, right? They brought cards that were, it was clear. And the funny thing was, because I was, my election post was in front of the King's Palace there. What they did was they came to us. God, if you guys really know how important your votes are. It got to the point that PDP, APC, ZLP, and I think SDP came to us. Each of them dropped at least the minimum, the least that we got. Each of them dropped at least 20,000 naira for each one of us. That should tell you how much. Aside that, there was now the part of them wanting to buy votes into the election itself. When they come, what they will tell you is, it's also another thing. It's also a place for people to also know that new alliances will form on election day. Let me give you an instance. The last election, right? I had APC party agents coming to tell me that they are submitting their votes for PDP. So what does that mean in essence? That all of them are coming in to vote for PDP. That's all the cards they are bringing in is coming in to vote for PDP. I can assure you these kind of things will happen on election day.
I have a standing prediction that PDP and APC will collapse their structure to fight Peter Obi. They will all be
I won't
so you're very right.
So for everyone, when you get to the polling unit, when you have to be as alert as possible. The truth is, as much as the POs and this may want not to be impartial, right, or be partial during this thing during the elections. One, there is going to be the influence of money. Two, there's going to be the influence of security, their security. Because, for example, now where I think I explained it during one of the parliament sessions. From the express to where my polling unit was about 50 minutes on bike. Now, listen to what I'm saying: 50 minutes on bike because the roads were bad. To your left and to your right for 50 minutes, all you're seeing is bush and plantations. So, if by adventure they catch me or any of my colleagues and they kill us and throw us into the plantation, nobody will know. You understand? So, for people that will come into that would be handling this, one of the things you have to look at is, like I said during the People's Parliament, one of the first things you need to do is, what is your escape route? How do you, if anything goes down, how do you escape from that place? It's the first thing they will even tell you during your training. Look out for your escape route, how you can escape in case there's any trouble. Because I can assure you, these guys will try it. It's not even a come today, come tomorrow stuff. It will happen. So be very sensitive. For those of you who would probably work as party agents, be watchful of the kind of people that come around before the election, because party agents also stay close to the rack centers during the night before the election to also make sure that things are in order and everything. Also during that night, you see our party agents that will come and try to bribe people. APC came, PDP came, it was a normal. It happened up till 1 a.m., 2 a.m. when we were supposed to be resting. These guys were still coming to disturb and still trying to find a way to get into people's heads and drop money and things like that. So I'll just stop here for now, and then any further question, I'll just try to make myself.
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I'm going to keep you up so that people who have questions for you can direct them to you and you can answer. If you're just joining us, this is the Vawulence space, and if you want to know more, because tomorrow we're taking the electoral law. I think we're continuing from section. I can't remember now, but yeah, we've gone as far as section 65 or 70. So this would what did you say?
70.
Okay. Yeah, 70, I believe, yeah. So you can come on the space tomorrow and we try to educate ourselves about how you can conduct yourself at the polling unit, things you have the right to do and things you cannot do. You know, some of the things that Emmanuel mentioned. He mentioned it on the space the last time as well. Ibrahim, I would like to believe that you participated in an election before, you know, as a member of a political party. Can you give us an insight into how INEC can be held accountable? Magnific, I see your hand. I see that you're ready. I'll come back to you. Ibrahim, are you there? Okay. Ibrahim is not available yet, so we'll go straight to Magnific.
Saddam, Omar, Sizzle, man, thank you guys. And thank you guys for the shout out, man. First, I wanna thank my team, man. I wanna thank my team for pulling this through, bro. We and me, Bishop, Chigoze, Miss Pearl, and I mean, I just don't know, but I tell you what you see today in Ibadan didn't come any easy. Believe you me. What you see in Ogun State didn't come any easy. I am telling you guys the honest truth. It was a battle, man. It was a huge battle. And I want to thank my regulars, man. My regulars for always show up, that support us, that listen to us, that contribute their one add and penny. Man, God bless you guys, man. God bless you guys. Like I always say, without you guys, there wouldn't be any space. Even right here, Sizzle can't talk from now till tomorrow if there's nobody listening. Omar can't call any role if there's nobody here. Saddam would not laugh and play music and be excited if nobody is giving him that feedback that gingers him. Man, guys, you guys are awesome, man. It takes a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It takes a lot for you guys to stay here 7, 8, 9, 10 hours. It's no joke. Without you guys, we can't do. I want you guys to believe it. Without you guys, we cannot do this. Look, I mean, I took it upon myself, and it wasn't easy. It was not easy. Today, all what you guys are saying is dedication, is hard work, sleepless nights.
Magnific, sorry. I think you lost me somewhere here. I appreciate you serenading us and all that. We appreciate the work that you're doing as well. But I have a question. Are you telling me that what we're seeing in Ibadan today and what we're seeing in Ogun State is a result of the mobilization you guys are doing on Twitter here?
You better believe that, brother. You better believe that. I'm not kidding you.
I'm wondering why the establishment dead scared of you guys. You're pulling
Magnific,
guys.
Yes, sir.
Omar, do you know when this thing is double magical? I am on their spaces. Their spaces don't even do maybe up to 200, 250 people sometimes.
Yes.
Spaces, 100 plus people. And then I see a multitude of people on the road, and it's crazy. Twitter is powerful, and whoever is denying this platform is an idiot. I see why they banned it. Continue, my brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have our regulars here that turn up every day. The Adoways, the Peter Obiora, the what do I want to call, man?
Where you mean the rest of them? Because
where you mean the Captain Niger, man, the LI. God bless you, LI, man. I'm telling you guys, look, we're not a lot. I know, I can tell you guys, I can name every one of them. We're not a lot, but all what you see here is commitment, is dedication. I'm not kidding you guys. I'm not just, look, they can testify to it. Before the space comes up, Adowe is there. Before the space goes down, we have Peter Obiora there. Before, I'm not kidding you. What you're seeing is 500 naira, 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, 50,000 naira, like that. It is not a lie. Look, they are here. They are all here. Rosita, oh my God. Rosita is first in, last out. I will tell you guys, New Nigeria. Look, man, you guys don't understand. We go at it with these guys. Look, Ibadan, I'm just going to give you a brief rundown. 3 weeks ago, Ibadan does not even have that sense of direction. They were all over the place. I had to go out on them, give them the blueprint, tell them how to go and raise funds, tell them what to do, tell them how to print banners, tell them how to get into these people's skin, how to make sure they stand their ground. So guys, when I tell you what you see in Ibadan is no joke, it's hard work. I swear to you guys, we're not kidding. We have a case right now on our hand that we're still working on. I'm going to call them out. I hope You guys, please plead with them on our behalf. Let them get it together. Enugu State, please, Enugu State. We've been going back and forth on this for going to 10 days now, if not more. Let them, look, we want this to happen. Guys, I'm not lying to you, man. This is crazy, man.
Report them all. Report them. Enugu. Report all of them. So that we flog them Oraimo court today.
I'm coming. Magnific. I've seen a billboard of Enugu coming up on the 10th of September. So what's the problem?
Oh my God. Look, I'll let them talk it themselves. They got two factions, man. Two factions wants to do, and they can't, look, they can't come together and do one big rally. And now this one is antagonizing the other one. This one is bad-mouthing the other faction. Man, Enugu State, come on.
Well, I beg. I think. Please let's not turn this place to the settling ground. I think you people.
No, they'll get it together. They will, whether they like it or yes, they will do it. Even if they want to do two back to back, we don't care. But they have to do something.
Let's just,
guys, I'm seeing a ton of videos from Ogun State. Do you guys see what you are doing?
Oh my God, you don't understand.
More. Wow,
Man.
I'm blown.
Look, so this is I am excited, and I can't thank you guys enough, man. I just can't thank you guys enough. But hey, let's keep that moving.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this space, all 586 of you, please follow Magnific Dude right now. He's the person speaking. He does a lot of spaces where they discuss marches and a lot of activations for the obedient movement. So I think you should really go follow him right now. His handle is Magnific Dude, MAGNIFICDUDE. He does incredible work, and then that way you can follow him on his spaces and then know what is up with the movement as well. All right. So I just thought I'll chip some small promo in there for you, brother. Please, everyone, go follow Magnific Dude for the matches, please.
Thank you so much, man. So let me just move to the topic of the day, man. I got very valuable information, man. I holding INEC accountable, bro. Look, I got information that this is legit information. No kidding. It's from one of the insider. I can't mention the name, and I can't tell you what state that person is. I'm sorry, but it is legit. Take it to the bank. I'm giving you guys this information because I'm consigned. And this person loves Peter Obi, but he cannot leave his party. As of right now, this is real gist. APC have started rigging the election as we speak. They have started. They have all the data of the registered voters in Nigeria as we speak. Polling unit by polling unit. They know. So they know their stronghold. They need 60%. 60%. And leave 40% for the rest. That is it. And they are concentrating mostly in the northern part of Nigeria. I'm giving you this authentic information. I got this information yesterday night. They have started. They are working polling unit by polling unit. They know the people that are registered. They know the number of APC, number of PDP members, number of NNP, and number of LP people. The younger people, they know that is most likely Labour Party. Those are the ones that they are mostly concerned about now. They are disenfranchising those ones. That's why I keep hammering it since yesterday. Please go and get your PVC. Go to INEC office, tell them, give me my PVC or I die here. Please, I'm telling you guys, let's go back to 2019 2019. INEC said what? Almost 20 million people did not come for their PVC, uncollected PVC. That is not true. Those are PVCs that were not issued to the owners. They use that English to say it is an uncollected PVC. Those were PVCs that were not given to the owners. So this is what they are doing. They started it already. They would frustrate you from getting your PVC. That is the tactics. So when we are telling you go and get your PVC, tell them give me my PVC or I die here. You need it. How on earth 20 million people last election cycle did not get their PVC? 20 million. And now you have over how many registered people that have their PVC that are registered for it? But I'm going to tell you that number would increase if you leave INEC. INEC is not independent. They are not independent. Honestly, I'm telling you that APC is paying huge money. PDP has that data. Labour Party should also have it. NNPP has the data. So they should all have that data and they should work on it. APC is concerned about the North and the North Central. They know that they cannot penetrate the Southeast and South-South. They are working on the Southwest. Big time. If they get 60%, you cannot fault them. Grassroots mobilization. Grassroots mobilization. We have our stronghold, fine, but we have to disrupt their own stronghold too. That is the honest truth. We have to be vigilant. We have to know what they are doing. Why do you need a PVC? If you can go to your polling booth and you put your thumbprint and it pulls out your information. So why do you need a PVC? How many identification do you need? You have international driver passport, you have your driver's license, you have your BVN, you have your NIN, then you have PVC. Guys, what is wrong with Nigeria? And I want to tell you guys something. The new PVC that is coming out right now, it is not as solid as the previous one. That PVC right now, for those of you that have it or that have collected, look at it very well. It will be easily defaced if you put it in your wallet for too long or your pocket. So when you go there, they will push you aside. They know who they're giving that to.
Mandy, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, what I'm saying because I don't want us to have I really believe that most of what you're saying right now, Nigerians share this same sentiment and the fears. What we're trying to discuss here now is how we can hold INEC accountable. Because if we act like, if any person come upon this place and act like you don't know that INEC is compromised, that person is living in fool's paradise, yeah? So I believe that we know most of this stuff. So what I really want is, okay, probably you have heard these informations. That person that must have given this information must also have told you, okay, see what I'm telling you, this is what people should do, this is what people should. So I love what you're saying, we should go get our PVCs. Now, I want to hear things, practical steps that people can get way forward. Thank you.
Start filing your lawsuits. Start taking them to court. Do you know there are 7 million people that are registered, but did not get captured? And this just completed exercise. What is going to happen to those people? That is total disenfranchisement right there. So you need to start filing lawsuits. There are people today that will go to INEC office that can't find their PVC. You have to write to INEC. If they don't respond, take them to court. We need to bombard them with a lot of lawsuits. They need to get it right. The wreck is complete. That is, I'm telling you, we need to start filing.
I'm having problem with your audio. I don't know if you could You could fix it.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
It's breaking. It's breaking. I don't know if you could get better.
Okay, maybe I'm trying to move away from where I am. Can you hear me now?
It's still breaking, but go on. Let's manage it here.
So we need to get a team of lawyers together and start filing lawsuits. Start taking them to court. Look, they have started. So we have to be on our toes and take them to court like ASAP. Everything that they are doing, it's compromised. Believe you me, it is compromised. So the only way out now is file lawsuits. When you write to them that you can't get your PVC, at least 10 people from a state or a local government, if they don't respond, you follow up again. Look, this person tells me you have to take them to court. You have to be real stern with them. No playing. If you don't, they will go away with it. They will go away with it. Guys, this is no joke. Go and ask for your PVC. Go and collect it. We have to get that PVC ready. Please. I give the mic for now.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. For the PVC, sorry, please, N6, can you mute? Okay, so for the PVC, if N6, can you mute? We're having interference. Okay, thank you, bro. For the PVCs, I say, can you mute your mic, please, N6? Okay, thank you. For the PVCs, I think if you registered from last year June up until now, last year June, I think your PVCs are ready. So please, you can go. But for those who registered this year, your PVCs will be ready by November. So it's not. We cannot. Probably from November we'll start putting more pressure. But if you have your registered from last year, please go and get your PVCs. If they're not ready, let us have. We'll be having a couple of these spaces to let INEC understand that we are going to hold them accountable. And please, we have the hashtag of the INEC is compromised. You can all please tweet to that hashtag right now because we have to get this topic trending. If there's one organization that we know that want to always have a clean image on the social media, is INEC. And when they see that they are trending on a Saturday, why are they trending? INEC is compromised. They will understand that Nigerians are ready and we are keeping an eye on them. So please, go on the Jumbotron, please tweet to the hashtag INEC is compromised, violence space. Let's get this conversation rolling. Omar, are you ready, please? Let's have Goddess, then we'll go to Ibrahim. Thank you.
All right, Goddess. Are you there, Goddess?
Oh, hi. Yes, I am. Hi, everybody. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Hi, Sardam. Hi, Oladipo. I just want to make this very brief because I have a lot of stuff to do after now. But I'm going to start with the whole INEC accountability thing before we move on to the gist of our bombshell. So I think the major issue that we have is that INEC is very corrupt. The people that have been appointed are working in favor of some other people. So I think what we can do to hold them accountable is that we suggest, or we can put forward the suggestion that minorities hold play the major roles, hold the major shares in INEC. And I'm talking about MD, I'm talking about the higher positions. And another thing we can do is kind of shuffle the ad hoc staff and shuffle INEC as a whole. So Northerners come down to the southwest goes to the southeast, and just like that, so that we'll know that there's no particular group of people protecting the interest of another group of people. Because if you think about it, you'd realize that a lot of people are working in favor of their candidates according to ethno-religious interests. We should think about it from that angle. Then another thing that I'd like to say is that Barry has now appointed his brother-in-law, Ahmed Halilu, as the MD of NSPMC. And he's the one that is, in case a lot of people don't know, he's the one that is in charge of printing the ballot papers. And I'm sure that we know that as we come forward, that there are lots of people that would have, there are lots of places, polling units, that would have ballot papers that are that are not transparent. So if a ballot paper is supposed to be empty, where people come and they stamp for a certain candidate, we'll also have the ballot papers that have been pre-stamped for in the favor of other candidates. And what I think we can do with the beavers thing, the beavers is actually a very good idea if it's done in a very transparent manner. Now let's go back to 2016 elections in Texas and let's look at what happened in some polling units in Texas. So they were using an electronic voting system, right? And there were some candidates that noticed that whenever they put in their votes for Hillary Clinton, that after they put in their votes, Donald Trump will show as the person that they voted in. So, this is what happens in elections. A lot of people are tired, they waited for so long, they put in their thumbprints and then they leave and they go home. They don't bother to stay and look at what is happening behind the scenes. Nobody bothers to come back and see who their candidate, see the candidate that actually shows up on the screen after they voted. So I think a woman, she noticed that whenever she put in her thumbprint, and she voted for Hillary Clinton, it would show that she had voted for Trump. And a lot of other people brought that to the attention of the officials that were there, that this is what was going on. And that definitely happened because the system was hacked. There was a bug. Now, we do know that there are lots of bright IT personnel in this country, a lot of them not employed. Now, talking about this election, we can position them, make them independent, because now youths do not want to suffer. I know we do. We still have some youth that are gaining tremendously from the whole BAT movement, from the whole Antiku movement. But we should put in hard workers, people that know what they stand to gain if they have a working government. Put them in with the beaver system and make sure that there's no hacked system, that they are easily able to debug these systems. If, for instance, someone comes and he votes for Peter Obi and then it shows that they have voted for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Yeah, so I think that's one thing that that's another thing that we can do to make sure that we hold INEC accountable. Now, coming to the whole Gislava bombshell, please allow me to talk about that because the whole thing is just very funny to me. It's amazing that Gislava was able to bring that into the light. And I'm going to agree with Lillian that it's very important for you to choose your partners carefully and to choose who you're raising kids around. Now, I am a nurse and I'll be speaking a bit from the medical line, and I'll tell you for free that as somebody that's very enthusiastic and passionate about psychiatry and mental health, we've had cases where we've admitted children of barons and children of drug dealers, and you'd see that because of that exposure to all these harmful drugs, they've decided to toe that way. So I think that's the case of Zainab Balogun, right? And speaking about that,
who's Zainab Balogun?
Zainab Tinubu, please.
You said Balogun, okay, correction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to speak about the signs that I went through her social media, I went through her Twitter, and I went through her YouTube. And, lots of people blame the tremors that Tinubu is having on Parkinson's disease. While that is very possible, I do believe that can also be a sign of drug abuse. Hear me out.
So more like good old tremors as against like Tourette, like as against jerks from Parkinson's.
Now, the thing about Parkinson's is that with Parkinson's, there's a lot of movement, tremors, jerks, depending on the severity. But I'm saying this because I saw some videos from Zainab Tinubu's social media, her YouTube, and I saw a video where she was trying to press her phone. I think I tweeted about it. She was trying to press her phone and her laptop, and her hands were shaking. Now, that is not something that is normal for somebody of that age. I'm older than her. She's a child. I am a child as well, but at least I'm older than her. And I can tell you for free that is a sign of drug abuse of some certain drugs like cocaine, like MDMA, and like meth. All right? Another thing that I noticed from her videos is that she has paranoid personality disorder. Now, I don't know if she has hallucinations, so I can't say that she has paranoid schizophrenia, but she does have some kind of personality disorder that has to do with paranoia. making those videos of random people all around. If you notice, right, her social media is made of random videos of people who she thinks are training her. People who
Yep, she's paranoid. Everyone is trying to arrest her, something.
Yes,
On her Twitter.
everybody's trying to arraign her, and that is not normal. That can also be a sign of drug abuse. Please let's be very careful, right? Because this is somebody that we want to vote into the system. If you cannot handle your own internal affairs, now look, they were trying to put that thing on a low that, oh, their daughter was arrested. How do we expect that kind of person to handle a country that he's supposed to use as a laundering machine for all the money that he has made so far from sale of illicit drugs? And anybody that comes and speaks to me and tells me that they're voting for Bats because Bats is this. Okay, let me just tell you guys what happened yesterday. I was coming back from some errands that I ran, and I entered a Kurope, and there was a very angry and frustrated and agitated man inside that Kurope. Immediately from when he entered through the door of the Kurope, he was already screaming and shouting. Okay. And majority of the people there were like less than 30 and max. I think him and the driver were the only elderly people in the bus. And then he started talking and I'm using driver. And the guy beside him was giving him a listening ear. Then all of a sudden he decided to raise up the matter of Bat, and he started saying, I'm not a Yoruba man, but I'm going to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You people don't know what you're saying. And the funny thing is that before he started that conversation, everybody in the car were all quiet, like, because we were strangers, everybody's tired, it was in the evening, everyone was trying to head home. And then he started that conversation, and he started saying that we youths of nowadays, we don't know, is it because we think that we were able to go sorry, I'm coming. A certain extent.
Please round up, goddess.
Sorry?
Please round up.
Yeah, one more minute.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So is it because we're able to go to a certain extent with NSAS? And then it was very funny because everybody in the Kurope ended up shutting him up, right? They ended up telling him, please. And it's funny because, you know, you'd expect us to be so respectful of the elderly people, but wisdom is not according to age, as I've noticed recently. And then I'm saying this because we need to know and we need to learn and unlearn some certain things based on the facts that are out there right now, the evidence that is out there. We need to make sure that where we're casting our votes is not where we will regret it again. This country has deteriorated to a very bad state, and there's something that we can do, and we should avoid voters' apathy and actually come out and vote. If your PVC is going to get faded, please laminate it so that on that you remove it from the ID card and go and vote. Please, I'm begging you guys. Come out. It's not funny any longer. Please don't turn this country into a very large cartel. I beg you in the name of God. Thank you.
Thank you very much, goddess. Caesar, you want to say something?
Yes, please. I just want to chip something in here real quick. So over the last few days, when we brought up the INEC topic, I took a lot of all of these things into account, all the complaints and all of that. And I have a 9-point 9-point statement that I think everybody who is an obedient should memorize, because these are the only ways we will get this thing done. These are the only ways we will get this thing done. We need to accept two realities. The first reality is that the instruments of this election, whether we like it or not, whether we protest from here till tomorrow, whether we get 1,000 lawyers on it, are in the hands of the opponent. So if we start with that as a baseline fact to move forward into 2023, then we now have a fighting chance. So number one point that I'm going to be giving out is this: we need heightened PVC collection energy. Why am I saying this? The last time, if you remember, what got a lot of people into the whole PVC, get your PVC, and we said that for so long. The Fowzes, the Mr. Macaronis, they all had concerts. People came out, there were PVC, people were, personally renting PVC people and taking them to churches and all of that. We need to do that, but for PVC collection. So we need a heightened PVC collection energy. We need that energy to be as big as the go and get your PVC energy was. So I think we've gone beyond the PVC part and then got into the monotony of the marches and all of that, forgetting that we need to do that. So number one, heightened PVC collection energy as big as the go get your PVC era. Number two, increased awareness in the North to vote for Peter Obi and Labour. Magnific, dude. I have a first degree in political science, and I studied political science in UNN under some really, really Machiavellian politicians. So there's some things I've learned that they are just realistic. It is what it is. And the major thing in politics is numbers. So number two, increase awareness in the North to vote for Peter Obi and to vote for Labour. I started doing something recently. If I see any Northerner who has a Labour Party post, or this is what we're doing in Jigawa, this is what we're doing, I start following them. I start engaging them. I start dropping comments for them to keep them strong, because a lot of people are newbies to this election process, and a lot of them, their liver will rise and fall as the days go by. Number three, obviously taking INEC to court, we need to engage the SERAPs, the Twitter. There are bodies that are notable for taking INEC to court, so that we're not just a huge rabble-rousing voice. And obviously there are some certain technicalities that INEC should be taken to court for. Like one, for me is this: INEC should swear that they are ready, should give us a date for the election, and they should not postpone that date. Matter of fact, they're giving us a date. As you see this date they've given us now, the election must hold that day. And every other thing must happen before then. Because that 2 weeks travesty, that evil that was done in 2019 cannot be allowed to happen in 2023. So if there's anything I want to take INEC to court for, that Magbo Yakubu should come out and swear by his pennies, is that INEC is ready and they're not going to postpone the election on whether February 14 or whatever. They're not postponing that election. Number five, you cannot overwhelm the majority. Let's all remember to come out to be civil and, well disciplined, but on election day, we are going to protect our votes. The North, they talk about it because there are so many polling units in the North, in the middle of nowhere, where a truckload of bollocks can happen. We've seen the videos. All right. So what can we in the South do? In our dense populated areas, let's all come out, protect our vote, and let's make sure everybody comes out. I tell people this election is going to be almost like a census for Nigeria, because it's going to be an election of several realities, especially in our numbers. In the North, all these bogus figures, if Beavers works as it should, let me tell you, one better street in Mushi are some people's one local government. One street in Onisha with all those high rises fully packed. So I still say awareness. Remember, you cannot overwhelm the majority in an election. There is no trickery. There is no, they have started rigging already. If 100 people say we are not doing, you cannot rig it. Trust me, it's a numbers game. That is why they buy your votes. Number six, if less than 200 people on Magnific Space can turn into a march, imagine what 800 people on Vawulence Space can be. Imagine what 500 people on Bishop Space can be. Let's all continually use our spaces and our platforms to talk about Peter Obi for president of Nigeria 2023. Who wants vex, make he vex. Who he dey vex, make he go kill himself. No time. Do you get me? Now, number 7, obedience should go and join INEC staff. Let's be in charge of one aspect of the rigging. If they are rigging this, a lot of obedience might be. I personally, I'm not going to work for Labour. I'm trying to get myself into INEC. Obedience should do our very best, especially our Gen Z obedience, to join the INEC ad hoc committees, staff, all those things. Please go there so that you'll be in the meeting there. They'll be telling you people how they want to rig it. You come here with your burner handle on Vawulence Space and cast everything. Do you understand me? So our Gen Z obedience at this point, you have turned into a resistance of sorts. Please do your best to join INEC, especially for the elections. One of our followers on this platform always used to come up here and warn coppers. I thought it was I don't know his name, Saddam will remember, but he will come and say, if you're a copper here in this election. And so please, those of us who are coppers, those of us who have access to NYSC, those are the people who we use for elections. I ran an election as a copper in this country, so that's where I got a lot of my experience. The young man who came and gave us stories of his own this thing, he turned out to be a copper too. So let's talk to our coppers. They are the ones that are going to be used for this election. Let's remind our coppers what is at stake. If they were bribing 20,000 naira per party in 2019, Lord knows, there's no dollar in this country because all the politicians have seized the dollars. Dollars will reign in this election. Please do not sell your country away for dollars. So we need to enlighten our Gen Z and our coppers along these lines, both for as INEC staff and both as INEC working committee staff, especially since they're going to use coppers. All right. Now, last but not the least, I wrote this thing. It sounded funny. I laughed when I wrote it, but it's real. PVC is not a condom. Please do not keep your PVC in your wallet permanently. It's not. This young lady was very right. It is not. The new ones are not as strong as the old ones I have. All right, the old ones I have are really strong, and I still laminated mine. So please, your PVC is not a condom. Don't keep it in your wallet permanently. Find somewhere and keep that motherfucker, because that shit is going to save this country. So laminate your PVCs, keep it properly, and do remember, God help us, God help Nigeria. Peter Obi will be president of Nigeria by an overwhelming majority in 2023, and even more importantly, he will perform to the glory of God and to the shame of the devil. I yield the mic. Cheers.
Thank you, Cizo. You always have a way of coming up with these crazy lines. PVC is not a condom. Okay, that's a new one.
That should be the next banner, man, the next rally.
I'm telling you, PVC is not a condom. We'll stop putting it in your wallet. Don't go and lose it. All right, man. Let's move on.
I'm sorry, please. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. Let me quickly say this concerning what Tizo said. I just want to chip this in real quick. For those of you that are just turning 18, please go and apply to work with INEC too. Those of you that are just turning 18 after the registration process closed, we need you guys. You don't have your PVC, yes, we know that, but go and apply to be an adult staff. While those of you that are coppers that have your PVC, we need you guys to go and vote. So let's use those that just turned 18 to get in there and do the work. Why those that have the PVC should vote, please. Thank you.
All right, Omar, are you there?
So, yeah, moving on to
Ibrahim.
Yeah, Ibrahim, how are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you very much. I just want to talk a little bit, not in the early stage of it, because I know Cecil and others are all armed with a lot of things that they will bring. So let me quickly carry my distance to the later time. So I think it's the best time now. I really participated in almost all the election from 2007 to 2019, and actively participated in 2011 and 2011 the CPC issue. Omar knows how we would tomorrow. I will keep down for tomorrow. But let me just give you 2015, 2019, so that we can now push it to what will happen 2023. Okay, in 2015, the first thing we did is that I worked for Buhari that time, and I'm the coordinating consultant for Buhari Support Organization. I did the crowdfunding for General Muhammadu Buhari. I manage his 518 different groups. Every poster, every t-shirt, every billboard has been done directly from me. And I gave Shehu the group you see him with, and Boss Mustafa, I gave him the data for him to work during the election. So the first thing first, we first have the same thinking that you have that time, that one, the merger would not even be possible unless somebody see it that Buhari can do something. So that's what translated from 2007 to 2008 to 2011. In 2011, Buhari stepped out of the major party, contest election with an 8-month-old party, a new party, a non-party, a new logo, and got 12 million votes. That's the only thing that makes him to adopt him and fear him by 2015. That's just the reason. Because if he stays in the same party, they will feel that it's their own structure that was working for that. And thank God the OB people really understand that moving out of PDP will definitely give the person exactly who he is. It will show exactly who you are. This one is not, you build your structure, you build what you want. And I like working from underdog. And that time we so much believe, because we have not ever tried opposition party. And what I believe after the 2015 to today is that our institutions are not working actually. That's the major problem we're having as Nigerians. Our institutions are not working. So things that you can do the permutation from how you see the US, the UK system working. Once you come to Nigeria, it's already upside down. So it's going to be a very different puzzle for you to pick together. You do not understand anything about it. That's one of the major problems I've seen. So in 2015, I pick one of the PBC. We designed a small application that will read the barcode. You know, there was a barcode behind it, and the barcode gave us some of the very basics that we want. If they can give you the 3 numbers, it's very important for us. So once we get the INEC, as the other guy said, the data is going to be given to Labour Party, is going to be given to all the parties. It's a mandatory from INEC to give that. It's even mandatory for INEC to display the register. So that one is being covered. But how you make use of it? Once we collected one for the APC that time, we ran the data. So I just collect anyone in the office. I run his data with the INEC data. So I found out where you are going to vote, your age, and all the data. Then when I was going to say, okay, if this is possible, if this is really possible, then it's going to be very deadly for us during the election. So at that time, the new PDP has already joined us. So they know what PDP wants to do that time. So the first thing I do, I call my friend Adewale Egghead, and I tell him that I can do some magic for you. Okay, just bring your card. So he brought his card out. I scanned the card, ran the data, pull out where he's going to vote, tell them what we can do with the data. He was so wow. So, but are you using the card reader? I said, it's not a card reader. I'm just using my phone. You just have a smartphone. You can do all these things. So he said, okay. I said, everybody knows his barcode is already there. So when we have data and the barcode, the reaction is going to be just simultaneous. So look at what they have. Then in the night, he calls Saraki, told Saraki, this is the guy there. So I went to see first Fahimi at Propaganda Forum's office. So he brought out his wallet. He thought that I was just joking. He gave me his card. I read his card. He said, wow, did you speak to, then Fahimi said, did you speak to Saraki? He said, no. So he called Abdullahi something from Kwara. He's a former commissioner or minister of sports. And he told him that he should quickly carry me to Saraki's house. Something fishy. So they took me to Saraki's house. My team, they brought Saraki, went up, brought his PBC. I read the PBC, show him what I want to show him. They saw what I want to do. They said, this is wow. So he pulled a call to that. This is where I want us to reach. At that moment I talked to him, he spoke directly to somebody in INEC and told the INEC to get a card reader for us. So you can see the connection. I want you guys to understand how these politicians are connected to the INEC. And the guy said we have to meet on a very, so we met in a very open place. People seen us there, they thought that we were just sleeping suya. But we bring out the system, we bring out some technician, we open the system, we look at how it's going to read, what's the possibility somebody is going to increase the number, blah, 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 get the assurance, do 3 meetings, 4 meetings. They know now, we know. So knowing you know alone give you a very big rule for you to not stop what is going to happen. So from there, we went to election, and any other thing is a history. So immediately after the winning of the election, then this INEC have this idea of, because they refused to allow the transmission of the results. So we did the permutation of the results. So what we did is that we put up a control room in Abuja, but we now moved to somewhere in Kaduna and put the main actual servers there and what we want to do. And also, you have to monitor where the servers are. And that one is not something that we can discuss on this kind of platform. So what we did is that people inside the INEC, this what you call it, during the announcement of the result, we have already tabulated everything. So I streamed the television in my office to the television in Daura and the television that Mr. President is watching, so that we can now transmit exactly what we're having from the ground. So before we go to that, one of the things that we realize is that you have to make a lot of noise. You have to show up. You have to show what you are doing. Even if you don't know what you are doing, just be out and doing something that you are doing something, so that at least the number will tally. The reason why we did that was that to show the United States, the European Union and others that we are ready for this. Because if you didn't show them, they will not give you the support. So at the moment that they say, at that moment we know somebody will now tell Jonathan, okay, don't just accept the result. That's all. Nothing will happen. We'll just go into chaos and we start killing ourselves. So, but at that time, we've already shown that this is exactly what we know we can do. And this is how popular our candidate is. And this is how loved. You know, all the guys, I can name all the guys from the group organization that we have. And one thing that helped us with this smaller organization is that when we started doing the Buhari Support Organization, the first thing we do that if you bring your organization, we register you, we give you a unique number. So actually what we did to them that time is that we make sure that at least we give you the scratch card. You see the scratch card that we have done 2015 was done by my company. So what we do is that the scratch card, once you tell us your PU number, we know exactly where you are going to put. So we put you on our dashboard. We know that this guy has paid his 100 naira and he's going to vote for us. This is the place. That was 2015. So in trying to do that, what we achieve is that 100 naira is now pointing to us where we're supposed to be and where we are, which is very lovely for us. So if we have our posters, we know where we are. So there's a lot of groups that come to us. They will tell us that they are good from the southeast, they are going to bring the whole Enugu for us, blah, blah. So I'll give them scratch card. So once they upload their system, I just see them uploading their scratch card in Buhari or in Nyanya. So I see this card did not reach where we wanted to reach. So we just called the leadership and said, we have given you this, and this is what we have been doing. And it become very amazing for them. They now feel that, wow, these people are really seeing exactly who we are, so we can't lie. So because in politics, they lie to you. Once you lie that things is happening, because I always tell people, in politics, 60% is psychology, it's only 40% that is groundwork. Let me tell you, the whole of...
You're a genius.
The whole of Nigeria that I have seen, all the positions are not up to 1 million. All the vuvuzelas are not up to 2,000, 3,000, or 5,000. So I know this one they are calling it violence. Well, during our time, we are not using space. There was no space, but the violence that Buhari Support Organization unleashed on Nigerians. That moment, I will share you. When you are saying violence, you have not done anything. And I have known enough time that you can travel from Abuja here. You go to Binekabi by road. You will not see one single poster of Jonathan. One single billboard of Jonathan. If you see a billboard that was saved, it's inside one government house. I can tell you this for free. It's bad that time. We have to talk to them, have to calm them down, because it's an organized. The only thing that we achieved in 2015 is that we are organized. In 2011, tomorrow I will tell you why we fell on 2011. And the organization we put in 2015 to allow us to get that structure and for us to get what we want. What we added to the 12 million vote of Buhari is just protest vote. Anybody that tells you this is what come from, no, it's just protest. Some people are angry, and then we managed to get that anger and pursue that anger to be vote for us. That's just what we did. So let me just continue from there. So after 2015 election, the organization gave us the for us to protect the mandate. Showing number is very important. Rallies are very important. Going to television and radio to talk space like this, talk very, very important, because that's what creates the popularity. Because anybody that is thinking that you are not going to win, once he starts seeing new names, new people, new adaptation, new convert, then he will feel okay inside his mind to join. And then Cecil really put it in the north. People today, you see him, Peter Obi, next tomorrow he has changed, go back to his Atiku. Tomorrow you see him, next tomorrow he will change, because somebody has to keep his momentum. Somebody has to see him that it is possible. Because let me tell you, if I'm your friend, and then we say Cecil is a very giant, or Saddam is very big guy, you understand? If I'm working with my friend and he don't like Saddam, he will not install Saddam. He will not allow us to fight Saddam. But the moment he feel comfortable that I will protect him if he abuse Saddam, my size is enough to handle Saddam, the kind mouth that guy will run, you'll be surprised. That's how it works. So we have to show clearly that between now and November, it will be shown clearly that this guy is going to win. So it will now start sucking the big boys. The big guys that are following. Let me tell you, all the guys that are calling me, you have to come and work for us. I say, I can't work for anybody. We have way together. And way together is apolitical. So if I take anybody's side now, I'm not doing justice to the amount of people that I bring on board way together, irrespective of party. And we said this is systematic. We want to make sure that at least we are voting the right person. Because the mistake we made in 2015 is that us, the young people that work for that system to go into the system, we have not articulated what we want. So we just dash Buhari the presidency. So I don't want us here as a violence based to dash Peter Obi the presidency, because those people that we have seen in APC and PDP, they are more closer to Peter Obi than all of us here. And they can take him away. And they can run, we can see him. That villa, nobody can enter all of us. We can't enter that villa when you become president. That's the truth matter of it. But we have to show strength outside the system. That we can shut down the system, we can bring down the system, and we can allow what we. That's why we said we have to create what is called Charter of Demands. We have to hand it over, this Charter of Demand, and said, this is what we want you to go to do. And these are the National Assembly. That's why I'm always nagging on the issue of this national unity list. So that we pick upon some people from 990 state assembly seats. We make sure that we get people that we said, we are going to help you if you help us with our principal at the top. We get 360 House of Assembly members join us. It's a great movement. As you give us what we want as young people, we make sure that you represent us there. But this is what you are going to represent us in sport. This is what we want. In the issue of entertainment, this is what we want. You send people that you want, irrespective of where they come from, irrespective of their region origin. But we know the target of what we want to achieve at the end. So in that aspect, what we did is that my only regret is that we left the table immediately after Buhari became president. Even the vehicle that drove him to the Eagle Square, I collected the key and gave it to the people that will return the other car back home.
Ibrahim, let me come in here briefly, please, because I want people are already requesting the mic, and I want everybody to have a chance to speak, because let's have a conversation. I'll leave you up. Probably you see speak later. So because I know this year.
Let me just give you 20. I just want to just drop at the issue of the 2019 and just walk out.
No, don't drop it yet, please. I beg. I want I'll allow you to speak later, please.
Yeah.
Please, I want you to probably just give us that 2019 in your next submission, please.
No problem.
Thank you. So let me just have my sister. She's good. She's on her way to work now, but let's have a submission before everybody go next. Blossom, how far? Welcome to the Vawulence Gate.
Thank you, Saddam. Thank you so much. I was going to give up at some point. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I'm just going to speak briefly on the topic and what we're talking about today. And that has to do with holding INEC accountable, and as well just lovers bombshell. So literally, I was having a conversation with a journalist friend of mine earlier today, and she's in Nigeria. And we're just talking about, all of these stories dropping and how it all seems like a movie. And, to my surprise, she wasn't acting as surprised as I was, because most of them already know about all these stories. They already know about all these things, but nobody has the courage to talk about it. Everyone is just waiting for someone that has the tenacity, and someone that has the boldness to come about to speak about it, and to open the big books, and that's what I call it. And then she said something. She said, like, Blossom, the big story is going to come out. Like, what we're just saying is just like the preface, or the before the big story comes out, you're still trying to get the summary of what the story is about, or what the big story is about to be. And I was really shocked because she couldn't talk to me because, she was just saying that a lot is going to happen between now and January. And so many people are definitely going to fight against the big story coming out. Even people that are definitely in our camp. She mentioned some names that I was like, okay, she was like, all of them are connected. Like almost all of them are connected. Sometimes I think about who Gislava is. Someone was saying David is Gislava, but I don't think David is Gislava. No, they are so disconnected because David has a face to himself, but Gislava is one big force that is just somewhere that knows too much and would never risk, putting out his face out there. Dude has so much on these people, and definitely in the next couple of weeks to come, so many things are going to come out. But that's not basically where I'm standing. I just want to let us know that like our strength is going to be threatened at some point. A lot of people that are already in our camp who are already connected to this big story will definitely revolt, against all of these stories. We speak against, obedience, supporting the story, because it looks like we are the only ones supporting the story. Because the people in Atiku's camp are definitely not buying the story. It's not like they're not buying the story. They don't really care whether the story comes out or not. They don't care whatever happens to Tinubu. All they are concerned about is just for them to be president. But we are the only people who are concerned about the future of Nigeria. So let's just get the two takes together, all right? These people want to be president. Obedience are concerned about uprooting the problem, taking it out from the roots and throwing it out completely. So we don't just want to weed them out, just remove the weeds on top and then leave the roots, beneath the soil. We are taking our shovels and we're taking them out completely. And that's why they don't like us. That's why they want us out of the way. That is why they are fighting us. That is why they're doing everything they can to silence us. So as much as we're also, doing everything we can, we should also pray for strength. I like the new Peter Obi that I'm seeing right now. I don't know, like I was telling someone today, like I like how he has become bolder, how he has become more confident. Like unlike the initial days when he was just
let me Blessing, don't be, let me just cut you short a little bit.
Yes, yeah.
Peter Obi is on this space now. He's our number one listener. He's always coming on this space, but a burner account. It's not coming to his real account.
Oh, amazing. Okay.
As we started this space, he sent a tweet out. Just go and check his last tweet and you see what he posted.
Amazing.
Baba, they come out space. You know how far. So continue, my sister.
So basically, I like the new him that I'm seeing right now because he is totally different from the person that we all started the whole journey with. It was just all about the peace, don't harm anybody. We just want to, we just want an issue-based campaign and all of that. But we cannot be civilized and fight these people. We're talking about hardened drug criminals. We're talking about people that has killed people to get to the point where we are. Do you think if we're just smiling at them and telling them we want P2B to be governor, if that's all we're singing, we're definitely not going to get to the point where we make P2B president. So all I want to say is that we have the numbers. Are you seeing what's happening today? I was just on my bed today. I was looking at what's happening at Ogun State, what's happening at different areas. We have people in everywhere in this country. Don't let them deceive you. Don't let them make you feel like, okay, we don't have a lot of people in Kanu. We might not have the whole of Kanu, but we have the numbers in Kanu. We have people that would come out we have a formidable force in Kanu, like people that will come out and stand on the front line and say we are obedient in every part of this country. So it's just like a wake-up call to also let you know that they cannot rig the election as well. As much as you feel like INEC is playing some games. See, there is an obedience in every office in Nigeria. As I'm speaking right now, there's an obedience in every family. Even in Tinubu's family, there's an obedience there who is giving out information on what is happening there. There's someone in there who does not want him to be president. It might be his cook, it might be his driver, someone who actually is working for us and who has the interest of Nigeria at heart. So, to a large extent, I would want us to remove the fact that, rigging the election. Let's focus on, on building, on exposing everything exposable. That's number one. And secondly, on building a momentum. Tell everyone about this movement. Tell everyone what we're about. I think that's basically what I'm living for right now. I'm totally not living for anything apart from trying to make sure that the force and the momentum gets bigger and bigger every day. And like I said before, like more is going to come out, and you're going to be surprised at names that are coming. It's not like I was surprised about e-money. I've always known, like, okay, there's something fishy somewhere. But for him to be
Okay,
connected,
blows on. I think this is where I'm going to have to come in. I think we cannot just throw wild accusations.
No, we're not throwing wild accusations. Wait, let me finish.
I get that people are trying to connect
I am basing my submissions on the stories that are out on the internet. All right. So it might, according to you, it might be true, it might not be true. But some of us has already bought the story. If you have not bought the story, then that's you. So for me to have bought the story, it's me, my personal belief. I believe that everything that's being said is true.
Okay, so you're liable for what you are saying on this space.
So I am definitely liable for what
on this space. You're liable for what you're saying.
Yes, definitely, yes. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, I bought the story. I believe everything that has been said, and as much as I'm saying it, a lot of people also believe it, because if you sit back and connect the dots, you're definitely going to connect to a whole bunch of things that's been happening in the country. So that being said, before I rest before I drop my mic, what I'm just going to say is that let us all be stronger. Let us all try as much as we can to encourage people not to relent, because the days are going to get brutal. People are going to turn against us. More people are going to speak against the movement. It is our ability to remain strong till the end is what will definitely make us win the race at the end of today. So thank you. Good job you guys are doing. And yes, I'm just going to go back to the listeners, session and listen more. Thanks.
Thank you, Blossom. Thank you very much. Cecil, I want to ask you a question on a lighter note. Do you also agree with this notion that there's a connection between this Amada story and the King of Boys movie by Kemi Adetiba?
No, not at all. Not at all. He's old, but he's not stupid. Do you understand me? But on the contrary, what I would say is that that's to show you how that story is out there. Kemi Adetiba, a lot of people forget this. Kemi Adetiba lives in New York City. She's not based in Nigeria. She's hardly ever been there. She pops in for a holiday, does a project and leave. So it's a story that has always been there. If Shina Rambo rebranded himself, look, Hush Puppy, let's call a spade a spade. 30 years from now, Hush Puppy is going to come out of prison, come back to Nigeria, probably engage in an itsy-bitsy bit of fraud, run for governor of Ogun State for 8 years, and then in his 80s, when all of us who know Hush Puppy have probably maybe gone, or this, if God blesses him at 86, Hush Puppy will run for president. And there's stories of how Hush Puppy will be bringing things from YouTube. Do you understand what is really going on right now? They'll be bringing things from YouTube. They'll be asking, is it not Hush Puppy? Who went to school with Hush Puppy? Who knew? And they'll tell you, he never admitted to it. They'll be bringing...
And it suddenly becomes a mythical figure.
And there'll still be people that'll tell you they want to vote for him.
Now where I'm coming now. There's people... Probably that time.
People will hear all these things that time and tell you they don't care. They will still campaign and because of money. Sorry, Saddam, continue.
No, that's what I wanted to add up. That people will still come up on. Probably by that time it won't be space. It will be something else on the popular
metaverse things.
And the person will be metaverse. Will be shouting, "Hush Puppy is everything." Hush Puppy is a lie. Hush Puppy is the next. Is a great man. Hush Puppy is this. Nigerians. But no,
so it's the same. So Omar, if somebody does a movie, if someone does a movie of Hush Puppy, then it will not be as if maybe Hush Puppy knew the movie director. But the story don't dig. Just dig a bit. Do you know how many? There are 101 Nigerian stories. Just dig really deep. Theophilus Danjuma has a story. Deji Danjuma has a story. There are Atiku sexual stories. You and I know of this. All of them. The Aquarium Madness just gave us a story of human trafficking, organ donation. Just dig really deep. Just dig deep. There are 101 storylines for movies in this country. So that's what I think. I don't think there's any direct connection, but it's probably a story Kemi had somewhere. and just did, dug a bit, and that's just it. I don't know. I don't see it as Tinubu addressing and, paying for an unofficial biography movie.
No. I wasn't even taking it from that angle. I think I was just trying to say that people have been trying to make connections between the characters and what is happening right now. But yeah, a lot of people have the right to make their own. Saddam, so we'll come. Uncle Zege, please, we'll come to you in a bit. Saddam, I was just going to say that. Are you trying to say that there's a white bird for every generation? Because you said at that time.
You don't know before. During Abacha, the man's name was Daniel Kanu.
Daniel Kanu, I remember him.
It was Daniel Kanu.
And there was also this very funny man on Oputa panel. I can't remember his name, but yeah, if it comes to mind, I'll mention.
See, every generation gets, but let's have other people speak. We have a lot of people.
Do you understand that? Do you remember what Obasanjo wrote about Atiku? And there are people that are voting for Atiku. Do you remember? That tape is on record.
I remember the name, Chief Yomito Koya. You should check out his videos on. You should check out his videos on YouTube.
A number of marabouts, unable to stand by the truth, thinking money can solve all things, and people are voting for, campaigning for him. So Nigeria doesn't listen to the story and care. We are the ones that care about the candidate. Oh, this guy looks decent. He seems to be the most honest governor out of. We are technically, and we're a shrinking population in this country. If Nigeria does 16 more years, we don't know what the truth will be anymore. We wouldn't know what the truth will be anymore.
Okay, let's take our speakers. Dr. Vince, thank you for your patience. Are you there, Dr. Vince?
Yes, I am here.
All right, please take the next 5 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. You're so generous. I want to acknowledge everyone. Saddam, Cecil, Omar, all the speakers that have spoken before. Everyone spoke so eloquently. I'm even more excited. I don't know if this was a joke or not, that His Excellency may be listening to us. That is excellent. See, the thing about this is, obedient movement is bigger than all of us. Obedient movement is bigger than even our principal, Peter Obi himself, and he said so. This is what Africa has been waiting for, and there is no way, I'm not going to use 5 minutes, hopefully, there's no way you can stop it. And the beauty of all of this is that all of Nigerian youths, all of African youths, are all awake, keyed into what is happening. They're basically watching to see what Nigeria will do. And to tell you the truth, we will win this election. Because I've seen this happen. We will win this. Mark it down. I have seen this with Donald Trump. Full disclosure, I didn't vote for him. I didn't think he was going to win. But there were so many people that didn't say they would vote for him, but in their hearts, they knew they would. Right now in Nigeria, there are so many such people that know deep down in their heart, Peter Obi is the right guy. Peter Obi is the right guy. But because of circumstances on the ground, as they say in Nigeria, they can't openly say they will vote for him. But mark my words, when the time comes, they will vote for him. Because to get to know Peter Obi is to love Peter Obi. I'm not saying this because I'm supporting Peter Obi. This man is as authentic as you can be. Who else do we want? Do we want to bring Jesus Christ down to rule us? Everything is in the open. Talk about accountability. Talk about transparency. Talk about everything. This man is canvassing everywhere, showing us his strength, speaking, holding us accountable, challenging us to hold him accountable, telling us that his job is not going to be to make us happy. If we want happiness, we can go and listen to Flavor and the Entertainers. His job would be to make Nigeria happy. My brothers and sisters, We are witnessing history. And I'm not just talking to move you. We are witnessing history. This man really, really, really genuinely wants to work. When you listen to him speak, you can see it. He's a special man. He's a billionaire. He's so humble. He is courageous. And he can't even go back if he wants to. So we have to continue to pray for him. The thing I love the most about Obedient Movement is that we have all kinds of people. We have so many capable hands in all areas. So it's not a game as the same game as usual. We're not saying, oh, okay, we want Obi to be president. We're not gonna offend anybody. That day we just all vote and everything will be fine. We know that this is still Nigeria. We have to have people in different areas, like we have our violence department. We have people that will be nice. I like what I think it was Saddam that said it. This Obedient Movement is like a full body. You have the eyes, you have the mouth, you have this, you have that. So we all have to stay engaged. And just like Blossom said, I love the new P2B I'm seeing too. And as we go, we'll see more of that, because P2B that I know is a very strong man. He doesn't cut and run. He will continue to rise to the occasion. He will continue to rise to the occasion. He is competent. He is courageous. And I keep saying that. You know that as a billionaire, he has enough money that he needs. And to the glory of God, he doesn't really want more. If he wants more, he knows how to get it. He has so many businesses. Go ask, go and verify. But he has brought out himself to do this work for us. Essentially telling us for the first time that we, the youths, are the ones he's going to be accountable to. So what I beg all of us to do is, once we get to Aso Rock, because we're getting there, our job starts. Because we have to stay united, we have to stay engaged, we have to keep doing what we're doing, so that P2B will have the political power he needs. Everybody will know that he has the power of what these millions of youths behind him, so that he can march forward and get things done for us. Enough is enough. Mark my words, this is the beginning of the rise of the black man all over the world, because we've had enough. We've had enough. Are you telling me that we can't govern ourselves? Luckily, Trump called us shithole countries. We laughed about it, we got mad about it, we talked about it. Let's begin to rise up, because for the first time, somebody's rising up saying, who is looking out for the interest of Nigeria? Who is looking out for the interest of Africa?
Please round up, sir.
Finally, it's all coming together, and we're never going back. I want to encourage all of us, all the groups, to please continue to work together. Let's reduce factions. The goal is one, to get P2B to Aso Rock. Once he gets to Aso Rock, a lot of things will begin to fall into place, because as we know, the way Nigeria is set up, the president of the country has so much power. There's so much he can do. There's so much we can do through him. This will just be the beginning, but let's not lose focus. Let's do whatever we can. Everybody's helping, no matter what. Everybody, anybody that can say P2B is helping. Let's encourage one another. You know what? Before I forget, I love what we did with the young lady that was sacked because she went to P2B march. This shows you the power of this movement, and we can do so much more. Thank you to all of you. I am so excited. I am so hopeful. I'm in California, and I can tell you, this movement is all over the world. You can see it. So thank you all, and thank God we are where we are, and victory is ours. They're all scared. They are all scared. To the glory of God. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vince. Zizo, you wanted to say something. I see your hand.
Yes, please. Just taking you quickly back to my dossier. I'll read you a paragraph that goes like this. The former governor of Oyo State, Alhaji Lam Adesina, was not a happy man with Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the last days of his life. I recall when he came to meet the elders of Afenifere in Lagos in the late in 2003, and he asked to leave early enough to be able to get back to his base in Ibadan on time. Chief Ayo Adebanjo had told him to either be Tinubu's guest for the night, and that he should be Tinubu's guest for the night because he did not have a house in Lagos. Alhaji Lam Adesina, the former governor of Oyo State, responded in huge anger, "God will not let me sleep in Tinubu's house. I don't have a land in Lagos, not to talk of a house in Lagos because of him. Tinubu promised to give me a land, but he kept asking me for passport photographs until I told him I was not going to the photographer again." Please remember, this is the former governor of Oyo State, Alhaji Lam Adesina, and why he was not happy with Tinubu as at 2003. One more time, he said, "God will not let me sleep in Tinubu's house. I don't have a land in Lagos, not to talk of a house. Tinubu promised to give me a land, but he kept asking me for passport photographs until I told him I was not going to the photographer again. This is somebody on whose behalf I asked the principal of Government College Ibadan to keep all crucial files of the school and attendance records in my office for 3 years." One more time, I repeat. This, aka speaking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is somebody on whose behalf I asked the principal of Government College Ibadan to keep all crucial files of the school in my office for 3 years. I have returned the files on the eve of my departure from office. So this is an excerpt from Yinka Odumaki's flaming attack on Bola Ahmed Tinubu, explaining why Lam Adesina refused to spend the night in Tinubu's house in Lagos over his grievances, and also corroborating Omar's story that the governor of the state held all the files from Government College Ibadan because of one person who did not even attend the school to start with. So imagine going to King's College, Lagos, and because some phony, some fraud, some former drug dealer wants to become president of Nigeria, there's a possibility they could burn the entire exams and records, or the possibility that Sanwo-Olu could be complicit as a whole governor and go and hide your whole records of a school just to hide one man's lie. Nigeria has gone on for far too long with this charade, and I think it needs to stop. All of this information is on the Jumbotron. I yield the mic. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Cizo. Wow. Honestly, I have nothing to add to that. It's just, this is verifiable information on the internet. You can check it out yourself. We're taking AQ, OGB, Uncle Zege, Oladipo, Omega, Isaiah, Ogunyemi, Dr. Oluwaseyi. No, I think they're all gone. Wait, sorry. That's from my audio. Okay, I'll take a new queue now. So we have OGB.
I'm here.
Okay, we have OGB, Uncle Zege. I think Ify for Peter wants to tell us something about the INEC thing. I think she worked as a staff of INEC at some point. I'm not sure. She'll come and clarify that. Then Dr. Oluwaseyi, Toyin, and End Bad Politics. So let's start with OGB.
Okay, my brother, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Happy weekend, happy new month, my brother Saddam, Sizo, and Emma.
Bro, please, can you speak up, please?
Okay. Can you hear me now? Am I audible now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. I greet you, my brother Saddam, Sizo, and Omar. I'm OGB. First, I don't believe in INEC. For me, I call them APC Electoral Commission. They have been compromised, like they have used to be. They have been bought over by the APC, by the federal government, and there is nothing anybody will tell me about it that I will believe. But God is seated on the throne. This is the time of Nigerians. Because Nigeria has happened to me. I might sound emotional, but people should bear with me. Nigeria has happened to my family. So, but I cannot watch them have their way again. I believe there's things I listed down here. I just wrote them on a piece of paper. I just picked up. Ways that we can neutralize INEC and their plans. I want to advise Labour Party and our presidential candidates to organize a world conference. A world conference that will involve many international media organizations. There must be a world conference in order to alert the European Union, America, and the entire world over what is happening and over what INEC is about to do. Because this election is make or mar. It's either we get Nigeria working or we destroy Nigeria entirely. The moment we allow these two cartels, because Tinubu is a cartel from the APC, Atiku is a cartel from the PDP. These are two cartels. The moment we hand over power to these people, it's only God that will know the fate of every of us here in this state. Two, what I listed now here is, there must be a nationwide protest. The way we are doing this 1 million march is good. It's sending a signal. At least they are shivering. They are feeling the heat. So then we should organize a nationwide protest, alerting INEC, sending a message, a strong message to INEC, that this is the future of Nigerians who have suffered so much in this country. We cannot allow these men to hold down over 200 million people hostage. Just few men. They are not even up to 1 million. They are not even up to 100,000. They have been holding down the destinies of over 200 and something million people hostage. We cannot allow that anymore. So I think we should fix up, or we should talk about it, or organize, better to organize a nationwide protest where we will send a strong message to the world and to INEC. Thirdly, I want to advise. I've worked as an INEC ad hoc staff before. 2007, 2011, when I was still in Nigeria before I left. My brother, there is something we used to do. Even now, I'm a card carrying member of PDP. I'm sorry to say it. But the moment I left Nigeria, I can't even remember where my card is anymore. There's something we used to do in PDP those days. Each party will bring up one agent. Maybe PDP will just pay us then 10K or 20K and give us 5K to buy over little parties. Little parties that don't have, because the party cannot fund their agents. We'll use, buy them, some of them 10K, some of them 5K. So if you come to each polling unit that day, you have about, let me say for instance, 15 agents. The major party, maybe the APC and the PDP, they are through agents. But you see those small parties, don't believe them. Most of them are PDP agents. Most of them are PDP agents. Now see what we used to do. When we buy these guys over, maybe, let me say for instance, we have 15 agents, 2 are genuine agents. remaining 13. In that 13, 12 are still PDP agents. But they are wearing different party tags as agents. So now, what do they do? Because when they are more, they overwhelm and they compromise more of the voters. Because this voting strength we're talking about lies on the rural areas. These people are only interested in the money they will use and cook for that night. Maybe a pot of soup or a pot of stew or something. That's what they're interested in. That most of them don't even understand what the future is all about. They don't have faith in Nigeria anymore. I must tell you, most people in the rural areas in Nigeria has lost faith entirely in this country. They have lost faith. They don't believe what this grammar we are speaking here. So now, we must be strategic. That's why I listed this thing out. Now, how do we bring them down? I want to advise the undergraduates who are obedient. Please apply for this ad hoc, to be an ad hoc staff. The graduates, please stay apply. I beg you, apply. Whatever bribe you will bribe to get your name to be shortlisted, please do it. Be there. Let us be the INEC structure. Because Yakubu can do whatever he wants to do, but he cannot carry out the job. He is still going to send his field marshals to go and carry out the hatchet job they have planned. Now, let obedience, because this job will be carried out at the polling unit. Let us be there. We are the end products. Let us be there. So that when they bring the whole thing, we will neutralize it. Let us be at the polling unit as ad hoc staffs, as agents. So this is this is number 3. Number 4, number 4 I listed down here is this. Let Labour Party with P2B campaign organization set up a robust election monitoring and management team. It is very, very important. There is 3 structures. Sorry, I might digress a little bit, but there is 3 structures. That's why you see sometimes government in power fail election. There is government structure, which comprises of the commissioners, the LGA chairman, the councillors, the political appointees. These are the government structure. There is party structure. This is the political party itself. And there is election structure. Which one is more important in an election? It's election structure. Now, we don't have the government structure. The
Please, OGB, church for roundup, please.
Okay, my brother, thank you. The Labour Party, we don't have that. We don't have that government structure. We don't have. I think we have Labour Party structure, but we need to build a good election structure, a robust election management structure, election monitoring structure. How do we do this? Let the party and the campaign organization set up a team, not on the work basis anymore. Let it be based on the polling units. If we can have 10 people with different positions from Labour Party, okay, thank you. I wouldn't want to exceed anymore. I think I've made my point. Thank you for the opportunity.
OGB, please, let me just come here, please. Most of this stuff you're saying, like right now, I don't think most of them are for public consumption. Probably you could just you could just write up your plan or your points and send it to my DM. I'll try and see how I can reach out to the campaign team if possible. Yeah, because I don't think.
I would also like to put out that OGB, you're liable for everything that you say on the space. We don't encourage people to bribe their way into anything. So I just thought I should put that disclaimer out there because it's very important. Sizo, you're laughing, but it's true now. People start saying that we're telling people to go and bribe their way into INEC, you know. So yeah, moving on quickly.
Okay, I think I've made my point. Thank you so much, my brother.
All right, thank you, OGB. Moving on quickly, Uncle Zege.
I do. How na do?
We do. How your side now?
Now money to pay school fees. Now we dey find it. Don't mind me. I've only played. Quick one. This topic is cool. But I, unlike what I wanted to say, I wanted to actually correct you, GB. This kind of thing, we don't see it outside like this, yeah? What I think that we should all reiterate is that I think it has reached a level in which those of us supporting P2B have to create, as we have Department of Violence, we have Department of INEC. Very crucial. It's something that we have to look into. And people that have experience in these things will bring in their own business, and let's create that thing and let everything start immediately. Because the thing about INEC is that if you are there to defend our own interests, we will make sure that does not, whatever decision they take does not go our way. That does not go against our way. So we need to wake up to that. We have to create a new department called INEC. It will be people for INEC. So we have to pull it up. That's number one. But I wanted to bring out something that I think I should caution us. That's my own feeling. It's purely like you all say, I'm liable for what I say. I want us to. I'm not too comfortable with this gist lover blog, this lover, whatever they call it, story. The story is becoming like a setup. I don't know if you get the same vibes as I do. What I see is that perhaps the first story, that's why I use the word perhaps it's true. But the way the story is going longer and longer and longer and creating some what I call fantasy stories, but that's how I feel. But it might be true, it might not be true. But let's not overslam it that it will not, it might go negative, it might go south.
Uncle Zege, to buttress what you just said, during NSAS, in the aftermath of what happened at Lekki Tollgate, so the BMC, they did something very interesting. So they will post fake news out there, and they'll let people retweet it. Then they come back and debunk it. And then you look very stupid. And then they tell you that everything you've been saying is a lie all along. So I think people should be, you're very correct.
It was ingenious.
It was ingenious, like it was maximum brilliant strategy, honestly. But yeah.
On my Instagram story, I remember I had a video where I woke up in the morning and I said it's a lie. Nothing is real. Nothing is real. If you remember the one, there was the one that somebody was carrying one girl, and they said it was from a play from Unical, and that thing was ingenious. What they did to Nigerians post NSAS, a lot of people needed psychiatric help after NSAS. What they did was ingenious.
It was crazy.
Sorry, Shizzle. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to be mindful of the fact that it might be a setup. Yes, true. If you go into the island, the first part of the story is very prominent. It's very prominent inside the island. A lot of people know that part of that story. But the extension that is now going on is what I'm feeling that it's like a trap. They're trying to put people into a trap. So
I feel Gislova wants to end the story with him as a hero. What you're saying is, I thought about it. Maybe in the beginning when they put out the story, it was to be scandalous. Then they meet them and be like, yo, come, how far? Hell yeah, now I have this big story on you. Because Gislova, if you know anything about Gislova has no honor. So Gislova is not on the side of the Nigerian people to release this story for us to arm us in any way. Do you understand me? That's why I never took that story serious. They might end up now exalting him at the end of that story. I know, because you put out the first side, the party meets you and says, hey, come, what do you have on me? I tell you what I have on me, I give you my price, you pay my price, and then I remash the story in a way that it comes out making you look good. So I'm watching Gislova to see how Gislova's story ends. But I've called it bullshit from beginning. If you know that blog, you know the diction the person that blog uses, they are not a person of honor. Even Insta blog puts in more honor than Gislova. Gislova is just trash. So let's not take them serious to discuss more than 2 minutes.
Let me come here.
They didn't take them serious, and I don't see that. They are not facts for me.
Let me come here before Uncle Zege goes on. I said something in the beginning. I said, I like Amebo. So I'm looking at this whole story as Amebo. I'm not taking it's not something I look as facts. Yeah, it's just that this is political season, and Amebo it be. So let's just talk on the Amebo. You understand? It's not something that will come up. There's nothing about that story that has not been said before. Probably with the fact of the children. This guy David did a very did a great job on the man already. So all these other added source that these guys are bringing is okay. So probably he has children we never knew about and the rest. Yeah, but I don't take the blog as a serious blog. Reader, I see it as an avenue for amebo. Let's just have that amebo, yeah. Uncle Zega, we can go on, sir.
Okay, that said, I want us to seriously, I repeat, seriously, because I'm impressed that if my principal is here listening to us, that's why I'm bringing it out here. We need to create that INEC, what they call it, department. INEC, it's very serious. We need to create that. It's them that will handle our people that will be at our different posts or whatever, like that, different polling units and co. And because of the way the electoral act has been done now, we can know the election results 2 hours after the elections are over. We can, it's possible now. So we need to create something that will give us feedback immediately. So I beg all of you, and I'm saying it specifically to if PO is listening now, we need to do this. And all those that are connected to the coalition or whatever it's called, people that are in charge, the Labour Party, please, this is a matter of urgency. For those people that have worked in INEC before and have an idea, and those who have run elections before, please, this is where we need to do it. This is where we need to do it. And if you can cooperate, no need. We can have the election results 1 hour after its closure. Technology has made it possible. So thank you, you guys. Thanks, you guys. Keep it up. I know it's fire, especially you, Sizzle. What I'm praying for is on March 1st or 2nd, and we all have to meet together and finally see each other when everything is over. I pray that we all see each other one day and be good. You guys, thanks, man. Omar, keep it up. You are the firework.
Thank you.
Nice guys.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Ify for Peter, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Special shout out to Miss Barrier. She's fire. She's in the speaker session, and I'm looking forward to hearing her speak.
Hold on, before you talk, Miss Barrier is a long time friend of mine. She's fire, and she's real, very hot, very hot.
All right. Ify for Peter, 3 minutes, please.
Okay. Sorry. What I want to share. Good evening, everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I want to share my story. I didn't work as an INEC staff. I want to share my story concerning my PVC all the way from 2010, 2011 to date. I don't have my PVC. I actually captured. I just want to point out. I'll use my story to actually postulate what I think INEC may probably be up to during these elections, just to corroborate Magnific Dude's submission. So in 2010, 2011 thereabouts, I captured in a NEWI College of Health Sciences, Nnamdi Azikiwe University College of Health Sciences. I was in my second year, so I captured, and they gave us our TVC, which was just like a slip, and they said they were going to give us they were going to let us know when our PVCs were ready. So, well, that was in 2010, 2011. I didn't really vote. I can't remember why I didn't vote. I wasn't available. But 2011, 2012, 2013, I didn't hear about my PVC. Up until 2014. So one day I was going into school and I heard some indigenes of Okofia, where we have our college there in Nnewi. And some people were saying they had just collected their PVC. They were just talking about it, and they said there was a list that was pasted inside school where your voting center, it's written there and everything. So I just heard them talking. So as I was going into school for 9th class, I said, okay, I'm just going to check the list and see where my name falls, and also collect my PVC. On getting into school, they said the INEC staff, they had just left for those who didn't collect. So there were quite a number of us who didn't collect ours, and they were like, okay. But there was a list there. So first of all, in 2011, my voting center was one of the polling units inside school. There were like I think 2 or 3 polling units inside school, and I was told that one of my polling units was one of those. But then I saw on the board where they pasted the name, and my name had been taken to something social club, somewhere. I'm like, how did they throw me out of my polling unit to somewhere? I didn't even know where. So those people that they were trying to tell me, oh, it's somewhere you have to take bike. I said, oh, this is what I'll do just to vote. Anyway, when I get my PV. So the guys, they were saying, no, you can actually change it. So I said, okay. So they said those guys from INEC said they were going to come back. I waited, they didn't come back, I think by a week's time, because, by then, this issue of NIN was, NIN thing was not there. So I was just, I think at the time, what was really pushing me was I was really looking forward to having a sort of an identification, a solid identification. So I went to INEC office, I think a week or so later, when they didn't come back. I went there. The lady I met said I should come back later. If you know NEW, if you know College of Health Sciences, you will know that it's.
Sorry, please. If you please, I just because we have a whole lot of speakers and we will not be able to hear your whole story. Yeah. So please, can you just forward your story to now? Why don't you have your PVC now? What happened, please?
Exactly the point. So they kept saying we should come back, we should go, we should come back, we should go. Until it was from 2014, it lingered from 2014 till a few weeks to the 2015 elections, and then when after some time when I became a pain in their necks, they were like, okay, and there was other people that were coming like myself, like we would even mobilize and go there together. And then one day the lady at INEC office in NEW came out and told us just a few weeks, I think it was like 3 weeks to elections. And the lady came out and said, you know what? Orders from Abuja that they said we must bring every uncollected PVC. Uncollected PVC in what sense? We've been coming here since 2014. And she said, no, it's order from NEW. So we started, we were just sitting there. We were like, no, we're going to get our PVC. What do you mean by took our PVC to NEW, to Abuja? They said, okay, we can go to Oka because they just sent it to Oka. So maybe we can still meet it in Oka. And my family is staying in Oka. So I went to Oka. It was there in Oka that they confirmed to us that if you didn't get your PVC, if you were told, they told us there that our PVCs has been sent to Abuja and that we can only get it after the elections. And we were just asking, like, there were some other people that I was there, and I've tried to reach out to the guy recently now to find out how I can go about it. If he got his, he didn't get his. How can I be able to get my PVC? And we were told then that no, our PVC will only get back to us. And one of the INEC guys that came out that day, that this other guy that I'm talking about knew as of the time, told us, we should forget our PVCs, that these people are going to use it to vote somewhere. So we should forget our PVCs. And this was what we were told as of that day. This was a few weeks to the election. We were told, forget your PVCs. They are going to use these PVCs to vote. So what I'm all about, what I'm saying is, a lot of people don't steal. Some of us who didn't get our PVCs as at the time, I gave up personally. I gave up getting that PVC because I was told that day that I won't get it, that I should go and rest till after the elections. So, and this is just for me to say that we should not be surprised if the report starts to come out towards the elections that INEC has refused to give people their PVCs. It happened to me personally, and I didn't get that PVC up until today. I didn't get it, and I gave up. That's the truth. I gave up because when you're told that you can't get your PVC until after an election, it's shady, but you also are angry at the same time. So if there is a way, I don't know if anybody here can suggest a way that those of us who know that they still have our PVCs up until today, they are no longer in the country, if there is a way we can get our PVC, if there is a movement, if there is anything at all that we can do to get it from them, because I've heard firsthand that they use those PVCs, uncollected PVCs, to vote somewhere. Please, all if there's anything that can be said, thank you.
All right, thank you. Are you in Nigeria, please?
Me?
Yeah?
No, I'm not in Nigeria.
Okay, no problem. So, let's move on real quick. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that an electoral body is an integral part of any democracy. I mean, a credible electoral body. And over the years, I mean, since 1999, INEC has proven to be a very shady one. It will be very important for them to be on the right side of history this time around. The people at INEC, if you work in any capacity and you're listening on this space, try and understand the fact that it's not business as usual. And there's the destiny of so many people that depends on this election. I mean, whether we remain as a country or not is largely dependent on how this election turns out. If you find a way to go against the will of the people through shady processes, we might be starting something that would not be beneficial to anybody in the long run. So it's very important for this election to let the will of the people manifest at the polls. It is very important for that to happen. I just thought I should put that out there. If you're listening, if you work for INEC, if you have anybody that works for INEC, if you have anybody that is connected to them, try and bring this into their ears. Make them understand the fact that the will of the people cannot be defeated. We saw that happen in America. Some people voted and some people tried to upturn the will of the people, and eventually it turned out to be a big mess. Something that Nigeria cannot even survive anyway. So moving on quickly.
In the words of Atiku Abubakar, who is currently also running in this presidential election, those who make peaceful change difficult make violent change inevitable. So no wahala. No wahala. No
Anyway, moving on. Dr. Oluwase.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I may not spend long time because I'm at work. Personally, I have a very different view about this INEC of 18 actually, because in as much as people have really dealt with a lot of ways INEC can sabotage the movement. First of all, I really appreciate what Ibrahim said, which is one of the major things BMC used last time. Try to galvanize support where there's no support. Try to intimidate the government, which I think in a very, very meaningful way, obedient movement is already passing the message across. So what I'm thinking more is the issue of vote buying. I don't know whether you have to have a space to talk about that, because that is where the real sensitization is. Even if the INEC is going to manipulate whatever they want to manipulate, they still need some human beings to really make it work. Because the truth is, if we want to use the election in Osun State and Ekiti State as a litmus test for the general election, I think we should be more worried about the issue of vote buying than the issue of INEC using the PVC to manipulate recordings. Because one, we have three major candidates contesting for these elections, and which means that irrespective, two of the parties may likely lose, which means they may likely unite to fight or to make a louder voice in case INEC misbehave. But the truth is, if we go by the way, if you are trying to judge based on what happened in Ekiti State, for example, I think the major shortcoming of that election is the issue of the vote buying, which I believe that is what Tinubu is banking on. I can bet it with anything. 90% of his supporters have told me that if somebody have not seen 20,000 naira in the last 6 months, and you are telling him or her to, maybe 5 of them from the same family, you are giving them 20,000, that's 100,000. It will be difficult for you or for somebody to convince them. That is why Ibadan Rally really struck me. I was so happy with Ibadan Rally, especially with the way the women were actually informed, which is different from even the Odisha or Port Harcourt Rally, where majority of people are youth. Ibadan actually proved to me, and I'm happy, I'm a typical Yoruba man, that it is not supposed to be, they actually mix it with elderly people, because those are the women that will actually go into the integral part of the city and tell them that don't sell your vote. One of the popular video on the internet where the woman was talking is about don't sell your vote, don't sell your vote to buy to cook soup. That is what he's trying to say. So, in my own perspective and understanding of what is going on, INEC have a lot of role to play, no doubt about that. But INEC cannot do it alone. That is the truth. Because even if I'm an INEC official and I'm working, and probably I'm a youth, and somebody is trying to sell food, I can't be telling them to stop selling the food. If all of us know that security may usually compromise, but we need the proper sensitization on how to let people know that if your food does not count, there is no way they want to buy your food. So that is my own major worry in the whole, especially in the Southwest, because the truth is, Southwest.
Dr. Oluwase, let me come in here. I paused your time. You know, one thing you'd understand is that education is a big deal in the Southwest. And you see, most of these women in the market, they do that kind of business so they can send their children to school. Don't forget the fact that those kids have been at home for over 8 months. You see, the anger is so widespread that you can't even imagine how being able to sell a candidate. Normally, we don't tell our parents about politics. We didn't grow up like that. We didn't grow up telling them that, you know, you have to vote for this candidate. But that kind of awakening, it's going to spread around all of the families in Nigeria. And that's why you can see women like that on the streets talking about people not selling their vote for a pot of soup. I believe that, yes, they will try to buy votes. That's inevitable. That's what they're banking on. I agree with you. But the truth is, are people not going to take their money and just vote for whoever they want to vote for? Yes, they have a way of working against that. That is by, you know, maybe standing there, making sure that these people vote. At some point, people will start rejecting their money. It's going to happen. Just mark it. I'm telling you, I get that feeling, especially in the Southwest. You know, and the fact that the candidate of the APC is not a particularly sellable person in the Southwest like that. I don't know if anybody sees it that way. A lot of people often talk about Yorubas being biased and, you know, being ethnocentric in the way that they view politics. I completely disagree. I'm a Yoruba man. We're the most sophisticated voters in Nigeria. Take it or leave it. In Oyo State, Ajimobi was the first governor to serve 2 terms. They will tell you, Ibadan Kinsin or Lembeji. If you don't perform, they'll vote you out. It's always been a culture for a very, very long time. Tinubu has never appealed to the Southwest in the way that people view it, whether they believe it or not. But you see, it's going to turn out in 2023 in ways that nobody ever envisaged. You can go on. You have 1 minute, 30 seconds left, please.
Okay, well, I agree with you 100%, because the truth is, even before I become very 100% obedient, my father, which is 8-year-old man, was the one actually convinced me that this time around we have to do the right thing. So the truth, I understand, but I just don't want us to be so complacent with the fact that we need to ignore the sensitization among the people. I'm sure that the youth are actually doing well, and there is still possibility that we should not be carried away. That's just what I'm trying to say. Concerning the issue of the Amuda and everything, I'm from Osun State. Right from the time of Aregbesola, all of us have known this guy to be from Irabuchi. And we believe that even the current governor is 69 or 70, and happened to be the younger brother, the son of, I don't understand, I think the cousin, yeah. So there is no way Tinubu will be 70. So all these stories is just like something becoming reality. And when I was at this space this morning with Henry Shade or something, where he's even saying that a lot more is coming. So the point is, I really appreciate Saddam for these things, because and you guys, because I look forward to this space every time, and I hope we intensify more. And for you, Omar, I don't mind if your space can be a dedicated space to checkmate INEC. More of talking about INEC policy.
Oh yeah, tomorrow we're moving on with the electoral law. I mean, if you joined our space last week, were you there? We've been taking the electoral law for like 2 weeks now. We started from the first one actually, and then we've had lawyers come in, talk to us about it, different lawyers, and it's been very educative, honestly. You should try and join tomorrow. We hold it from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. Nigerian time. It's called People's Parliament, if you're listening. Thank you very much. Please round up.
Thank you very much. And to me, I think our principal is actually in this space, because I can't just imagine the way he's talking, and that is the kind of how can I put it, vibe that I actually look forward to. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, I can't really say that. I mean, Saddam believes that he's on this space. I don't think so. I think he probably has proxies who are listening for him. But yeah, I'm not really sure he would have time. I mean, that man travels a lot. He does a lot of work. Saddam, you think he would have time to turn on to the space and listen?
He's on this space as we're speaking now. I don't want to put his handles. He has a burner.
You know the burner account.
He has a burner account. So happy to be. We appreciate you. Please, you guys, give him some love signs. Let him know that he's been appreciated here. He's on the space. Please, everybody, give him some love sign. He's on the space. He can see. He's seeing this, and he knows that we love him and we appreciate him. So you can see the love here. Please just keep packaging your violence. Let it be more civil than our own. We don't have manners on the space, sir. Thank you. Over to you.
All right. Yeah, moving on. End bad politics.
Please, you can drop me to speak in the listener session, please.
Okay. I think we should take should we take Miss Barry at Saddam?
Let's have end bad politics, Miss Barriott.
Okay, all right. End bad politics.
I offend you?
Please.
I've been here since we started.
To borrow the words of Justice Okuta, please keep your powder dry. Yeah, I'll come to you, please. You're on the queue, so end bad politics.
Okay.
Good evening.
Like what I've been saying since, which is next year election, we're fighting for the soul of our country. Both APC and PDP, they are both demonic parties. So all these INEC stories, I am not surprised about the INEC stories. And that is why I have been saying that if you know anybody that is in NYC right now that would work for INEC next year, or you know any, because we keep using the word INEC, and it seems as if it's an organization that is shrouded in mystery. Maybe they are aliens working there, they are not human beings, they don't come from families and all those things. These people, they come from families. The NYC people, they come from families. So if we start educate, and that's why I've been repeating it, that if you know any NYC person right now that has the intention of working for INEC and they are in your family, start educating them now. That is number one. And number two, definitely, like I said, APC and PDP, they are both demonic parties. So definitely they will come up with all strategies. But like there's a particular saying by a former Ghanaian president that I so much believe in. He said that we want to build a system in Ghana whereby even if it's the devil that comes to Ghana to rule, the devil will have no choice than to do what the people want. And everything is in our hands in this movement. The 36 commissioners of INEC in the 36 states, the INEC chairman, we should know these people, know their names, compile the list with their names and their pictures, start circulating it on social media. All those people that hold key positions in INEC, like the ICT and all those people, they should not be mysteries. Start circulating their pictures and their names on social media. We have the numbers. Let them know that we know them. That way the international community will pick it that these are the people. So if anything happens in Ogun State, we know who did it. Send fear into them. Let us put a picture and a name to all the people holding key positions in INEC. By the time we start sending out that fear, they would know. And like I've been saying, even if you are not able to collect your PVC, go to your polling unit on that day. If the numbers at the polling unit across the country is in their multitudes, it will send fear down the spine of INEC. Fine, vote buying would occur. But take for example, if you budget to buy 15 million votes, for example, and you've already sent your party members to the polling units with their money to go and buy a specific amount of votes. If on the day of election you budget for 15 million, let's say APC budget for 15 million, PDP budget for 15 million, that is 30 million. And on the day of election, 80 million people that already have their PVCs come out. There will be there is nothing they can do. The power is in our hands. We need to come out on that day. That is the only way you can checkmate INEC. That is the only way you can checkmate INEC. Is when people come out en masse. Take for example the 1993 election that Abiola won. Everybody came out en masse. Despite it was a military regime, they were not able to do anything.
Because when you overrun the system with numbers, they will not be able to do anything. So the power is with Nigerians. First and foremost, we should start circulating the names of and pictures, not just names and pictures. If you see them in the mall, if you see them anywhere, just greet them. Be polite. Hello, sir, I know you. You work for INEC. Hello, sir, I know you. You work for INEC. Once they know that you know them, you know their family name, you know them. These people, they have families now, they have children, they have wives, they have people now. They will be scared because at the end of, I keep saying it, we are fighting for the soul of Nigeria. And the APC and PDP, they are demons. They are demons. So Nigerians, the power is in our hands. If you come out en masse on that day, you will nullify vote buying. You will nullify the rigging to an extent, because what is rigging? They have extra, say a particular polling unit. There's supposed to be 10,000 voters in that particular polling unit. And on the day of election, only 10,000 people come out. There's a balanced 20,000 ballot paper sheets. What do you think INEC is going to do with the ballot paper sheet? They are going to sell it. That is what they do. But if in a particular polling unit, 30,000 ballot sheets are there, and the 30,000 people come out and use their ballot sheet, where is the extra ballot sheet?
My brother, just pause. Please, just pause. You go on now. Please, the next prayers we'll be having now is for people that for INEC ad hoc staff and INEC workers from Yakubu Mahmoud. See, if you're on this space and you have relative that is working in INEC, or your father or your mother is an INEC residential officer or REC officer, whatever post that person is holding in INEC, our next prayer now for you. Let's just know this, because if it is you that your father or your mother is that they will use to stop Nigerians from getting what we want, it will go bad for you. You go bad. That money, I don't go chop am. Just know. But my brother, continue.
So yeah, that is what I have been saying since. I've been saying this thing since in all the spaces. I've been saying it. If you have family members, if come out, and like I said, when it comes to rigging, if everybody come out on that day and use your ballot paper, which extra ballot paper INEC are going to see to rig? They will not see the extra ballot paper now. You need ballot paper to rig. So we Nigerians, we are the one giving INEC the opportunity to rig. Because if they project for 30,000 ballot paper in a particular polling unit, only 5,000 people will show up. Then they will spare ballot paper of 25,000 to go and rig. That is what they do. But if everybody show up on that day, you show up on that day, you guys fuel your cars, follow as you get to the polling unit, secure the Labour Party polling unit agents, secure that agent. Once the voting is concluded, if they say they cannot transmit the results electronically because of network, follow them with your cars to the collation center. If 1 million people show up at the collation center waiting for the result to be announced, they will not be able to do anything. We should not be scared. INEC is not a mystery. It is not aliens that are ruling INEC. It's not aliens. We say they are doing this, they are doing that, they are doing. It is not aliens that are ruling INEC. Anybody that is working in INEC, if you have those information of all the chairmen, all the ICT guys, circulate their pictures and their names. They are public servants. We should know them. And if you see these people in the supermarket, anywhere you see them, greet them so that they know that we know them. By the time you do something like that, when they go back to their demonic meetings, they will tell them that I beg you, they know me already. They will not be able to do anything. So Nigerians, I've been saying it, stand up. Nigerians will wake up and come out.
Please round up.
Thank you very much. I'm done.
All right, thank you so much. End bad politics. Moving on. I think we should have Miss Barriat. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good evening, ma'am. How you doing?
Hi, good evening, Omar, right? This is Omar I'm speaking with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi, Omar, good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, Cecil, good evening, Saddam, and good evening to everyone that is on
Good
this
evening.
space.
Welcome.
Yes, I'm so happy to be here
Female
once
Martin
again.
Luther. please give me that I had a dream energy, man. I need to feel like it's a million man march.
I just had a hearty laugh due to our End Bad Politics presentation. Then I'm grateful I'm home in my room, so I wasn't outside because people would think I'm mad. Because when he made the statement of saying when you know we must know the faces of this INEC staff because they are not aliens, and when you see them anywhere, just say hello to them. Like I know you work at INEC. That will send shivers down the spines of a lot of people, I dare say. Good evening, everyone. I'm so proud of what you all are doing. Let me reiterate that once again. Margaret Mead once said, eternal vigilance is the price we're going to have to pay for our liberty. So this particular topic you are discussing today is quite a very topical issue and a very important one at that, because the key ingredients that will throw up Peter will be, as the president come 2023 in February, is this institution that you have tabled their matter today. And it is so important that we have this issue being discussed by Nigerians who truly want to see a Nigeria that works for us all, and a Nigeria that must work in our lifetime, and a Nigeria that would and must serve each and every one of us, irrespective of our class. Let me start by saying, I listened to Ibrahim, and he made a very fantastic submission. And if LP members or the people who are working behind the scenes for the Labour Party are listening in, I hope they had their pen and papers with them, taking notes of what a lot of speakers that have come before me have said on this space. It is very important, because I knew in 2014 the role I also played when ex-President Goodluck Jonathan said they were going to extend the election. Because as a member then of the Bring Back Our Girls, I was also involved in a lot of other organizations that, in a lot of other groups also, that was holding the government accountable at that time. And INEC being one of the key institutions that we also held accountable at that time. And I remember on the very first day that I joined the protest that happened at INEC, I was in Kaduna with my friends. We had gone for a political rally in Kaduna. And we came back. We weren't going to come back to Abuja that day. But then the group, I was part of a group that I saw people putting messages saying, Maury, where are you guys? Where are you guys? INEC wants to postpone elections. We have to come out. We have to come out. We can't let this happen. And we're like, oh, I shared the message with a group of my friends that we were there with in Kaduna. And I said, guys, we have to start going back to Abuja. And they were like, why? What's going on? Because we were all meant to spend the night in my house, in Kaduna, my dad's house. So we now decided immediately again that we're going to come back to Abuja that same day, because we cannot miss out on that protest that citizens were planning to hold in front of the INEC headquarters, where it was all about insisting that elections must hold and no one can cancel elections in Nigeria. 2014. We went there, we came back. That very day, I would never forget, ex-President Goodluck Jonathan rolled out tankers. This country was almost under siege on that day. Maybe Nigerians have forgotten, but because I played a key role, I knew some of the certain things we had to face. But as End Bad Politics said, there is nothing to be afraid of. Nigeria belongs to us all. We were driving from Kaduna to Abuja, and there were hooded military men on the road that were laying siege almost at every key point we were passing. We were scared, yes, but we had this drive in us, and it was that Nigeria must get it right. This cannot be allowed to happen. It is a democracy that people fought and died for, and so we must also do our own bit to sustain this democracy. I will never forget, we drove back to Abuja underneath tight security that was like they deployed tankers all across Nigeria. So when you hear what Ibrahim also was saying, when he said you cannot cower to fear. Your voices must be louder than theirs. The first time I ever trended, because I joined Twitter 2014, I think, the first time I ever trended in my entire being on Twitter was on that fateful day in front of INEC office. We had not eaten, we had not had anything from our trip to Kaduna back to Abuja. We only stopped over at a friend's house so she could say her prayers, and as soon as we were done, we met up with other citizens that were in front of INEC office. We didn't leave INEC office. We spent the night there. Everybody, the entire world keyed in on that day. That was when I saw so many people, just bombarding my timeline, and I didn't even know how to reply a lot of the messages. Foreign journalists, everybody wanted to know what is going on in Nigeria, what is happening, can we talk to you, this, that. So when they tell you you have to be loud, you have to be loud. You must dominate everywhere. Do not let them drown your voices. That submission that Ibrahim made, please, you guys, take it very seriously. Somebody made a submission also, because you see, INEC must be put under immense pressure. You can't afford to lift your legs off the throttle of INEC. I will propose again, those who are organizing all of these rallies now across the states, how can you guys also organize one day peaceful walk to INEC offices across Nigeria, just as End Bad Politics said? Because I'm happy to hear people are already making submissions of things that I have put down here to ensure that we get it right. And if that can also happen, one particular day, set that date, everybody march to INEC offices across the various states in Nigeria. And it is all about one thing, to make our voices loud and clear to INEC officials that you are not ghosts. We know you people. ASU, VCs of various universities are the ones they use as rec chairmen and all those people who announce results. They are not ghosts. We know them. It is indeed time to do things differently. We cannot afford to go to sleep. I will always make reference to Dr. Obi, because I learned from her school of thought. That is one woman that, she is a one-woman army, like I always say, and I've learned so much from her. My fearlessness came from having to walk side by side her. See how she takes on state institutions, because she knows that she has nothing to lose, and because she's built a solid character that nobody can challenge her and get away with it. And she would always tell us, character is very costly, my dears. So anybody that is going to come on a journey with me, you must be ready, because your character is going to be questioned. Your character is going to be so be very ready for what you guys are coming on. And let me tell you people something again. I would suggest, get a group of people, get a team. We met with Yakubu Mahmood when we were part of the Red Card movement. And INEC is a public institution. He's a public servant. You must go there also. You can get a date. Ask that as a movement you want, because this is a movement. Peter Obi's movement is not a registered organization or anything. It's a movement. When we had the Red Card movement, we requested, I liaised with INEC. I was going to INEC to get the date that we were given to meet with the INEC chairman. And indeed, we were given a date, and we appeared there, and we made it clear that anybody that attempts to rig elections would have to face Nigerians. And everything you're doing, make it public. Invite the public, invite journalists, invite the traditional media. Get ready with your phones. Do live, because if there's anything we learned also to do anywhere we are, is to go live. Anywhere we are, we go live, so that everything is on record. Nothing is going to be hidden. Everything will be out there for people to see. So seek for an appointment to go meet with the INEC chairman, so you can make it clear to him that he cannot afford, because yes, his eyes are not going to be in the 36 states, but he must make it clear to his people that he's sending out to the field that Nigerians are angry, and this anger can translate to anything, because Nigeria is at a tipping point and they must get it right. So when Ibrahim said that set up situation rooms, that before anything even happens on the day of the election, you guys are already ready to fill Nigerians with all the results that you already have. Your polling agents, make sure you get agents that cannot be compromised. Over 100,000 or 200,000 polling units. Even if you can get just 70% of polling agents that can never be compromised, that would be a huge success. Because not every one of them can resist. You know, we all have a price, like I always say. But what is your price and what is my price? So make sure that the polling agents you're going to have, because that would also be critical on the day of election. You must have that. People who would stand, and as End Bad Politics said, make sure, come out in your numbers, because when they come to the polling units and they see just a few people, they can do anything and get away with it. But when they see that there is a tsunami of people, we saw Anambra State, people resisted money. We saw it. Those women that were being given monies, they refused to accept those bribes and they voted their conscience. A child Soludo emerged, even though it was just a poor turnout of voters. But we saw what happened. So I tell you, going into 23, get your belts, your seat belts, fasten your seat belts. All of these things, stay on INEC, stay on INEC, stay on INEC. Have different protests that you're going to hold, peaceful walks that you're going to have. Ensure that, just as End Bad Politics also said, please, that is taken very seriously. And I would end with this, which is that, as Ibrahim said, elections are won by just you playing on the minds of your citizens. It is very important. With what you can clearly see, I tell you, a lot of people are going to come on board. A lot of people are going to come on board. The momentum is already with Peter Obi. It is how to go about now, ensuring that we do not miss out on anything. And the last thing Ibrahim said, which I don't want you guys to lose sight of, please don't do all of these things and then pull back and watch Peter Obi being taken over by sharks, because like Ibrahim rightly told you guys, he is still part of the establishment, whether you like it or not, because the APC members and the PDP members are all his friends. We, the people who are running through Peter Obi right now, we must also have that social contract that would bind us with Peter Obi, because we are the ones running through Peter Obi. It is not APC and PDP that are running through him. It is the citizens. And as Ibrahim said, the biggest mistake they made was he handed over the keys and walked away. And what did we have 2015 to 19? Disaster. I know that you guys can collaborate. I know I was going to tell Ibrahim, I don't know if you can reach out to Aisha Yusufu. Saddam, if you can reach out to her. She's my very good friend. I can help you guys make the connection. I know she has started a space where she was having this conversation around where she was asking citizens to please make submissions on what it is we the people want from Peter Obi when, because I said we are no longer using if, it is about when he gets into office. It's very important. Collaboration is very important. We will have misunderstandings here and there, but in the end, the singularity of purpose that we have is Peter Obi gets into the villa come 2023, and that is achievable. So please come together, find out what she has done so far in getting all of this from citizens as to what they want to see, and give every of this pointers that you want to see Peter Obi handle. Let's give them markers. Let's give him timelines so he doesn't get in there. Because trust me, even if Jesus Christ comes today to become the president of Nigeria, if we do not hold him accountable, then we wouldn't do him any favors. So continue with this. Don't stop. INEC must bow to the will of the people. 2014, Buhari did not just become president because INEC wanted him to. No, it was because they saw when Ibrahim said they were ready to do violence for violence. You have started your violence here already. This violence is, you have started it. It is just for it to get to the street, but the violence will not end in bloodshed. But like I always say, it is either we have a peaceful revolution or we have a different kind of revolution. The choice is for the current evil political class to decide whether they actually want a peaceful revolution. And INEC is going to be the decider of that. So the time is now for us all to understand that we would continue to stay vigilant. We cannot afford to close our eyes as we monitor every movement of INEC and all of its recs and all of its state commissioners, everything they're doing. We must monitor. We cannot afford to drop the ball. Thank you all for everything that you have been doing. We will not go to sleep, as Dr. Obi would always tell us. When you girls tell me you are tired, I look at you, how young you all are, and I laugh. And I tell you guys, the people who are deciding your future do so in the middle of the night. So you guys cannot afford to go to sleep. So when people tell you are here 8 hours doing spaces, yes, because the people who are deciding our future, our horrible future, do not go to bed. Dayo Israel, the APC youth leader, I saw a tweet that they said he put away. He said, Daddy goes to bed at 3 a.m. True or false? None of my business. But it is a pointer to you that at 3 a.m., what are they cooking? At 3 a.m., they are deciding the hopelessness that they want to come and feed Nigerians with. So we cannot afford to be asleep while evil men are awake, deciding our future. If it will mean that we'll be hosting spaces, we'll be on the streets 24 hours every day. We did that in 2014 and it can be done. Everything can be done, and it can be done much more, because guess what? There are more people now who are awakened. There is an awakened, like people are woke right now. People understand, people can connect what good governance means and what bad governance means. Enough is enough. Nigeria must work for us. No rest for the wicked, so we cannot afford to go to sleep. Thank you very much. God bless you all for the good work you're doing. Violence Space, I wish you all the very best. I will continue to be a good listener, and when I can contribute, I will make my submission and contribute to the growth of the Nigeria that I want to see for myself and for every one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a great Saddam.
I'm serious listening to Miss Barry. Anytime she speaks, I'm just blown away, man. Thank you very much. Thank you. I see. I made a tweet about your last submission and I posted it. And my goodness, I am proud of the women in this movement. You guys are amazing. I have another one up here on the speaker. You guys, we're going to have a swell night. Honestly, I think INEC will understand that this is a different generation. We have people that are angry and we're ready to eat them up. Thank you, Mrs. Barry. Let us give my co-host the mic to speak, man, before I say what I'm not meant to say here. Thank you very much. N6, I'm over to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Saddam. In the style of my very good friend Ena Orubo, says it would be like Matthew chapter 13, verse 25. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. I think, as Ms. Barry had said, it's very important for us to stay vigilant, because the people who decide the future of the country, they do that in the middle of the night. So why should you be sleeping? Anyways, moving on quickly, we have a new queue. Oladipo, Mr. Valera, Sarah, Duke Cakes, Anita, Sweet Child, and Omar.
I just wanted to chip this in. Meanwhile, on the Jumbotron, Andy Patriot has posted a list of resident electoral commissioners. The list has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 names. But everybody go to inecnigeria.org. inecnigeria.org. There's actually a list there of resident electoral commissioners as we speak. I'm doing my very best to Google a lot of the names here just to see what they look like, and if those who have their faces and everything here. But the list is right there on the Jumbotron. Thank you very much, Miss Barry, as well. I just wanted to chip that in. Thank you.
All right, Oladipo is gone. Too bad. Mr. Valera, are you there? Okay, then we'll go to Sarah.
I'm here.
Oh, Mr. Valera, okay.
Sorry, I was driving. I was just trying to unlock my phone while I tried to park.
All right.
Sorry.
Take the next down.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I was really hoping that you don't call me after Miss Bayard spoke. So, anyways. Yeah, anyways, that was a wonderful presentation, and it was always a delight, to hear her speak. And she's always very, very, motivating. And let me say, Saddam, thanks for this space as always. N6 and Omar, you guys, you're doing awesome. So I just have a question. Mine is a question, and just something that has been on my mind in a while now, and I was just hoping there was going to find a forum where I can actually ask the question. I remember I happened to vote for the first time, and that was the last time I voted in 1999, and I was so excited about we Nigeria transiting from a military rule to a democratic government, what we can easily call I don't know whatever name we want to call it now, because we can see for a fact that we actually don't have we don't practice democracy in the real sense of it. And in 2007, 2003, that I was supposed to vote again, even though I was going to vote against Obasanjo. I voted Obasanjo in 1999, and I wasn't pleased with the way he went about his first 4 years, and the plan was to vote against him in 2003. But it happened that for some reason, I think I was in school, and I live in Lagos. I schooled in Abuja, and so there was no way I could vote. And I'm looking again, this time, where we have, considering the ASU strike, I don't know what the climate or whatever the laws is as regards, you having to relocate, or you having not to be in wherever you have registered to vote. So my fear is there a possibility for the government, knowing that this movement, especially the OP movement, is fueled and is being pushed, by a youthful demography. Is there a possibility that maybe a month, like say in January, that ASU call off the strike and all the students are advised to return to school? And I'm saying this in the context of, considering the, the push and, how we have, tried to encourage people to go out in the last two months, or 3 months or thereabout, to go out, register for their PVC. And considering the fact that a lot of these students are at home, so what would happen in the case that ASU decide to call up the strike, say in or government, kind of yield to some of ASU's or most of the ASU demand, and ASU decide to call up the strike, and they want the students to be back in school like almost immediately. In that case, what would be the fate of some people who say they registered at home, and in the time of the election, they will be in school? Because I know from my own experience, most times I don't think the school will shut down because of the elections. I don't know, but in my own time, that was when I voted or when I was in Nigeria. That wasn't the case. So I just need, to understand, what would be the case? What would be the fate of those people at home?
Yeah, this is a great question.
That maybe,
this is a great question.
Would have to, hello?
Yeah. This is a great question. You've worded it the third time. So I think I'll give you an answer. It's been one of my biggest fears, especially with this election. Why? I think the ASU strike, in one of my conspiracy theories I've not been able to just voice out, is being engineered and crafted to lose out on the Gen Z demographic, which is a huge demographic of the Peter Obi movement. These people have major bases in what I would call 45 years and upwards. and we're really banking on votes from the youth. Now, you put the youth on a strike. A lot of them register in their home bases. A lot of youth have registered in Lagos. So during the election, if many of them are in universities, I schooled in Osaka. I don't know if I would, because I wanted to vote, even as a student, with how much it would cost, to then come down to Lagos to vote. What you have said is a genuine fear. It's a genuine concern. But the honest truth is that elections are held on a public holiday. And this is when we get to this junction, we would cross it. It's something that for now I will not be able to postulate. I'm looking at the calendar of the youth. I'm looking, because now with this ASU strike also knocks the calendar off. If they're on holiday that time, fine. If they are not, then we'll work towards another plan in that regard. All right, maybe there might be a heightened sensitivity to push for a different demographic to come out that day. We might also have to organize getting students back home that weekend of the elections. If the election is on a Saturday, start coming back on Friday. There will be all of this. But I think it's a pothole that is best understood when we drive over it as against watching it in the horizon. So yes, it's a genuine fear, and you do have a point. Yes,
let me add something. I feel another thing is that we have to. I think we have to talk to our demography of voters, which is the students, the young students. If the election is being called off, if ASU lingers on till January, honestly, I think we have to. No students should go back till after elections. That's just
like I said, Saddam. There are so many things that it's when we get to that bus stop we'll discuss it.
Yeah,
we would discuss all of this. I mean, Nigerian student, person wait on their house 9 months, waiting me 1 week. Oh, you know they go out, you want food. Yes, now, okay, you go school, you do school, they come put on that dot on your president, then you're back on strike again. So, when we get to that, there will be so many different movements. Do you understand me? We must vote. Nigerian. So all those movements will happen. Like, there'll be so many different ways this will morph as it grows, and I really don't think that this is a bridge we're crossing now, to be honest. Right now, it's not a bridge. It's a genuine fear, it's a fact, but it's not a pothole we are driving over right now.
All right.
And we also have the option of the students joining INEC ad hoc committees, which is also another huge thing we're pushing for. So we're covered double ways. I'm just saying.
Yeah, good. So please, I have one of my sister up in here. Oh, Sarah. Sarah, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here. Actually, I don't know, permit me, yeah. But I was seeing a lot of hands up when this last speaker actually asked this question. And I'm really kind of curious to see what other people have to say concerning this question. Because, yeah, this is actually one of the things that we discussed in the campaign team. And, I mean, this is actually one of the things that we've actually put forward. And there are actually ways we've discussed on how to make it work. But we're open to more ideas. So I saw a lot of hands up. And I don't know if we have that time to give other people.
We'll do a flash. We'll do 1 minute each for everyone just to take, and then we'll do like maybe 5 people at 1 minute each.
All right, let's have women in Nigeria.
All right, I'll quickly just make reference to this. I mean, I totally agree with NCC's perspective of it, because I don't want us to dwell on it a little bit too much and now give all these guys this idea. But let me quickly say this. So even if they are here and they are thinking that's an idea they could pick up, to be honest, a huge percentage of people actually registered with their polling units in their school areas. I can tell you that. A huge percentage of people. I may not be able to say, 50-50 and all that. So if you are even going to call off ASU strike, some people will still go to school and vote. So whether or not you like it. So, and like we've already established, there's the option of those that registered in their hometown can probably stay back. So, but for me, I'll just say we shouldn't dwell on it too much. Let me hear you for now.
All right. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Who should we take next?
Probably
we're still doing the flash poll on the last this thing. So 1 minute let's take about 3 more opinions at 1 minute each.
All right. Chocolate. What's the name?
Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone can hear me.
Perfectly, sir.
So I was involved in the last election that happened I think around February in Abuja, the chairmanship and chancellorship election. So I want to just explain how the new system of voting just work. Basically, that's all I want to do. Then I will just drop the mic. So basically, through the bimodal voters accreditation system, that's BVAS. So it has two basic form of verification. That's the fingerprint and the face detection. That's basically we have to snap a picture, then the app will have to recognize your face in the system. So firstly, they told us the number of accredited voters must tally with the number of votes casted. So if in a certain case that there is, let's say, 150 accredited voters and the number of votes is like 170, that polling unit is automatically cancelled because there must have been rigging at some place in the election. Okay, so then there is this case that we got that there was this woman. She tried using her sister's, I think her dead sister or her twin sister, I don't know, her sister's voter's card to vote because they looked exactly alike. She came, how it works, you put in the VIN number, there's a serial code on the voter's card on the machine, and then the person will verify this is his or her voter's card by printing or will snap you. If in some cases their prints are not like their prints, the machine can't read their print because of farming or let's say defects in their fingerprints. So there's this case, this woman, she tried using her sister's voter's card per se. It did not work. So I think the system is quite functional. What we could try and do is to just get at least one or two persons on every polling unit in the country, at least on every one or two persons on every polling unit in the country that are ready to stay from beginning to end. I think this will help in checkmating the way it's being rigged all over the country. I think that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Chocolate Daddy. Who else should we take? Sweet Child.
Hi guys, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Now you're gone. We can't hear you anymore. I think we should just go back to our queue. Oladipo. Sweet Child, I think we lost you.
Uma.
Yes.
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm fine. And you?
I'm fine. No. Sizo. Good evening. Saddam. Good evening.
Cheers. Good evening.
Yeah. I greet all of you. Uncle Gunyemi. Swans day up. I greet you.
Good evening. How are you?
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm going to come at this at a very different angle and a very different position, so that we will have all our bases covered. My own stay is this: the INEC staffs all over Nigeria and the people that are going to work on that day, if you count them, they can be up to 1 million. If they are up to 1 million, they can be up to 2 million. And if some of them have decided that they are going to tarnish and ruin our future, the future of over 200 and something million people, they will never see good things again in their life. I'm not going to mince words, because let me tell you something. There is a lot going on, and these people. Cizo said something the other time. Was it Cizo that the silent confidence of APC, that thing is getting to me too. A lot of these guys are just quiet. As in, when you hear them speak, the confidence at which they speak about winning scares me. It's not that it scares me because I don't know we have the numbers. It scares me because I know that we may have the numbers. They have the political class. They have the the non-independent and electoral commission. But you know one thing, I want you to know this. As much as we can be scared at what they will do, we have God on our side, we have the people on our side. And please, I want to say this. I have mentioned it before. We really need to document that election day. But if we can do audio and video in each polling booth, it might go a long way. Because I won't lie to you. If we take a stand at the polling booths and we make sure that there is no rigging that goes on at the polling booth, we will definitely be able to use this at the end of the day to scare them. That is another thing. I want to talk about the fact that I was on the space yesterday with Saddam on, what's this guy's name, space? And the APC boys came and they kept talking about trash and they kept talking things that were not real. Look, it takes a special kind of madness for you to say Nigeria is working now. As in a special kind of madness that is garnished with absolute stupidity. Because without that, that is the only time that people that have not eaten very well, people that have not even seen good pay, will come on social media and will keep shouting about the fact that the APC government has done this, they've done that. Look, things are not going well for people. People are not happy. People are angry. And the rally today in Abeokuta, I won't lie to you, it speaks volumes. I won't lie to you, a lot of people now realize that it's not about tribe, it's not about a race, it's not about my people, it's about how can we move forward. And the only way we can move forward is through Peter Obi. And it takes all of us, hands on deck. I'm already talking to some people. We need to really set up a war room. When I say a war room, an electronic war room, whereby we have hands on deck. We know what goes on in every polling station. Because I won't lie to you, when it comes to, they've already started their machinations. They know that the numbers are not on their side. They know. And they've started their rigging now. They are not even waiting till election day. In markets in Lagos now, they are being told, if you want to continue to spread your market in this market, you must submit your polling, your voter's card. That's how much they are going about it. They really want to take over. They are scared because they know that this thing is not going to work like before. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but look, as much as we have numbers, I listened to Ibrahim speak, and everything he said really resonated with me. It made absolute sense. We need to now turn the volume up. If they did 100% in 2015, let us do 500%. Because I won't lie to you, these people will do anything just to really get to us. We have the numbers, we have the structure, we have the capability, we have the knowledge, we have the movement. It's high time we really come together, stop all these squabbles, stop all these stories, and really come together, work towards the freedom that we deserve. Saddam, I really appreciate what you do. Sizzle, I appreciate you. Omar, you know I'm your guy. And let me tell you, I'll end with this proverb. Omar would understand this proverb very well. Adarin ejo ló máa ń jẹ́ kí ejò di pípa o. What I mean is that when a snake moves alone, that's when it is killed. But imagine you have anaconda, cobra, you have the Titanic.
Where I'm at, please don't make that late night snake analogy. I won't be able to sleep. I gotta say
you understand what I mean?
Snake talk at all. Yeah, but I get what you're trying to say.
You understand? If we unite and we speak with one voice, I won't lie to you, these people will not be able to withstand us. So please, let's work together. Let's work hand in hand. Let's forget about he is not from my tribe. He's not this, he's not that, he's not Igbo, he's not Yoruba. Please, let us work together. And at the end of the day, we'll get this ball rolling and we'll get these assholes out of the people's house. I yield my mic.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to hearing from Real Ever Best at some point. I think he attended the rally in Ibadan today. He'll be able to give us full details rather of what happened at the Ibadan rally. Moving on, Anita.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Saddam.
Good evening, Anita. How are you?
Good evening, Oma. I'm very fine, thank you. Very fine.
Please, can you stop?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
So, this holding INEC accountable space is like the best space ever because I've been waiting for this particular space. Currently, INEC is, let's say, the Goliaths we're facing in this movement, or would be facing, because we've not really gotten to that point. But I'm happy that we're already counting and we're picking up our stones before we get to that point. So right now, for me in 2019, I couldn't vote because I was defranchised by INEC when I went to pick up my PVC. Like the lady said, they said they've already sent it to Abuja, but we know that was a code word for they've sold your PVC to PDP and APC. I registered in Onelga, so it was PDP, obviously. I have a polling unit in front of my gate in Onelga. So as it would be that day, I went out with my dad and the rest of the people to vote, and as Christ to have it, my PVC was there miraculously. It wasn't in Abuja anymore. So
when you say it was there miraculously, it wasn't just lying on the ground. How was it there?
PVC, the PDP people now, the PDP people, they brought it there to use to vote. You know what they do? Let me just tell you what they do in these rural areas. What they will tell you, because Onelga, Omok is not really a village and not a city. Let's say it's the mixture of both. I don't know if anybody here knows Omok. So what they do is they go to these women in the farms, these uneducated women. They keep them in a queue from morning till in the evening. When they see that, okay, it's getting dark, they just give them these PVCs, and they use these PVCs. At the end of the day, they give them 500 naira. So pretty much that's what they did in that election. So we saw my PVC and a couple of PVCs. That's why you see all these PVCs in gutters and all that. These are discarded PVCs. So that is what it is. So to be honest, when I come on spaces and I see obedience, even on WhatsApp, try to play the Kumbaya game, I get really upset. Listen, we are not fighting with pastors and choir masters. We are going up against people that the ruling class, people that have been. So one has been going for elections since 1993. They are not going to give you flowers and say, okay, take it. You have to fight for it. I told the people on my WhatsApp group, although right now I don't even join them anymore because I know my polling unit in Onelga, I will not call my polling units. Definitely everybody from top to bottom, when you come there that day, if you're not voting for Peter Obi, you just have to go back to your house. So I told them, I said, guys, this is what is going on. I've been part of election before. This is what is going on. They're like, don't worry, we don't need that. I said, when you're going out to go and march, take your pen, take your paper. When you see someone, do you have a PVC? Yes. I start taking their number. People are excited. We just have to harvest that excitement. People want to vote for Obi. Harvest it. Trust me. Sizzle, Omar, Saddam, I'm in the South. There is no way Atiku or Tinubu can win the South if we don't let them win. There's no way. It's impossible. They can't win. Peter will be even places that they'll be like, no, this person will not vote an Igbo man. Omok, they will always tell you, we don't like Igbos. Everybody here wants Peter Obi. Everybody, even those that cannot even pronounce the name well, wants Peter Obi. So that is what I'm saying. We just have to harvest that excitement. Take paper, take pen, go write name. Can't you collect PVC number? Let us be collecting the PVC number. At the end of the day, it's a game. That's what they will say. Politics is a game. It's when we get there, we cannot say, okay, it's when you commit sin that you start praying for forgiveness. You cannot be praying for forgiveness when you have not committed a sin. So let us keep on harvesting. We need people. We need people, and they want us to. But we don't have to be cold. We don't have to be. And I just want to make a special appeal to someone on this space, Ibrahim, because whenever I see you on a space, I just run there to listen to what you have to say. And please, we also need your knowledge. I know you want to be a bystander, but at this point, we need everybody in this game. We need to win. And at the end of it all, we will sit down together. Even if we're in Abuja or in Lagos, we can still come on Twitter and give ourselves a pat on the back. And at the end, on that February 25th, we know that Mr. Peter Obi will be declared the next president of Nigeria. All we have to do is work smart, and as we're working smart, let's also work hard. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anita. That was a brilliant explanation. Enjoyed listening to you. Omar, are you there? Okay, Omar is gone. My brother Waju,
anytime you can, Omar, anytime you can put me in the queue if I have some facts I'd like to drop on ground as well.
All right, I think you can go next, and then we take a queue.
No, someone was saying thank you, so let the lady go. Ladies first.
Okay. Omar is not available. I think we'll go to Oguyemi.
Thank you very much. Saddam, M6, Omar. I want to say two things. First one on INEC. INEC, most of the staff of INEC, if I can say 80% of staff of INEC, they are either there by proxy for APC or PDP. They are the ones that give them that job. The way it works in Nigeria, not to get any federal government job, it's not most times not advertised. So it was given to some of the senators or others, so they send their people there. The challenge I have is, those people there, are they not feeling the economic pressure? Why should you compromise yourself because you are taking peanut as salary, where you can do better? I'm speaking to you now. If you're INEC staff, maybe one godfather put you there, expect you to work for him. You are only working for your destiny, and you destroy your children. They will still come back to you at old age. There is one adage that says that the child that we train with deceit money, then is going to use to destroy whatever we have used that deceit money to build. Please, I'm speaking to you there. Have a change of heart. It is very important to know that this moment in time is a critical time. It's not a time as usual. It's a time your country is going to the end of the cliff. It's falling off. And if you decided because of what will go to your pocket, and you still want to do whatever you want to do, I can tell you, with whatever they are giving you, it's going to be a peanut in your hand in the next 6 months after the election. If you don't think now and stand your ground, never to take any penny from anybody, this is a time to reject any money, any inducement, bribery of any form, whether cash in kind or promotional reward. This is a time to work. This is time to work. This is a time to work and allow free and fair election. Or else, when anything started happening in the country and economy-wise, then you will know that a time is coming. I want to let you know something. A time is coming, that salary you think you are taking, you won't be able to get it again. Because the treasury is already getting empty. And that we don't know. Ibrahim, I want to speak to you too. You know a lot. This is time to set up a Zoom meeting for people, which you are confident and expose whatever you know, that they too, so that we can cover the tracks and make sure that we don't fall in the hand of these people. They are already compromised because what somebody said that the way INEC, APC and PDP, so confident, they know what they are doing a lot. They are cooking something at the background, and whatever they are cooking shall be exposed.
the name of Christ our Lord, we will know the truth, and that truth shall set us free. Now, coming to somebody says something.
I thought you were going to round up on that because
yeah, that's what. Just let me say something before I finish. Oh, can you just give me 1 more minute?
Okay.
Thank you. I want to say something. Is it possible for us to have the population of each polling booth? Because somebody have told me, one of these political leaders, that they used to get the result from those trenches where our eyes cannot see. So is it possible to get each polling unit, polling booth, the population of each polling booth? So nobody will come and tell me that in Kauramunda, in Safara, we have 3 million people there. So we got 2 million votes from there. But whereas the whole Kauramunda is not up to 600. But if you have the population of each of those polling units, you have the people that have registered to vote in each of these polling units, then we need to monitor results based on polling unit by polling unit, so that we know that if any figure is cooked out of that place, we know no, this one, no. Because they might cook figure, like somebody said, they know how to manipulate the voters register and the voters card in a way that will suit them, so that they will take the number. So if you're able to take them down to the numbers of the population, I think we should be able to. I think we're able to stop most of their plans and their rigging. I yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obeyemi. Moving on, Sarah, can you go on now, please?
Um.
Can you hear me, Sarah?
Yes, I can. Hi. I actually had to listen to people's responses concerning the question they asked about people going to school, but apparently everybody just wanted to say something else. So
Yeah, I think we had 1 or 2 people speak about that.
Yeah, so that was why I was like, let people that wanted to respond go first, because I really wanted to hear those responses so I could take them down. Those are actually one of the things that we've been discussing too. But we've also created means to ensure that everybody votes where they register. We are putting all those things in place. So concerning the topic, we're supposed to have means of holding INEC accountable, but we cannot hold INEC accountable when we don't know what is going on in INEC. We cannot hold INEC accountable when we don't have the right or the necessary information to do so. A lot of us, we've kind of like exempted ourselves from these important conversations, because we don't want to get educated about it. I tell people this all the time. It doesn't just end with you getting your PVC. It doesn't end there. You need to understand that you need to defend your votes. And holding INEC accountable is one way of defending your votes. Because how would you feel going through all that stress? Do you know how stressful it is to get PVC in Nigeria? That is the dumbest thing ever. Like, the government have actually sat down to ensure that they frustrate every means for you to get your PVC. And then you went through all that ruckus and you finally got your PVC. But then your vote would not count, because somebody somewhere has sold the destiny of your local government, or the destiny of your ward, or the destiny of your polling units. Section 153 of the Nigerian Constitution stipulates a list of commission and a list of agencies, which gives amiable to speak president the entire right for him to choose or nominate people to actually carry out or lead those agencies. So the president has the right to actually pick people who are going to top those agencies, be in those agencies, or lead those commission or agencies. Section 154, Section 155, and Section 156. Now, it doesn't just give the president the unlimited powers to make those nominations. It also stipulates what those people must meet for them to actually be involved or nominated in those commissions. Now, even while the president has an unlimited, or let me just use the word, a veto power to ensure or bring in the people in those agencies, Section 154, 155, and 156 states the necessary stipulations that these people must meet. Now, how do we ensure that the names that the president is including? Now, for Section 153 that states the commissions, INEC is one of those agencies, INEC is one of those commissions. So how do we now sit down to say, okay, we need to ensure that the people that the president is nominating or the names that the president is listing meets to this requirement stipulated by Section 156. Now, these rules or requirements that is listed, that any name that is being included in any of these agency, we should ensure that within the past 10 years, the person must have not recorded any gross misconduct. That any name that is being nominated, the Senate must approve. And most importantly, for INEC, any name that is being nominated must not have been involved in any party or have membership to any party. That is the most important one. Now, so let's look at what is going on in INEC with the new names and the nomination list that has been going around that our lovely amiable to speak president wrote down. So look at what happened with Loretta Onoche. Loretta Onoche actually really wanted to be part of INEC on with what she was listed. She really wanted to be part of INEC to the point where she's denied being a member of APC. You can watch the videos that she denied it. She said she was never a member of APC. This is the same person that we all know is not just a member, but also has involvement in APC. So imagine if we don't look at all these things, or imagine if we didn't say, okay, let's look at the names. Somebody like that would have actually been given an important role in INEC. So how do you think our votes would have counted in areas where she's put as the head? Now we all focused on Loretta Onoche to the point where we ignored other names on that list. Loretta Onoche was not the only person involved or must have been party partisan, or have a membership in APC. Loretta Onoche was not the only person. We took all our energy on Loretta Onoche. We ensured that she was removed. At least, yes, we can pat ourselves on the shoulder that we won that round. But there are other people there that we should actually be watching out for. There are other people there that we should ensure that we don't even allow them to do the work. So there are a lot of people that were listed out, and a lot of civil society came out to actually fight against it, yeah? So we have Pauline Onyeka. Pauline Onyeka was nominated for Imo State. She is now the rec there. And she's, let me say, an acquaintance. Let me use the word acquaintance to APC. We have Mohamed Bashar. Mohamed Bashar in Sokoto, another acquaintance. There's Zango Abdul. There's Queen Elizabeth Agu for Ebonyi. There's this guy, Agundu Teso for Benue. There's Yemori Oreshelembi for Delta. There's Professor Yaya Ibrahim for Kaduna. There's Sylvia Uchenna in Enugu. Sylvia Uchenna, she's the younger sister to Ima Enugu, the Deputy National Chairman of APC. So I want you to look at the names and look at how they are trying to infiltrate INEC towards the elections. Look at how they are trying to ensure that they put in their people in a position whereby we that are fighting to make our votes count will not actually have our votes counted. So somebody actually mentioned something about her PVC being taken from her. That's the truth. They take your PVC and they use what we call an incidence form to vote. Luckily, some people always call it BVAS. I'm sorry, I don't like calling it BVAS. I don't know why. I like calling it BVA systems here. So permit me for that. I don't know, that BVAS, it doesn't sit right with my ears. So the BVA system actually came in to eliminate every single form of this incidence form. Now, you see, when you go to pick up your PVC from INEC and they tell you, your PVC is not here, all those stories, the BVA has eliminated it all. So that incident form, what they do, you see, all these lovely, useless governors, all these useless local government chairmen, they go into INEC, go and meet their people there, and they collect like 500,000 PVCs, 200,000 PVCs, 300,000 PVCs, 100,000 PVCs, and they distribute them in those areas those PVCs were registered in those wards that are listed, those polling units that are listed. They distribute them there to their agents, and they just wait for the evening time. Sometimes they even do it in broad daylight. But when you do it in broad daylight, sometimes there's a lot of time. There's a lot of time because once the system doesn't read your face, they'll tell you to keep trying. But when it's getting late, somebody will be telling you to keep trying. They'll just give you incidents form. Oh, take incidents form, fill incidents form, and then you can vote. With the incidents form, you can cast your vote. So that is why sometimes you go and pick up your PVC over the years and then you don't see it.
Make I do my polling unit, make them they give incidents form at mass rates. If person no collect slap for back of it.
That's the lovely thing about BVA.
Continue, there's something I'll say at the end of it.
The BVA has eliminated any form of incidents form. Incidents form is back to the dustbin. Nobody's going to bring any incident form. If like every single thing now is being read by the system. That is why now you are seeing that they are now depositing all these PVCs in different places. It's now useless to them. It's useless. You always see that you will see PVCs in the gutters. You will see PVCs. These are the PVCs that they paid money. They bought them from INEC. So when you go to pick up your PVC, they tell you that, oh, like somebody even stated here, that they told our PVC was already in Abuja. Doing what? Doing what? So this our new amazing system, these BVAs, has actually come to remove all these things. Then the director of ICT, the lovely gentleman that ensured that this BVA was implemented, that ensured that this system was improved, that ensured that this system was innovated in Nigeria. This beautiful young man has been removed, rather than being promoted to becoming even a national commissioner. So the things that are happening in INEC right now are things that we need to open our eyes and start making noise about. We need to start screaming about them. The former chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar, retired. He's running for Bauchi governor as we speak in Bauchi State under APC. He has no certificates. He has no school leaving results. And amazingly, he does not have any proof of citizenship. It's like there's something going on in APC. Before you can be an APC member, it's like you must not have sense, and of course, you should not have certificate because they never get.
Sarah, you must be a criminal.
Sarah, please, I would like you to repeat that, but before you do, I would like to reiterate that you're liable for everything you say on the space. Well, please, can you repeat that last line?
He has no certificates. No school leaving results.
Please, what's his name? I would like to do a bit of Googling on him. I might do an
Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar retired.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the person. He was one of the service chiefs that was alongside Buratai and Olonishaki.
Oh my goodness.
They are giving them, it is their turn. See, they are giving them as thank you. Thank you for helping us. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Take. Imagine. These people are taking our rights as citizens and using it as gifts to themselves. Now, a lot of civil societies have actually come out to tell INEC to retrieve the form from retired Air Marshal Sadiq because he has no right to be running when he does not have a certificate. Is it that you provide your certificate? Or you
How did he become an Air Marshal? What? Jesus. I'm sorry. Continue, please.
So you see,
Sarah, is the wife not a member of the government right now?
They get like you know what they do? They give them this position and this post to thank them for the crimes that they do. I don't want to go into the story about the military. My dad worked for the Presidential Air Force. My dad was in the Air Force, just recently retired. I don't want to go into these military stories. Maybe that's going to be for another day. Let's continue with INEC. Before we step into the things that will make all of us come outside with cutlass right now and start marching down to Aso Rock. Festus Okoye is the chairman of IBEC under INEC. Festus Okoye stood in the media in front of us boldly, and he openly said that the recs are not members of INEC and their reports of primaries can be rejected at any time. Imagine, he said the recs are not members of INEC because he was only trying to ensure that Ahmed Lawan and Akpabio get back their senatorial seats. He openly came out to say such rubbish because without fear, because he was trying to impute Ahmed Lawan and Akpabio after they led in the presidential primaries. You're not supposed to run for the two posts when you already have one. Like you're supposed to relieve one. And they wanted to run for president. Now, there were other people who picked up the forms for senatorial elections in their various districts. And do you know what these people are doing? Ahmed Lawan and Akpabio are now trying to go and collect back, like after running. These are the things that were supposed to even be locking them up. And openly is happening in our eyes.
I remember the Ahmed Lawan and the placeholder issue and how he came back and the guy refused to give up the post. Was that resolved? What happened?
It is not even a placeholder. He should not even be doing that in the first place because he already ran for the president's elections. You're supposed to choose one, pick one, leave one. That is what the constitution states.
But the PC has thrown us in the mud. Remember, Emefiele held on to his CBN position, picked a form and ran for president. Is INEC not seeing these things?
That's why I'm saying that is what we're discussing right now. Holding INEC accountable. You see, all these issues we're supposed to be fighting. There are wars that as youth we're supposed to start fighting now so that these people can continue to remember that we are a different generation. We are not the generation of my grandfather. We are not the generation of my great-grandfather. Hell no, we're not the generation of our fathers. We are another generation and we are going to be holding them accountable. And if they're not ready, they better start running away. Because we're coming for them and we're coming for our rights. So these are the issues that are happening in INEC that we're supposed to be picking and we're supposed to continue to talk about it. Some people will tell you, oh, what are you doing on Twitter? I'm hardly here on Twitter because, right now with the elections and the campaigns, a lot of us are trying to, see how we can start getting into the grassroots personally and try to start seeing how we can keep getting those votes coming in. But that does not limit what you are doing on Twitter. Don't let anybody feel like what you're doing on Twitter. Nah. Keep making the noise. I tell people this all the time. Twitter is our third arm of parliament, our third arm of government. Any noise we make here, all these agencies respond. Anything we say on Twitter, they respond. We have so much power here that the government chose to ban Twitter. Now, the same Twitter that they ban, they are coming here to sneak inside here to try and campaign in Twitter, telling us about the people that carried cement on their head to build Lagos. They entered the Blue Sea, they jumped inside, poured the cement and started building Lagos. They are the ones that built. So they're now coming here to start campaigning here because they know the power that we hold here. Continue to hold them accountable. The director of ICT in INEC, Engineer Chidu Nwafo, has been removed. This man directed, supervised, and ensured the approval of the BVAs. These same BVA and the Electoral Act that we're currently going to use in these 2023 elections are the only things that are going to ensure free and fair elections in this country. Somebody that would do a great feat like that, is that person not supposed to have been promoted? But rather he was removed.
See, please don't come here, Sarah, yeah? Because honestly, if you all these INEC stuff you're speaking right now, it can just depress somebody. Honestly, please, how do we hold it accountable now? What do you think of steps that Nigerians? Because that's my voice now as Nigerians now. What do you think we Nigerians should be doing? And that's what we should be discussing because it is evident that Nigerians. It's evident that our battle next year is not with APC or PDP, but with INEC. Because as for me, as far as I'm concerned, APC and PDP don't have the numbers. We do. So what do you think we should do? This is what I need to be hearing now, please. Please, don't forget all this. Forget who are we, I beg.
We have to continue to make the noise. We have to continue to make the noise, because right now what they're doing in INEC, see, everybody that they know is going to ensure that free and fair elections. They think removing them would change it. Removing Abubakar Nahuche would not change my voting. Removing Professor Oke would not change my voting. Removing Engineer Abubakar will not change my voting. Malam Sadiq, Gaidam Jibril, this Professor Iskua, and this amazing Barrister Mike. Barrister Mike Igini, for those of us that don't know, Barrister Mike Igini has been a problem to politicians. A huge problem. That is one of the cleanest top people in INEC that would ensure that nothing goes wrong, and he will put his life in front of it. And rather than promoting them, they have been removed. Even Makama, the wreck of Yobe, he was the one that ensured that late Abakari's cousin, Waziri Zana, that they brought into INEC, did not give Ahmed Lawan the ticket in the senatorial place in Yobe. So Waziri is Abakari's cousin, Waziri Zana. They were trying to...
Can you round up?
Yeah. They were trying to ensure a smooth process for Ahmed Lawan, and they also tried to ensure that they have the take that they needed. Now, this same Waziri Zana is the INEC Director of Human Resources in their headquarters. But these are the things that we should be fighting for. The people that are actually supposed to have been given the positions that would ensure us to have free and fair elections are being removed. Now, it is not left for us to ensure that we continue to fight and ensure that these people that they impute to replace them do the right thing. It's fine. You want to tell us that these people are old, that's why you're removing them. These people have passed their tenures, they have stayed 11 years. So the new people you're bringing in, we have to continue to make the noise, especially here on Twitter, because you may think they're not watching, but they are. Whatever we say here, they respond to it. They always send their response. You always see their letters stamped and dated and all their explanations. So we have to now continue to ensure that these new people there ensure free and fair elections. There is no way they can rig anymore. If there were still ways that they could have rigged, we won't be seeing 200,000 PVCs in gutters or 300,000 PVCs under the wells. They know there is no other way they can rig. So we have to continue to ensure, number one, that they give us our PVC. So let's continue to make the noise. That our PVC, we go collect them. If they like, let them post us to December. They must bring it out. Because we will vote, and we will vote for our choice. And they have two choices. It's not they join this moving train that we are all going to, or they get the fuck out of our way. So let us continue to ensure and make the noise, because don't allow anybody to make you feel inconsequential, because we are not. And they understand it now. I yield.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So you have something to say?
Thank you very much. Saddam asked Sarah a question, and I don't know if you guys didn't. I read that in my submission. There is an answer to how to handle INEC. I read it. It's a 9-part submission. So maybe you didn't hear me out.
N6, please. You cannot bank only on what you wrote. Yeah.
I know.
I was asking because what I want, why we're having this discussion is somebody can just come up here and the person's dream last night was God just gave him a revelation of how to handle INEC. Can you come and drop it here? We add it to your 9. If we can have 1 million ways to tackle INEC, my problem is INEC. I'm not saying APC or PDP because before elections, as Ibrahim said earlier on, this noise we are making is getting to the hinterlands. People are listening. People are paying attention. And Nigerians, we sabi follow. Plenty people go follow Obi because nobody say even they even know Obi because the majority are following Obi. That is what will happen. But when we get all these numbers now, the evil people that want to prevent us is INEC. So we need more. I need more knowledge. We need more people are taking notes here. The campaign team is here with us on this place right now, and they're taking notes. So we need more people to speak on what you think we can do to get INEC accountable. How do you think it can be done? Simple, practical methods. Thank you. So, Entis, please, you can go on, sir.
All right, then. Thank you very much, my brother.
Bro, please, can you just, if you could make a tweet of that someone, you could send me that your 9 points in a DM, probably.
Okay. All right, no wahala. One more time. You have to remember, the presidency will nominate the big dogs, but it's the little fry who do the real dirty work at the polling units. I'll summarize my this thing, and then obviously anyone can add. Number one, heighten PVC collection energy and awareness. Number two, increased awareness in the north, because the north has the real hinterland polling booths where rigging can happen. Number three, legally take INEC to court. And look for where INEC is really jumping a lot of these loopholes, especially with these partisan people that rec commissioners that have just been there, and take them to court and have them thrown out legally. Number four, INEC should swear they are ready for the election and will not postpone the election. Remember, in 2019, that was one of the most pivotal ways they lost the election. Everything was done, but on the day of election, INEC postponed it, and Mahmoud Yakubu, this same fucking Mahmoud Yakubu, did not apologize. It's on record, it's on Google. Mahmoud Yakubu never apologized for postponing that election by 2 weeks. This is the same guy that is in charge of this election. He could also do some other fuck shit. Number four, you can't overwhelm the majority. If you don't get your PVC, walk to the nearest polling booth near your house and be ensured that they are not going to bully, steal, or bribe anybody at that polling booth. So you cannot overwhelm the majority. Number six, if less than 200 people on a Twitter space can cause an entire march in Ibadan, Ogun State, imagine what all of us can do. I personally have committed my Instagram handle with more than 76,000 followers to posting something about Peter Obi every day. I get more than 6,000 to 11,000 people watching my IG story, and I must post one Peter Obi post a day. It's not too much. I don't care how many followers you have. If you did that as well, daily Peter Obi will be getting interactions of at least 2 million to 4 million people. There's a limit to what INEC can do. Number seven, obedience should go and join INEC ad hoc committees. Let's be in charge. Remember, the small fry does the dirty work. Let them put Loretta Onoche there. No be Loretta Onoche go come that polling unit, sit down at that fucking laptop, at that BVS machine, and do the nitty-gritty work. So obedience can still win this battle, especially if we overwhelm the INEC ad hoc committees. 8, one of your followers, who I later found out was well-meaning Nigerian, said we should warn coppers. Remember, coppers are mostly used for elections like this. So get the coppers involved. Get the coppers involved. Get the coppers involved. Get the coppers involved. That is it. So all of this I'll also summarize and give you guys. But I just said, let me just give you through what I've read, how I came up at a bunch of things we can use, even as the underdogs. Why do I say this? This is what I call the APC approach. It worked in 2015 for them, Ibrahim. It will work again. It is the known format that worked. When the system is overwhelmed by the people in power, this is how the people themselves bully their way into getting what they want. So I've read my submission again. Can I now read up what I wanted? I saw a very interesting article on Google called 10 Ways Nigerian Politicians Rig Elections in Nigeria. And it's from 2019. Are you guys interested in listening to that? It will take about 5 minutes. If not, then you can pick more speakers. Who's interested?
That's more speakers, then you probably will go like 4 speakers, then
that's fine.
Thank you.
All right. That's fantastic. I'm here. So pick a few more speakers and then I'll give that submission.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cizo. In the words of Femi Fanikaude, disobedience are everywhere. Real ever best. You can testify to that, due to what you saw in Ibadan today. Tell us more about it.
You call me?
Yes, I called you. I said disobedience are everywhere. They're all over Ibadan. They were all over Ibadan today. Can you sort out your background noise, please?
I can't hear. Your voice is cracking.
I think you have a problem with your connection because there's a lot of.
I'll come back in a few minutes time. I don't know.
All right. Really hope that. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to hearing how the rally went today in Ibadan. Money Trail.
He sent me a video actually. I was like, oh boy, see really harvest. he was in the rally. I was like, oh, see my guy. It was crazy, but it was crazy. Honestly, that was enough energy. I think we have to do a march for INEC. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we have to do a march for INEC if possible. If we have a simultaneous march across 5 to 10 states, one choosing day, we just choose this day. Probably we'll have to reach out to the support groups, doing the whole work, because I'm not going to say everything, as I was saying earlier on, people already were by DM are telling me, and the match, all this match, we have plenty other support groups are on ground. The Twitter, what happens on
a strong march to INEC headquarters will be
what happened on Twitter is part of just, it's like 10% of what is really happening on ground. People are doing the hard work on ground also. So what we do on Twitter is just to push and let them have that visibility and understand we are really behind you guys. So I'll say this, please. I think we'll have to plan an INEC walk or a walk for INEC, and not a protest, because those people, they hear protests, will not bring out all their smoking guns and everything. We don't want anybody to have any injuries or death. A walk for INEC. Tell Mahmoud Yakubu, I don't trust that man since 1966. I've not trusted that man since today.
It's in 1966.
I don't trust the man.
Oh,
I don't trust him. So it's just and we don't trust him. So let's know it too. Know it. So I think when Nigeria should go on next. When ever best comes back, he can go on. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 minute Nigerian.
Okay. I've been eager to speak since. Okay, first of all, on the G-Slova talk, I'll just quickly say this. For me, I'm not very interested in everything G-Slova is saying. I know some people will say this Toby have been available for a long time, but now Tinubu is running for president. I don't think it is okay to just, kill a part of his story that says someone that is running for president or not a winning party took the name of a girl and is using the name of a girl to attempt to be president. So for me, that's the part. I'm not.
Yeah, but really, 1 minute Nigerian. You see, the problem I have with that story is that this is a story from a faceless blog, that is known for sensationalism, that is known for, adding a lot of juice to their story. It's just difficult to take that to the bank. I don't know how you feel about that.
No, what I'm just saying is that call for further lookup. I'm not saying we should believe it.
Omar, remember, in the words of our last caller, as long as he believes something that was written and posted online, he has the right to discuss it. Let him feel free. We might as well be discussing a movie on Netflix. So let him feel free.
So that's not my main submission anyways. Saddam, I'm sure Saddam can testify to how much I love this conversation. I've actually been saying it. In fact, people that know me with my DP, I've tried my DP for like the past, how many years. And for me, I really believe this is going to be the first of many. So many of them will be online. Many of them will be on ground, matched to INEC, right? And I'm going to say this, by the time we are hosting the next space, there's one INEC staff that I know that is on Twitter here. He's actually the advisor to, I think, Mahmoud Yakubu. I knew him from the space INEC organized. I think it was more like the co-host of that space he was organizing, and I followed him. His name is Rotimi L. Oyekon.
Yeah, he's the spokesperson.
The spokesperson. I spoke with him yesterday. We had an interaction yesterday. He was meant to be on this space, but he's not available for today. So, but on our next space, I'm trying to work out something with him. I'll see how we'll get him up on the space. But he knows. I'm going to send him this space. He's going to listen to this space and understand that we don't trust them. We don't.
I love
take it back home. Yeah.
I love that. So please, Saddam, the next time you invite him, if he gives you story, tell all of us. By the time all of us tag him and throw him, he will be here. Let's just leave that on the side. I prepared. A lot of people have spoken here today, but I really want to put a lot of things in perspective. There was something I had written, so I'll talk very fast because of time. I had even pleaded with Saddam and Umar for a little bit more time.
How many minutes you need? Let me time you. How many minutes you need?
God. I'll try to be very fast. Maybe 5-6 minutes. I'll try to be very fast, actually. I actually wrote this initially for our People's Parliament, and I've actually been doling out a couple of it. So what I'm saying now is probably a summary because we are still on it on People's Parliament. What is election rigging? Election rigging is any process that interferes with anything that interferes with the electoral process, usually, to either favor one candidate or, depress the other candidate. For me, I've broken down the points of the phases. And I think when NCS comes to read his submission later, some of these things might fall into it. Because even some of the things people have been saying since are falling into this. But I'm just trying to put it in perspective. It falls into, I kind of broke it down into 3 phases. I call the first one the pre-election day phase. I call the second one the election day phase. And the third one, the post-election day phase. On the pre-election, what usually happens? The first one is interference with INEC, right? Which we have all talked about here. And I'm going to end up with some solution, which I recommend because that for me, the solution is key. So that's why I'll just rush through these other parts as introductory. And some of the solutions have actually been said by some people earlier. Interference with INEC, for example, limitation with registration, and all those things that we heard during registration, and withholding of PVC. That one is key. Then INEC staff. I listed many things here, but I'm just trying to jump some. There's also underage registration. I'm going to emphasize those that I think is worth emphasizing. When Ibrahim talked about psychology, see, for everybody that tells you it's not possible for Obi to win, that person is rigging election indirectly inside your head. Just get that. So it's why in my office they know me. I do not tolerate. I don't joke with it. If you tell me Obi is not going to win, I attack you straight head on. So believe me, all these people that come to tell you every time that Obi is not going to win or try to give you permutations, it's a bloody lie. They don't know what will happen tomorrow. That's them just. So that's the psychological part of this, and spreading of propaganda, gaslighting, which are a lot of things that we usually talk about, right? Then election postponement. I've written that down before someone talked about it, and I like what one of NCC's solution. See, we need to get INEC to swear on something. I don't mind if not to go to. I mean,
I tell you,
to swear on something. I don't know how we are going to do it, because the thing is that, see, they know how to do it. They will wait till 2 weeks, 1 week. Everybody have traveled. They will not postpone it. We will not allow them to do it this time. On that time, actually meetings, they also strike them. But like I said earlier, I think I already made the submission on that earlier, so I'm not saying anything about it. Election day rigging, right? Vote buying. To be honest, I mean, I know people want to talk about what can we do about vote buying, but to be honest, I think, okay, there are some things I've also become a very realistic person. There are some things I already told myself that, I mean, I don't like to fight a battle that is not visible. To be honest, vote buying is one thing that I don't even think we can legally fight it. We can only mentally fight it, which is what we are doing now. For every time we tell people, collect the money and go and vote who you are going to vote, that's us fighting vote buying. So there's really nothing we can do. But the truth is, what we've done is because of this now, believe me, votes are now very expensive combined with the Nigerian situation. So let's just, to me, I've told people, I think vote buying is going to be prominent, but it will be very less effective. In fact, if I'm a politician now, and I'm talking like this because I'm talking from experience. I've done INEC ad hoc staff twice. I voted once. My dad was a conk politician in PDP in Edo State. So all these things I'm saying, I'm not saying it from just, yes, or some of these things are from experience, right? Vote buying. Like I said, let's just do our best. But the truth is that if I was a politician, I won't go for vote buying, which will be very, very less effective. So if you are here, you are supporting any of those candidates, tell them, let them not waste their money. If they do it, it will not be effective. The other kind of rigging that will come up on election day is violence. I want to tell people this now. See, I know a lot of people have said, oh, if they come to our unit, we will do anyhow. These people sometimes, when they come to your polling unit, when they know it's a Labour Party polling unit, they want you to do anyhow so that they can cancel the result. So for me, I think whoever is going to be at any election polling booth, very strategic. If anybody comes and tries to make noise, see the way they did it next, I just capture them, put in one side. Don't allow them disrupt the process. Because by the time they disrupt the process, it's easy for them to just say, well, let's cancel this unit. And after all, Peter Obi was going to get at least 1,500 votes in just that polling unit, and they are happy. These people, every violence is not really just to, to come and kill or, injure people. It's really to even scatter the election. So let's not yield to it. I mean, for people that may not know that. So let's resist that urge to, follow them. So point is that when someone comes to your polling unit and tries to make noise, you two just carry everything and just, want to attack the person. Election would have been cancelled and Peter Obi would have won that polling unit, but because of that action, it will be cancelled. Rather, just find a way, capture that person, tie and put for one place, make him just stay one place. That's the best solution for that. The other kind of rigging, which is overvoting, I think Sarah talked about, which is one part that, the new Electoral Act has actually helped us a lot. I've narrated my experience so many times when I did presiding officer in Ugara, that's the Boris village, in 2015. I've narrated that story many times where they try to increase, the people that voted in my polling unit were not up to 200, but they tried increasing it to about 1,800. That cannot be possible now. Like I've said so many times, when you want to win the election now, you have to carry either cut the person's face or cut the person's finger. But I'm not going to take lightly what Ibrahim said. I think that's why, I think my solution later will address it very soon anyways. We need to also be conscious. Softwares are designed by people. We need to find a way to make sure that INEC have not designed this software in such a way that they can manipulate. I'll leave it there. I'm just watching because I don't want to take a lot of time. Then the other last one is post-election week. I will not talk about it. We've not finished election. That one usually at the judiciary. Like NCC just say, we are talking about landslide victory. We don't want to get to court, so I will not talk about post-election week. Solutions.
Thank you very much.
So solutions, right? The first solution for me starts now. PVC collection. And if you are here and you've not collected your PVC, I'm so angry with you. I know my anger may not matter to you, but I'm very, very mad at you. And let me just put that up. Then, if you are here as well, you've not told someone to go and collect their PVC and you know them. This my DP have been there for. I put something on Jumbotron. So that's why on the next space, maybe we'll start to take PVC collections to I'll probably plead with Saddam. I was going to host that kind of space by myself, but I may not need to host it. Maybe I'll plead with Saddam. We'll do that. See, go and collect your PVC. That's the first point. Some people say, oh, they are stressing me. Go through the stress now. Go through it now. Dedicate 1 day, dedicate 1 week. Go through it now. Let it be that you tried collecting it, because by the time we have Mr. Rotimi here, what I want to be hearing people say is that, sir, I went to collect my PVC day before yesterday. Look at what happened. Don't come and say, oh, sir, I did this, I did. Let that man hear stories that we take back, and he will know that people have spoken to him. That's the first solution I said. The next solution is the noise. People have emphasized that a lot. The noise.
1 minute, and you already exhausted your 6 minutes. But go on.
Okay, I'll just run through the solution. Sorry. The next solution is the noise. You see this thing we are doing? Oh God, I feel like we are not even making noise enough. I want to be hearing people dragging the noise. The third solution is a strong follow-up. A lot of things NC6 said. Okay, when I wrote all the solutions, I actually wrote responsibility, because I actually wrote all this down. For PVC collection, the responsibility is obedience. For the noise, the responsibility is obedience. A strong follow-up with INEC, the responsibility of that is with the campaign body and with Labour Party. Some of those things NC said about, forcing INEC to commit in some kind of way. I think Labour Party, I'm saying that because if you're a Labour Party here, you need to take that, what NC said, into cognizance. Involvement in ad hoc, we've said all that. The responsibility is obedience. Agents. So this is one solution I think maybe, I don't know if anybody has said here before. I said it on People's Parliament on Sunday. I said, I think Labour Party, we are a tech party, should design an app that every agent can download on their phone. An offline app. That app can be very simple. That app should just be name of polling unit, number of registered voters, election result. Then one point of the app will just be a picture. Thank God Sarah is here, and from what she said, I think she's with the campaign committee. There will be a place to upload pictures. So as an agent, you fill all those space, you take your camera, you snap the result that was the copy that was given to you. And if you do it offline, anywhere you get to internet, it goes to Labour Party server. Yes, some people may say it will not be admissible in court. I agree. But the truth is, when the election comes and goes, and these people want to try us, it's those kind of things that will make reference to. You get. Then the last thing I will talk about on my notes, I wrote it here. I said again, make more noise. To tell you how noise is very important, I wrote it twice with my Bible. I wrote it twice, which means all this noise that we are making is still not enough. Let's make no more noise. Let's call INEC, like Saddam have established. I think if I'm going to rate our opponents by percentage, I think PDP is probably 10%. APC, maybe because they are incumbent, I'll give them 30%. INEC is 60%. 60%. So please, on our next page, if vote me not come here, I will go drag them. And I will call people who follow me, go drag them. I'll use my mic here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, well-meaning Nigerian. Money Trail.
Omar, let me give this submission. It's very important. A lot of the information I will give will be properly collated. So they come in bits and pieces. So as soon as possible, I'd just like to read that out, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. What I'm going to read is very, very serious. If you would like to take notes, please do. I'm a highly documented person, so everything I do, I write them down and I read them directly to you. This is an article I found online. A very simple article, but very powerful. It's by a lady called Queen Esther Iruanusi, and was written in March of 2019. 10 ways politicians rig elections in Nigeria. A lot of this has been spoken about, but this is a more comparative list with the right lexicons. Apparently, 10 ways politicians rig elections in Nigeria. Number one, please listen and learn. A lot of you are new to this politics game, so you need this information. Number one, militarize your opponent's area. Ensure that polling units in your opponent's area are flooded with armed military personnel is one of the ways to rig elections in Nigeria. This will not only result in voters' apathy, it will instill fear in the minds of the electorate who may eventually not turn out at the polling units to vote. All right? Number two, ensure late arrival of materials in your rivals' polling units. These are one of the things I wrote down as well that we'll have to ensure that INEC makes us a promise will not happen. By making sure that election materials arrive late at your opponent's polling unit, his or her votes will be drastically reduced. Many voters on the queue will not be able to cast their votes once the time frame for voting elapses. Depending on the weather, a lot of people might have gone home if there's a late arrival of polling materials at your opponent's use. This was the case in many polling units across the country, and there were similar lamentations from the electorate from the opponents as well. Number three, downright threaten the INEC officials, the youth corpers, the ad hoc staff, whoever is working for INEC at the individual polling units. Another way to rig elections in Nigeria is by threatening the electoral officials, especially the returning officers who are in charge of announcing results. Now, this is easier when the rigor of the election is one of higher authority and from a strong political party. It's also easier if you're an incumbent governor, lawmaker, or a top political player. All right. The case of Imo West senatorial election comes to mind. The outgoing governor, Rochas Okorocha, and other candidates, they stormed the Imo West Collection Center in Olu after the returning officer halted the collation process. So they do this thing where they threaten the INEC officials. Now, Mr. Okorocha, a senatorial candidate of the APC, arrived at the center in an attempt to convince the officer to continue the process. Hours after, Mr. Okorocha was weirdly declared the winner of the senatorial district, while Mr. Ibe Abuchi said he was forced to declare Okorocha as the result. So number three, remember, number one is militarize your opponent's area. Number two, ensure late arrival of materials. Number three, threaten INEC officials. Number four, compromise INEC's logistic process. Now, these logistic processes include provisions for transportation of results from polling unit wards for collation centers, as well as designated time for collation of results, yada, yada, yada. If you remember in 2019, when it got to the night time, please, some of us will need to come to our polling centers with torchlights. Who remembers that in the election there were sometimes at night a man had to switch on the lights from his car and the bulb of the battery was used at the collation center. So let's not forget, the elections might run into nighttime. We might need to help them. Also come with data. Just in case they say they don't have data, they don't have this. Data is one of the data on network issues is one of the biggest lies that INEC staff tell on the day. Be ready to even help INEC with your own personal hotspots if need be. At number five, compromise the INEC officials. This involves bribing the ad hoc staff. There is no more dollar in the country. I'm very, very sure that $100 is going to play a huge role in the next Nigerian election. One note can literally give a human being 60 to 70,000 naira. It's going to be very powerful. Now, compromise INEC officials. This involves bribing the ad hoc staff of the Electoral Commission with money and properties. One can also make promises of appointments and provision of jobs to the officials if they play along in the rigging game. Also, bribing of core members involved in the electoral process is an easier way to rig. The core members, most of whom are vulnerable, desperate, and scared to make quick money, often fall prey to offers of large amounts of money. Now, an example in this case is former Petroleum Minister Diezani Alison Madueke, who had given a 30 million naira bribe to an INEC staff to compromise electoral officers ahead of the 2015 general elections, which the then ruling PDP still lost to the APC. So even with 30 million given by Diezani, they still lost. What we're doing means that no matter the billions Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Atiku drop, we will still win this election by the grace of God. Number six, snatching of ballot boxes, papers in your rival's polling unit is also very popular. A candidate who wants to rig an election, all they have to do is get thugs to storm the polling unit, cut the ballot boxes in the polling units to where their rivals will get more votes. This happened a lot in Lagos. INEC, for instance, cancelled elections in Isolo or quarter areas of Lagos due to snatching and burning of ballot boxes. This will happen again, especially in the southwest, where people still think of Peter Obi as an Igbo candidate. So Igbo populated areas should look out for more violence in this election prepare yourselves. Number 7, electoral violence and thuggery, which is similar to the snatching of ballot boxes. Only in this case, the thugs invade the polling unit and not only destroy election materials, but also attack the citizenry, the electorate, and the INEC officials, causing everyone present to flee for safety, as were the cases in Lagos, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, and Kano State. Creating violence in this manner can make the electorate scared and cause a low turnout of voters in the polling unit, eventually affecting the result from your opponent. Number 8, manipulating results at the collation centers. Remember, this is another way to rig elections in Nigeria. It goes hand in hand with compromising the electoral officials. It involves changing the figures of the original results brought from various wards at the collation centers proper, and this happens with the help of party agents and INEC officials. It is quite a difficult mode to do, but it's very possible. All right, this has been made possible by the various flaws in the INEC collation process, including unclear designation of ward collation centers, as well as midnight collation of results. A lot of things happen at night on election day in Nigeria. Number 9 is something that featured prominently in the 2023 election due to beavers, which I really trust. Vote buying. It's probably the cheapest way to rig elections in Nigeria. People still don't know this. Vote buying. Forget everything we've talked about today. Vote buying is probably the cheapest way to rig elections in Nigeria, as the electorate, many who seem to care less about the impact of their actions on election day, are often ready to sell their votes for money or food. If you remember, in Edo State, Akara was used to buy votes. Akara was used to buy votes. All a candidate needs to do on election day is to have his or her party agent arrive at the polling unit, distribute money, food items to voters, who would then come out to vote. Last but not the least is the one that blew my mind, but it's an actual way politicians rig elections in this country. It's called get your name announced by hook or crook and let your opponent go to court. Get your name announced by hook or crook and let your opponent go to court. This is the smartest way to rig an election in Nigeria. If you remember, Buhari used it on Atiku in 2019. Many Nigerian politicians have now adopted it. This way, a politician knows that the judiciary system can be compromised and the case can be ruled in his or her favor. I always say Peter Obi needs to win this election by a landslide. Ain't nobody got time to go to court, even though the judicial process has worked for him before. So one more time, 10 ways politicians rig elections in Nigeria. Number 1, they militarize your opponent's area. Number 2, ensure late arrival of materials in your rival opponent's area. Number 3, threaten INEC officials. Number 4, compromise INEC's logistic process. Number 5, compromise the INEC officials involving bribing of INEC ad hoc staff. So core members should really be wary of this. Number 6, snatching of ballot boxes in your rival's polling unit, as happened in Lagos. Number 7, good old electoral violence and thuggery, as happened in Lagos, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers State. Number 8, manipulating results at the collating centers, especially at night in the INEC collation center. So we should all be prepared to march to the INEC collation centers at the end of this election. Number 9, good old vote buying. And number 10, get your name announced by hook or crook and let your opponent go to court, which I think is the last course of recourse of action for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But Peter Obi is winning this election by landslide. Lagos, everybody listening, please remember, Peter Obi needs to win this election by landslide. We do not and cannot afford to go to a runoff. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Money Trail.
Money Trail, yeah.
Hello, guys. Saddam, N6, and all everybody here. Yeah, then concerning this INEC thing, I think it's a serious matter.
Bro, I beg.
It be like they just wake.
If you just
you know where you did.
Wake up for sleep, I beg, no request.
Wake up.
I have plenty people on this place. I don't need any
You didn't hear me.
Speak like say you get life. If you never chop, I beg before you come up. I beg. We don't need
okay. Alpha, you hear me?
He want use our space fine. You did do baritone.
Pick up.
No. I've been there far from my phone before. No. Concerning this whole stuff, it's a really serious matter because vote buying to me is even the most thing that we should be talking about. But regardless, Nigerians are still going to sell their votes. There's nothing we're going to say
Like Sisu said, some people sold their vote for Akara. You understand? So all these things are really, really important. I saw a video the other day, a guy in Lagos was even commanding people not to vote for somebody. Those are things we really need to take seriously. Like they are telling people that will come to a polling unit that you must vote for someone by force. This one is not even by anything now. They are telling you that you can't vote. So I really feel most people need to join the Labour Party, as members, so a lot of people can be there on that day. We know it's not everybody INEC can buy. It's not anybody that this politician can buy. There are some good INEC people, we know. Somebody like me, if you give me 50 million, I will not vote for Tinubu. There's no need. It's not everybody, all these people can even give money that we take. These people, they are in this Nigeria now, they are not bringing them from US to come and organize this election. They are passing through this struggle. Do you really think these people, they don't want change too? So we shouldn't even be giving those narratives like all the INEC officials on that day they can be bought. No. The most important thing right now is for us to even ginger people to go and get their PVC. That's to me for now. That PVC, because a lot of people will tell you, more the stress too much, I'm not sure I go again. From now we need to keep gingering people. Because I know the stress all these people that will bring. A lot of people will even give up. They will not collect their PVC. And the narrative now is even different. If we want to really say, okay, the Buhari campaign and the Peter Obi campaign, Buhari campaign of 2014 and Peter Obi campaign, I will feel Buhari campaign has a little momentum, but this has more momentum than Buhari's campaign. And Buhari still even beats the sitting president. Despite do you want to say PDP did not rig? Even APC they rigged. But you want to tell me?
I just read it. The Zani spent 30 million at one polling center and still lost.
Yeah, so all these things are things we need to know. Some things we really need to pay more details to is this postponing of the election, because I believe now these guys, they've seen Peter Obi has gained more momentum. Like Nigerians in diaspora, most of them want to come and vote. These guys, they will say, okay, what kind of election will go next month? Where people don't buy ticket. Those things we need to tell INEC. Please put the election on this day. Let it be this day. Because you are not going to tell me if 100% of Nigerians want to come from diaspora to vote, you're not going to tell me 80% of them are not coming to vote for Peter Obi. Because I'm not even sure anybody who want to take flight to come and vote for Tinubu right now. You understand? Or vote for APC. You understand? So these are things we need to really pay more attention to. This Togri, all these people, because we know say they go beat many people that day. People who want to say no vote for so and so, not vote for Labour Party, they go beat them. Let's be even the same truths. I don't know of the North, I know from the South where I'm from. All those kind of things. I'm over happy now. They say now you can't steal ballot box, because before we know some people will come hoodlums or carry ballot box. So now I heard everything is you thumbprint, it goes straight to the system. So things are more easy now. So the things we should pay more attention to, people go and collect your PVC, because I know majority of Nigerians that have never ever thought of voting before that wants to vote now. These people, they were there 2015, they were even there 2011 or when. They have the right to vote then, but they didn't even take it seriously. This is the first time people are coming out, okay, I want to vote. So what we should do, ginger these people to get the PVC more first. When we get to this bridge, INEC, that their neck where I will press the neck shot. Let's just be collect your PVC. That's very, very important. And they will change election dates to maybe today's Wednesday. They will take it to, so that people that want to travel and come and vote is this one. We know before they will definitely tell students to go back to school. We know.
Bro, 1 minute.
Yeah, I will round up now. We know they will tell students to go back to school very soon. Or maybe even do before election, to make people just to scatter people around with no balance. But I believe at this stage in time where Nigeria is now, a lot of people will take a lot of sacrifices. You understand? We coming on this space to talk money and lines. They are not paying anybody, you understand? It's because of the sacrifice we want to take for Nigeria. That's why we're doing all these things. So at the end of the day, it's not everybody in INEC that will, some are their Labour Party people too. So let's just give the energy, go and collect PVC. That's very important right now. To me, that's very important. Please, I beg. For like throw small light to this just love and matter, but no time.
You can always request the mic for that, yeah.
Allah said that.
You can just always come back later to speak on that. We did here.
I hate yes. I hate the mic.
All right, let's have a lady. Nello. Okay, sorry. Sweet Child was here before Nello. So Sweet Child, you have the space. Please try and keep your submissions as short as possible, 5 minutes each. Let me just take a cue. Sweet Child will go next, then Engineer Shaibu, then I'll come to Nello, then Ebuka, then IJ. Before I come to level base. So Sweet Child, are you there, please? Sweet Child, are you there? All right. Engineer Shaibu, please, you have the space.
Thank you, Omar. Sizu Omar, Saddam, thank you guys for having this Vawulence space again. Very great to be in here. First of all, I want to say Sarah's submission was so great that I see she was just speaking my mind, like as if she knew what I was gonna say. And then well-meaning Nigerians, he came in and just took the other part of the whole conversation. These guys are awesome guys. I really like the way, we are thinking forward, before the event even begins. So to add to what Sarah said about the section 156, I've been just curious, just looking at the whole INEC procedures and what the Constitution says and all of that, just so I can understand what the loopholes could be, on that election day. And I discovered that what the list that President Buhari has presented, the list of recs that he has provided, includes individuals who are partisan. Like she mentioned Professor Mohammed Lawal Bashir, and then I believe Pauline. There is also Ms. Sylvia Uchena Agu, the younger sister of an APC Deputy National Chairman. And there's also Queen Elizabeth Agu, an AG of Ebonyi State, suspended on grounds of incompetence and corruption in 2016. So these individuals have they have questionable integrity, which goes against the requirements, of selecting recs. That's by the way. So I'll just go and touch on the instrument, the BVAS. BVAS is actually a very good idea. I must applaud INEC for that. BVAS is a good idea, but there are a whole lot of loopholes. There are a lot of gaps, in BVAS. BVAS is a Townsend MX, technology, and it has about 8 hours of runtime, which is really perfect, unless INEC will keep those things partially charged in such a way that on that day they may say, "Hey, this BVAS is dead, so let's revert to the manual process."
We go carry power bank, we go carry car battery, we go carry everything. We go carry solar panel, I go carry small generator, any part go. Don't worry yourself.
Right. As an engineer, I think about all the failure mechanisms and potential failure modes that we can prevent on time, or even have I know there are about over 178,000 polling units in Nigeria, right? And they have just 200,000 BVAS. So the INEC chairman just recently added some polling units, which has increased the number of polling units to about 176,000, I believe. Now, but they have not added anything to the BVAS. So as part of what we want to go tell INEC, at least, I don't know how much a BVAS costs. Let's have redundancy, at least have a spare in the event that they say, "Hey, this is malfunctioning." Because anybody can make it malfunction. I could just hit the reset button, or somebody could, remotely try to reset the BVAS or try to update the BVAS, and they say, "Oh, the BVAS is not working." So they need to revert to mono. So all of those things, we can add those to the list of what we want to go, present to INEC or discuss and see how we could potentially resolve those issues. So we know that the BVAS has fingerprints and facial recognition capabilities. But an individual just said something about it just authenticates PVCs. So if that is not yet in the process, if they're not using that specific capability function of the BVAS, we need to tell them to include that, because if you authenticate someone's fingerprints and facials, it's going to be very hard for you to read. So that is a function provided, for the BVAS. So we should try to use that. And also, I love well-meaning Nigerians' option to try to get an alternative option, which is going to be unapproved anyways. But the reason why I love that is because the BVAS can be hacked, cybersecurity issues and all of that. So with that option, at least even though it's unapproved, we have a database or a collection of the number of individuals that have voted. In the event that they tamper with them, we can bring it out and say, this is what it is and this is what is that. So I know there's going to be in-person manipulations. There's going to be a whole lot of device malfunctioning, and there's going to be a whole lot of network failures and all of that. So we should look at all, based on the technology side, we should look at all of these things, all these possibilities. I know the BVAS also have the capability not to even transfer via a network. That thing has that capability, but they won't use that. They will prefer to use a network where they will say, oh, we don't have network, so we're going to revert tomorrow. So all of these options, these are potential loopholes that we could, go ahead and have like a tabulation of what all of those loopholes could be and present that and see how they could, provide alternatives to, to resolve those. That is all I have. You guys are doing a great job. Saddam, Sizu, Omar, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very, very much. IJ, are you there? IJ.
Yeah, I'm here. I was listening to your cue. I thought I had a couple more people before myself, but thank you, Saddam, and thank you, everyone. I kind of wanted to, a lot of what I wanted to say, most people have already said, so I'm probably going to be reiterating most of it. But I do like CISO's 7-part agenda or line items, and I hope that as the campaign is kicking off soonest, that the Labour Party key organizers who will take those very seriously, particularly the PVC rally, collection of PVC rally, as much as we're laying out all the different problems with INEC. At the end of the day, if we do not show up with our PVCs, all our efforts will be futile. Or rather, it will not be fruitful. So we have to make sure that as many people that have registered for PVC actually have their PVC with them. So if we do need to channel some of the rally that we're having towards PVC collection, as well as obviously sensitizing people, that will be very, very important. And another thing is obviously, I think this has also been said before, anyone who has a family member that is going to be working as a collection officer, returning officer, or in any way, shape, or form participating through INEC for the election, we have to sincerely make sure that if they are not obedient, that they are very, very people that will work with integrity. I know it's difficult to say that in Nigeria today because, like somebody else says, we all have our price tag, but I do hope that whatever that price tag is, Nigeria as a country, the future of Nigeria will supersede whatever you think your price tag is. So I'm really hoping that this is the one time that people will put aside their personal interests and truly and sincerely, fight to save this nation. Another thing that I wanted to say, in addition to us trying to hold INEC accountable, is if it's possible, because this is something I know that it works in a lot of other countries, if it's possible for us to hold a sit out in every single INEC office across the country, across every single state, hold the sit out, perhaps even multiple times, have a number of us sitting out in those offices with our banners, with our, stating whatever it is that we want to, showcase, but we're not doing that because, it may seem like it's not effective, but trust me, it will be drawn into them that we are watching them. We know they are not independent by any means, but we're watching them. So if we can organize sit-outs in front of their offices and let them know with banners speaking out loud what we know they are planning or plotting, just, letting them know that these are not things that will not fly in this election. We're coming out in numbers. So whatever it is that they intend to do, we're watching and we'll be prepared for them. And as well, I know I also did listen to the season's 10-part ways that people regulation. That's very scary, but of course we all know that happens. It is also possible for us. I think the idea of making sure the election materials gets to their opponent's location is one that happens constantly. So if we're going to also make sure that we're sending our own representatives, again, across the states and pressurize them to make sure that those materials are pushed out of the offices and headed to those different polling locations as quickly as possible, that would be great as well. There's just a lot that we can do, and particularly we can utilize people that someone mentioned earlier, people that are just turning 18 that weren't able to register to vote. I know you're too young, but again, we're saving this country for you, more or less. Some of us may not even reap the benefit of a walk in Nigeria for so long, but for those of you that are still 18 and under, or just turning 18, or for whatever reason you weren't able to get your voter's card, so you may not participate by voting, but there is a lot more that you can do. You can join the INEC, like everybody have said, gather information from their inner offices and share that with the group. You can equally be very present and be very loud. Wherever we need people in numbers to turn out, you turn out. We live in Nigeria where we know election buying, election rigging is like, is just normal. But what I know that we have this time is numbers. No matter what their plan is, no matter how much money they have, dollar is no longer available, but they will bring it out. But no matter how much money they have and how much they think they can spend, numbers is always going to nullify all those efforts. So if a lot of us are going to come out in drones in every location, especially where we expect to have a lot of turnout, they will be almost impossible for them to rig those elections. As long as we're making sure the only people who were accredited at every single polling location, only people who were accredited that very day are able to cast their vote, and the result tally with those numbers. We're not talking about 1,000 people registered in that polling unit, but only 250 come out, and then you release a result that tells us 700 people voted. No, if you're accrediting only 250 people, we are watching that result must tally only 250 people. So this is something that can only happen when we are out there in numbers and making sure we are not being pushed aside, we're not being, maneuvered. Again, they're going to come with, somebody, I think Cecil also mentioned military officers, and somebody else did say, in every household, there is an obedient. I know some of these military officers are going to be out there trying to do the work, but I also believe a lot of them work a better Nigeria, and for one reason or the other, even though they're going to be out there in numbers, they will also not be able to, manipulate or in any way, shape, or form, change the outcome of an election when there are multiple. So basically that's all I have to say. But precisely, let us have a sit out at these INEC offices. I believe that will be very helpful. That will put some fear into them and let them know that we're coming for them and we know they are not independent. They need to know that we know they are not independent. That's very, very necessary. That we know we expect them to be willing to work for the highest bidder, but we will overcome them. So thank you guys. That's all I have. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you for always coming up on our spaces. I'll say this here because my PDP friend is up here. I don't see any pushback from PDP as a party. PDP have always been a useless opposition, but they keep getting more useless every day because look at everything that's happening in INEC. You expect at least a party that wants to wrestle power from the incumbent, that have not done anything in their lives to warrant rescuing power back. The least you can do is to hold INEC responsible. That is the least. Still, PDP cannot do that. We are still doing the hard work for PDP. It's a shame, but Ibrahim, welcome to our space today once more. You're not going to speak yet. Please, you have to wait for our obedient people to speak. You will stay here. You will listen to like 50 speakers before you speak. Let's place people where people belong. You are irrelevant in Nigerian political system. The people are We have Kowa party service better than people right now. I'm telling you. Let me bring somebody else, please. Hi, Brian, mute your mic. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. Mute it. Don't. If you mute it, I drop you to economy. You go and stay in economy and be listening to us. Thank you. Real level best. You want to know real level best? You go after PDP. Now you go. You be our PDP slayer. Ebuka, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Saddam. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, my brother.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank God Almighty for giving my darling club Chelsea victory today.
Ebuka, I'm dropping you. I'm dropping you. This is any Chelsea fan that come up here and say anything, I drop immediately. This is not football, this thing. I am anti-Chelsea. Chelsea, can't you the colour of Chelsea, Jesse? PDP colour, my brother, continue, Jerry. Congratulations to you people.
Guy, as in, I want to thank God because for giving us victory when the enemy wanted to take it away from us. So I thank God for that. Secondly, I want to thank God for this Vawulence space. Like, seriously, it gives me sanity when I go to other spaces and I hear bullshit. Just like the space I was in yesterday, where, like, I used to say it sometimes, like, sometimes I wish Obi didn't come out. Because the kind of stuff I hear from these guys, because of propaganda, people that have never been to Anambra, people that have been locked up in their house and they don't even know anywhere in Lagos, and they are saying Tinubu built Lagos. So every time I used to thank God that this Vawulence piece is here to, sanitize the mind and to ginger yourself and body and soul. Now for this INEC issue, first of all, I'm just angry with them. In July last year, I was still sick. I'm still crying. I went and I did my PVC. The place was empty. They were literally begging me to do it when I went there because I wanted to collect my PVC. I'd registered like previous election. And when I went there, me and my brother, we registered the same time. I went there and I saw, and they looked for my PVC. They didn't see it, but they saw my brother's own. So I told them, okay, what would have happened? They said I have to re-register, which I did that same day in July. And they told me in November last year that I was going to get it, sure bank card, I was going to get it. I should just come to the office and collect it. I said, let me give them 1 month space. December, I went, before I traveled to the village, Anambra, to collect my PVC. They told me it was not ready, that by February, tops, that it will be ready. I went in February, end of February, to make sure that at least I will not hear story, because all these times I'm going to the office, I take casual leave from my office. So I went there. They told me it is not ready, that I should just come back later. I was like in my mind, okay, let me just give them to, let's say June, July. I went in July, last 2 months or something. And the woman there she just looked at like, sorry, it's not still ready, you have to come back. And I was like, man, like, when can I come back? Is there anybody that can reach to call, okay, to even know if this PVC is ready? Because it's over a year. Like, it's over a year. And she told me that it is not in her power. This thing, if they bring the PVC for her, that's where she will distribute. That she doesn't have any PVC in her, in my PVC, that I should be going. I said, okay, no problem. I went back beginning of 2 weeks in August to find out if it is ready. I went there. The woman said, that it is not ready. This same woman, that it is not ready. That she writes my name in 1 sheet of paper. That by October, November, I should come back again to see if the PVC is ready. You know what is paining me? All these days I'm taking casually because it don't come out on Saturdays for my annual leave, just because of INEC. And still I've not gotten this stuff. And I'd always talk it always makes me feel bad whenever I tell somebody, do you have your PVC? If you don't have your PVC, so most of my friends, when they come to my house and I ask them and they tell me they don't have, the way I used to change it for them, like I just used to tell them, on that distance you go and register as ad hoc staff. Sometimes when they ask me for money, I don't give if you don't have. Sorry.
and it's the truth. So it's painful that I am telling people this, and at the end of the day, like I don't even know if they have a call center. I have sent mails. I have gone to their website. I wish maybe someone can maybe have one of their representatives here on Twitter space so we can ask these questions. Because it doesn't make sense where we are telling people come out, register, get your PVC, and these PVCs are not ready. And the highest thing they'll do is to tell you story why it is not ready. Like they've been an idiot. You understand? So for me, I don't know. That's why I really wanted this space. I wish maybe an INEC official was going to come up and just maybe speak or something because it's crazy. Then lastly, on that day of election, I feel in the South, how like what N6 said about rigging is legit. Most of in the South they will just infiltrate it with military and all, and that's why I wanted to listen to Ibrahim because most of the time we just hear these millions and millions and millions from the North. We don't even know what is going on. Like we don't even know how these guys are doing it. Like I want to know how these people do it. How these people turn out millions and millions and millions from states that you know that you're not even sure if this amount of people are in these states. I don't know how they do. I don't know whether these people stay in this state. I don't know how. Because we need to find out this. Because at the end of the day, if we do all this, bring your dog, bring your gen, royal bank, it's going to be in the South. But the North, they have the numbers. So and for you to win an election, you need the numbers. So I wish we can even create a space where we'll be interviewing Ibrahim. Just talk about this whole shit that happens in the North. Let us understand it. So that's what I have to say. Then for this Gist Lover story, I wish a director can, I'm not saying it is true, but I wish a movie director can just pick this up and act a mini series and send it to Netflix because reading it from Gist Lover alone, like it's intriguing, like it's made as in the story makes so much sense and I love the story. I'm not saying it is the truth or it is a lie, but I wish someone can just pick up this story, maybe investigate more and do like a mini series of how he started his life when he was 20 years old, when he came to Lagos, when he went to US, the drug, everything.
Bro, please, just 10 seconds, please.
Okay, I'm about to round up. Then, thank you very much, and I pray that Arsenal lose tomorrow. Amen.
Actually, this is your last time on this space. You will never have a space. You will never get Mike to speak again on this space. Just note this. You have cost yourself. Thank you. And maybe that's why INEC never release your PVC. You in particular. That is why INEC.
Sadam, we got punish you.
Mute your mic there. Now why INEC look your name? You look everybody, give them PVC. Reach your time, they don't give you PVC. That is why. Because you know, you're finished. Let me drop you. The economy. Go back to the economy. Go back to the economy. You carry your bad luck. Chelsea mouth. Go ahead. The cost us now. Hey! God forbid. Abella, if you're an Arsenal fan, please don't request for the mic now for the next 10 minutes. Please, only Arsenal fans. If you're Arsenal fan, raise up your hand on the space. Please. Please, Arsenal, Ibrahim, if you like, make you be. Because you and I think go support Arsenal. Now they support Arsenal for Egypt. Don't be Arsenal for England. You are not Arsenal fans. See your other Arsenal for up there. Thank you, my brother. Lamin, I beg. Lamin can speak. IJ, why you will lose tomorrow? All you Man U fans here, you people Red Devils. The Devils like APC. The APC represent and PDP are devils that are holding Nigeria to hostage. They are the Red Devils and they will lose tomorrow. Lamin, please unmute your mic and speak my sister Jerry.
Good evening. Hi, Saddam. Where is Omar? Hi, N6.
Omar is coming. Omar, go toilet. They come.
I'm so late to the party today. Hope I haven't missed too much.
Lamin, are you an Arsenal fan, please?
No, they watch ball.
Thank God, so you can continue.
Okay. First of all, let me add to what you said about PDP before I go to the topic. They are very useless. You are saying that they are useless. They are not pressing. They don't have any neck to press. If Tinubu, in their minds, Tinubu win election is the same thing. If Atiku win election is the same thing. So which neck do they have to press? It's all that have neck to press, and we're pressing it already. Anyway, back to the topic. I came late, but this is what I think we should do, or this is my opinion. First of all, PVC collection. I think the same method we use for registration for PVC, we should do the same thing. Encourage people to go collect their PVC, show your PVC and get data, post on your status, which personally I'm doing, talk to friends, push people, family members to go and collect their PVC. So that the same method we use for registration, I think we should use the same method to get people to go and collect their PVC. Then we put pressure on INEC, like fucking press INEC. If we have any issue, if there anything, we tag INEC. I tag them. We want to do space on INEC. We tag INEC. I think I would suggest, if you're okay with it, that maybe once in a month we should do space on INEC and tag them. If we can get their people to come to our space, we continue to tag them and pressure their neck. We have to be fearless. Let them understand that we are not scared. This election, it is do or die. It is survival of the fittest. We are more than them in number. We will put pressure on their neck until they do what is right. I think we should also capitalize on the influence we have on our dependents. Somebody is depending on you for school fees, rent, feeding money, allowances, or whatever. All the people that depend on us, we know we have to get them to. You want favor from me, you have to do the right thing. Get your PVC, and on the day of election, you ensure that they go out to vote. To come out to vote in numbers, because if you outnumber them, the election cannot be rigged. I keep saying.
Let me just cut you short here before I forget. Please, thank you very much. The guy I sent you his contact from Niger, your state, told me what you're doing for them there. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. God bless you for this movement. God bless you. Thank you. Continue, please.
So we have to. The people we have influence on, we just capitalize on that. We put pressure on people that, depend on us. Get them to go and pick up their PVC. Show that they have picked up their PVC. At least me, I know that my immediate family, at least, and my cousins, people around me, I asked for PVC. My friends, because of me, they registered for PVC. Because of me, almost all of them have collected their PVC because of me. Sometimes they say because of all the work I'm doing, just so that I'm happy, they will collect their PVC. So those are the kind of influence I'm talking about. People you can influence, get them to collect their PVC. On the day of election, get them out to go and vote. Very important. We must outnumber them. We have to come out in numbers so that INEC cannot have the guts to rig the election. That's when we go out to vote, we wait for our votes to be counted. People say these things every time. We have to wait. We won't vote and go back home and go and chill. Wait for our votes to be counted and follow up. Those that are the agents will follow up, and we ensure that our agents are not the ones that will collect 50,000 and go and sell us out because of 50,000. So those that we can trust, and I will plead with us again. Let's fucking press INEC's neck. Like, they cannot do anything. Anyhow, want to press the neck. I don't know how. I'm begging us, press and press and press and choke their neck. I yield the mic. I'm back for gossip. I'm waiting for the gossip of Gist Lover.
We'll very soon close the INEC page. Probably in the next 30 or 41 hour, we'll close our next page and we'll focus on our Gist Lover Amebo series. Yeah. But I'll say this: we're going to press INEC neck. We're going to stay on INEC because, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see APC or PDP as a problem to Nigerians. The problem Nigerians are going to face in 2019 and 2023 is are these guys INEC. We don't have any problem with those two parties. That's why CPDP are silent. They don't even talk. Or you should be expecting Atiku right now screaming. They're putting up recs that we don't understand. People don't know. What are the senators in PDP doing? Nothing. Everybody just keeping quiet, allowing things play up as they feel they're gonna benefit from the whole stuff. But we are here to tell them that it's not gonna happen. We'll be here to hold them accountable. That's the job we're gonna do. Thank you very much, my sister Lamin. Thank you for what you're doing in Niger State. I see and I hear. Thank you. God bless you. Let's go on real quick. Joe Best, are you there? Please, you have the space. 4 minutes, please. Joe Best, are you there? Okay, Tosan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please, you have the space, please. 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Sizzle. Thank you, Saddam, for this space. Like everybody has said, the next enemy to conquer is INEC. We've done all the sensitization, go and register. The next thing is go and collect your PVCs. And I see, like someone said, INEC, APC is very relaxed. They're confident. And you wonder what is giving them this confidence. And I've been talking to some people, and the question is, what can INEC do? How will they aid the present, this APC party? The first thing we need to know, that we should be asking for is, how many people did INEC register? Let them break it into local governments. For each state, for each local government, how many new registers, how many transfers, how many defaced PVCs, because these are the cards that needs to come out. The reason is you don't want, in my local government, I want to know how many people were actually registered. The people that were registered newly, the ones that did transfer, the ones that had defaced PVCs. Because you can't have INEC saying, oh, we registered 3 million. And at the end of the day, how many did you print out? They printed 200,000 PVCs. So we need to know the numbers. If we know the numbers, we'll be able to follow, to know what they are printing. If you don't know the number, you will not know what they've printed out. And it takes me to the second point, which is the distribution. Well, I'll still go back to printing because we want to know the numbers. And at the end of the day, I keep asking myself, is it possible for this party, this APC party, to tell them, don't print some tribes? When you see names like Chukwuemeka, when you see names like, some names, don't bother printing. Is it a possibility? We have to look at all the possibilities. And that is why we need to know for each local government, how many people did you register? Break it down. And what are your plans for printing these things? Is it that you're going to print, because you never know what their plans is. They might decide to print the first 500 and you have 3 million people waiting to collect PVCs, and they say we could only print 200,000 initially, and we will print more in November, we'll print more in December. So we need to know, we've registered 300, how many are you printing? How are you planning to print? Are you printing in batches, or they said October, we will have everybody in October that registered by this time in October, or are you planning batch printing? That's what we need to know. Because when it comes to sharing, you see people go there thinking, oh, my PVC is ready. They go the first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, they go 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, and it's not ready. They get discouraged, which is part of the plan, which could be part of the plan. People keep going and they're not getting this thing. Like one speaker said, you keep going and you're not getting it. A lot of people would, at one point, they'll say, I think I'll just leave it. So we need to actually, like you said, hold their neck, press their neck very, very well. And another question I have been asking, which I should have an answer for this week, is how do you plan to share? How do they plan to share these things? Because I'm hearing, you will come down to the local governments to get your PVC. How, if I have, we all know what happened with registrations. People were there. Some people went every day for 2 weeks. They could not register. 2 weeks. They were going there as early as 5 a.m. Is this what they are planning to do again? Because the truth about it is, by the time I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I love Peter Obi, but by the time they give you excuse at work for 5 days, you're not going to get it the next week. So that could be another part of the plan. Because what they should do, I have never had to go to INEC office to pick up the permanent voters card. They bring it to the streets. So what are their plans to bring this thing down to the streets? If it means to certain areas in each of the localities, in a local government, you bring it to certain areas so that people will go there, which has been what they've always done. But this time around, I keep hearing everybody will come down to the local government. No, if you have 200 people there, they can only attend, I don't think they can attend to 1,000 people in a day. So how do they plan to share these PVCs? Well, it brings me to the third point, which is...
please, can you run up, please?
Oh, okay. Education. At some point, we need to start educate. INEC needs to come out and educate us about these beavers. Let people know what it is so that it is not strange to them. Yes, let them educate the voters about beavers, how it works, what you will do on that day, what you shouldn't do. With these few points, I think I'll yield the mic. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Tosan. Thank you. So let's go real quick. Sweet child, you've been up here. I don't know if you're ready to speak now.
I've been here since my network. Can you hear me, Saddam?
I can hear you. It's APC and PDP people that are causing it. They don't want you to come and pray.
I am telling you, our evil people have been here. I'll be listening. I will see myself dropped out. You get?
Please. Anyway. Sweet child, please. How your prayers used to pray. Please, we need you now to start involving INEC. INEC family member.
I'm saying yes.
Please. That prayer should touch INEC people, please. That prayer we need.
Don't worry. I'm okay, when you were saying that PDP are supposed to be making noise, APC, even the useless party, AAC, they're supposed to be making noise regarding this, right? The only thing that they keep doing is just talks about Peter Obi. Sometimes I wonder, mentioning Peter Obi makes them ejaculate because I don't understand. Like, does this man make them come? Maybe they're lacking women in their lives because I'm actually very tired. In as much as I see that it's all banned, but it's getting very irritating because we have serious issues at hand here. People are complaining about PVCs. They don't even care if their supporters have PVCs. No, all they need to do is to sleep on Peter Obi, wake up on Peter Obi, drink on Peter Obi. Very soon they will drink sniper on Peter Obi. United is here, you are hearing. Your party is very useless because that's the only thing you guys do. It's just unfortunate that instead of making, because I don't know how many people in that your place that you're even running position for have PVCs. I've never for once seen you on your TL talk about go pick your PVCs or any AEC. You guys, you open space to talk about PVCs. No, you don't. Instead, you rather stroke your penis and be thinking of Peter Obi because that is the only thing that makes you come. Because sometimes I'm wondering, excuse me, when you call on someone's name, do you just look at Peter Obi's picture and you just get, you understand, you get turned on? You lack women in your lives. It's just unfortunate. Go and get someone. Go and get a woman. Anyways, please, I'm here to shout. This one is SOS, right? This one is Save Our Soul because there's some things that is actually happening that is very obvious, and it looks like the INEC, they're not going to be for the people. INEC seems to be for who pays best because it doesn't make sense when you've stopped enrollment for new registrations, right? Then why did you stop your site from working? That is for people that still want to do transfer. Transfers, you should be able to transfer your PVCs, monitor your PVC, know where it is. Look at what Ebuka was saying. Something that he has done since last year. He doesn't have to be going to PVC office or local government office to constantly be checking. All he needs to do, check on site, and it tells them, and on site, it logs in, and it says, oh, ready for pickup or something. Right now, the site is not up. Why? Why is the site not up? What are you guys trying to do? Do you want to now bring up the site 2 months to election or 3 months to election, then people start rushing? No. We still have people that still need to transfer their PVCs for goodness sake. I remember that I went to look for, I took my mom to go get her PVC. She did transfer since last year till now as I'm talking to you. This is since last year. And she got a mail, right, using my own mail that, oh, it's ready. And when we got there and they said that, oh, it's not available, I tried logging in and I saw I couldn't log in. And I said, what's happening? And the woman was saying that, oh, they have a whole lot of PVCs. They have up to about PVCs that they've done since 2011, 2014. If you look at this room, they're counting it. And I said, but they made mention that 2011 to 2014, you don't have. They said it was not going to work. They said, no, it's going to work. So we have a whole lot of people that are yet to pick up their PVCs. Like Lamin said, just the way we were making noise for go and register, we should also do the same. If we can get a bus, you can just sponsor a bus to pick up people from our location to take them to that local government to pick up their PVCs. Please do it. People are doing things and we appreciate you. In fact, all obedient doing things with their monies, coming up with ideas. We appreciate you so much. Like, I don't even know how much I can say this big thank you. Ogun State. Today, when I saw Ogun State, I saw Oyo rally. I was like, are you for real? Because I've been very concerned about this southern state. Like, what's happening? So that's Western state. Are they really obedient? And I saw it. I was like, thank you, Jesus. Like, people are tired, right? And if you're here, you're working for INEC, please let that site be up as soon as possible. Yes, you've stopped registration. Good. Can we at least check our transfer? Can we at least get the status? You don't expect people to constantly leave their office to be going down there to be checking for state. No, now it doesn't make sense. And I like the fact that it's only obedient that is shouting about this. Go and register. It's only obedient that is shouting that is saying this. Only obedient. And kudos to everyone. Saddam, let me round up. I'm actually here for Gist Lover. I really want to give you guys gist. You know, I know I'm a woman and I like I'm a boy.
Wait first.
Saddam, make sure you hand this Amebo complete.
I will stop. See, I'm just doing this before the next speaker and I will come up, please. INEC, when we're speaking about INEC, I think probably if you have a solution for us for INEC, you just come up here and give us a solution. If not, please just go through. But let don't itch me since I want to hear about this Gist Lover. Now, give us Amebo. Amebo is sweet. Please, that's Saturday night with this. Give us Amebo, sweet child. Blow this space up. Thank you.
Yeah, so I have been following Gist Lover. Like I follow Gist Lover. If Gist Lover opens 100 sites, that is IG page, right? I am there to tell you how I follow this woman. And woman or man, because I don't know who the person. So what I'm not. What?
Continue.
No, she's reading for Nigerians. Can you guys hear me?
I'm about to reach now. Network don't they shake. Eh? Time for
can you hear me now?
Network they shake. Please continue, Jare. Continue.
Okay. So she's actually for Nigerians. Like she hates this political class. People who use people. Do you understand? Even before NSAS, she has always said that you people come out to rally around these politicians. These people are like this, these people are like that. She constantly says that she's going to spill out a whole lot so that you will use your hand to say, okay, I want to vote for a drug dealer. I want to vote for a corrupt person. You will use your hand to say this thing that is happening. That is not that she just saw it and she just thought, no, it has been in the pipeline since. And everything she said, like, it's just unfortunate that 99% of most of the things she says, I 100, right? 99% of most of the things she says, there is actually 99.9 atom of truth in it. Look at this whole Mogaji story. You know when David brought out document regarding Mogaji and all those places. Look at all of them are all linking. Let's forget that yes, so she may be coming up and she may be toxic. Yes, we like it like that because she has actually opened her eyes to a whole lot of things. People come on social media, they lie their butts out. You understand? Causing depression. Me, not make me depressed. It not concern me. But we have some people who actually look up to a whole lot of celebrities, influencers. You understand? And she comes out to say, "Oh, these people are nothing." And just the way we're actually thinking about our dear Tintin, right? In as much as we're not sure of all those things, the information she's bringing, they're all down clipping together. And she said she's just starting. That what she just gave is just the surface. The more gist is coming.
Sweet child, I have a problem with your net. Your line have been breaking since that is Amebo. So please, you just try and sort your line. Please, I really need to hear this Amebo well, please. I'll allow you to speak when you're done. So let's just get more speakers. Let's have a conversation rolling. Me, I don't believe. I love Amebo just for to calm down my whole blood and my nerves. Yeah, but it's not as if I'm gonna take what that woman have been saying, hook, line, or sink. I don't know how, whether it's a man or a woman, whoever it is, but I want Amebo to flow. There's a reason why Shaky Daddy is involved. So any Amebo coming to that camp is good Amebo for me. Eh? So thank you. Let's have more speakers. Nello. Sorry, please, Nello, before you go, Ibrahim, I know you want to make a submission, so I think I'll allow Nello speak, then Ibrahim, you go next. So Nello, you have the space, please.
Hi, Saddam. Hi, Sizzle. Hi, Reliever Best. Lami, everyone. How you guys doing? Yeah, good to be here again. This is the best space on Twitter, period. Yeah, and I always love to come. Yeah, so on the topic of the day, I had somebody come and say, these APC guys, they are so confident that they are going to win. Listen, guys, it's just bragado. Like, they are just forcing it. They are rattled, guys. When you see them, they quickly went to open space. They quickly went to bring. Do you know that? Dare Asake or whatever, that PR guy that they opened that space for? Literally, they had to bring this guy all the way from London where he is resting. They say, bro, you have to come. There's fire on the mountain. The guy came, they have to open space. They did all of that. Didn't you people see that even Baba Agbado himself was coming on spaces? What are you talking about? It's just false bragado. They're just forming because at the end of the day, there's a friend of mine who, she's a PDP person, very strong PDP, woman. And she said, initially, a lot of people are converting, guys. When we first started this movement, they thought it was just, youthful exuberance, whatever. But the momentum is catching up. She was saying that a lot of people that, she never in her life thought that they would support Peter Obi, they are supporting. So trust me, what we are doing is working, and all these things that they come and do, they are just trying to, because some people, they stand on the fence and they are looking. When they see that the wave is moving, they like to go where the wave is going. So it's a lot of politicking, is mind game. Also, these things that show red guys, they do. Me, I know what they do, and I've told some of our people, stop going to their spaces when they open space, because then Peter Obi is the momentum. Everybody wants to partake. If they open their space now and they just want to talk about random things, how many people will show up? But when they open space and say Peter Obi is a liar, Peter Obi lied on with Adiola, Peter Obi kiniko. They know that some of you obedience, people now go there, you want to start arguing, you want to start proving point. They don't care about what you want to say. They just want to ride on that momentum, because the more you talk about them, the more you give them publicity. It's publicity that they want. They know that Showa cannot win even one local government. They know. But they just want publicity. And I understand, because, at the end of the day, the more people get to know about your party, maybe the next election you might be able to do something. So they just want to ride on the Obi wave. Be wise. Stop paying them heat. Stop going to your space to go argue with people that don't care. And then going on, when it comes to vote buying, people have said it, but let me just say it again. Vote buying works when there is voter apathy. When a lot of people don't turn up, then it's easier to buy the votes of the people that turn up. If a lot of people turn up, how many votes can they afford to buy? How many? How much? So as long as, we pick up our PVCs, those of you that can, and you turn up and you defend your vote, forget about vote buying. We cannot totally eradicate it, because at the end of the day, people are hungry. But then again, we tell them, take the money and vote wisely, okay? Because that money that they give to you, you're not going to eat it for 4 years.
Also, the same thing goes to students. You are in school. You think that it's none of your business because your parents are giving you money right now. Listen, you're going to come out to unemployment because you see this APC government, unemployment has tripled. I even have the data, the statistics. I will try and tweet it and share it. Unemployment has people are sacking their workers. They can't afford to pay salaries. So when you stay in school, you refuse to go and vote or you refuse to take part, my dear, there's 8 years. 8 years. That's what this government, if you are lackadaisical and this government comes in, you're going to come out of school. If you don't have money to japa, you are going to be here in this place, no job. So you better. And please tell all the students, this is not the time for people to sit down and be playing PS2 or something. Come out, get your PVC. If it means that you have to go home or wherever to go and vote, please go and vote. Okay, Saddam, I can see you. Let me see. There's something else I wanted to say.
What happened on this Gist Lover? Even just come here and I've been talking of INEC for like 10 hours now.
You see, Gist Lover, my dear, Saddam. Oh God, that was on one space. The next day after that, Gist Lover gist came out. There's this guy, Folu Shaw. He broke it down. And hey, they say if you live in Lagos Island, you know that this gist is actually common there. It's not a new thing. If you live in Lagos Island, they know who Amoda is. Amoda Ogunlere. They know him. Apparently, even Tinubu's father, this guy even went as far as Tinubu's father, Gafaru, Wanti. The girl's name that Tinubu allegedly took over is Bola Aisha Tinubu. That's the name of the daughter. And then I wish that Folu guy can come here and give us that gist. Darren, I think I saw you on that space that day as well. It was like the gist was live. I'm here for the gist anyway because at the end of the day, I believe that there's an element of truth in the gist. I do believe that there's an element of truth because I don't really like follow Gist Lover, but when you know how these things are, when she gist, everybody will start talking about it. Then we'll go and find the page because she's always opening plenty. I believe that Gist Lover is a he. That's another thing. It has to be a man. It can't be a woman. It's a man. So I believe that.
Which kind of that? Come, please, gender, this, please.
It's a man. Please. You can't tell me anything.
He is a woman.
He's a man. Gist Lover is a man.
He is a woman. All right, thank you very much. Hello.
All right, I dropped my mic here. Wait, one more question. Ibrahim, I have a question for you. Why are you not working with LP?
Ibrahim, are you here?
Ibrahim, are you here?
Which of Ibrahim?
I'll pursue the other one. I don't pursue the other one.
I thought you were talking
the handsome Ibrahim, the one with the blue hat.
Nello, focus. You have election to focus.
I'm focused. Ibrahim, why are you not working? Are you come and work with Theo now? We need your experience. You can't sit on the fence. You can't afford to sit on the fence, Ibrahim. We have to work. You have to work with us. We have to work with you. And also. Yeah, anyway, I'm sure Lami is here. Lami, please slide into the DMs, okay? We need to convert Ibrahim.
I thought he was a PO person, I'm telling you. I said follow him because I thought he was a PO person.
We need to slide.
We'll follow you. You must see. How many women do you want?
Space we talk like this. When I'm gonna every time Haba. I thought he was a Labour Party person,
No.
Wow.
There are plenty of them in my DM. Plenty of them in my DM. They are all former Buharists.
I gave this very good explanation, I think, when we started talking. And I told you that we really needed a pack. I always tell you, we really needed a pack. When the lady was talking about us to go and sit down in front of INEC and things like that, the sort of young people can do to give a lot of energy to where we want to go to when that energy is really needed. And that is a lot of why when I try to explain to a lot of people what we need to do.
there is a lot of young Nigerians that are very, very confused because there are some things that we have not done to make sure. So, for example, you see somebody is even talking about the same OB group fighting themselves, which that's not the energy we're supposed to waste. You don't have water, we are spilling water.
Fighting themselves where, please?
No, so they said that this one wants to do a rally, the other ones are thinking of doing
No, Ibrahim should understand this in politics. In politics, listen, what you understand is this: that we have one goal, which is to get Obi to be the next president. But we're going to have issues. We are all different human beings. Even in your family, I believe you have. In my family, I have four brothers. We have issues every time. We manage to settle. It's normal.
Just listen to where I'm going to. I'm arriving at that particular place. You understand?
I'll continue, sir.
Continue from what we are.
But I'm coming first. Sorry, please. Before you go on, please. You can see. If you don't, let me let you get away. Please, we have all the beautiful ladies in Nigeria. All of them. All the beautiful ladies in Nigeria. I did not say some, all 99.9% of the beautiful ladies in Nigeria are Peter Obi supporters. That 0.1. That 1%, they share 0.5 to the PDP, 0.5 the APC. All the ugly women, we don't get sense. When they are brain, they don't use them. They don't use their brain finish. All of the heads support APC and PDP. You don't face your ugly woman support PDP.
No woman is ugly.
I don't. If you don't want to say,
if you support PDP, you ugly.
You ugly. I'm saying it. If they say no woman is ugly. Ugly woman did. Woman who is about APC and PDP, they ugly. Say yes. When I come with I've said my own. Ibrahim, over to you. Continue. Thank you.
Very important for us to just understand these few things. You see, as I always tell you, up here in the north, people are just trying to get convinced that I'm jumping into something that I believe and I know is going to work. And maybe some people will be here asking me maybe whether I'm doing OB or I'm just sitting on the fence or I'm not doing OB. I told you I have 6 gubernatorial candidates on PRP, which we sponsors. We paid their money for them to be on that system. We have 78 House of Rep and National Assembly, but I have personal preference to where I want to work. I will not be on this space from what time, 4 o'clock to this time, if I don't believe in anything. You don't even have to ask of that. And then I will not be telling things and how we're supposed to organize and support and do some things. It's never going to be possible. And one of the things that I have when I come to this kind of a violence space is that to have my sanity well. I'm never interested in joining any other group because they will confuse you. And I told most of the young people, don't be going to there, don't add value to them. If you are following Omokri or Remo, stop following him. You just have sense for yourself. Go to where you know that's the direction where you want to go to. And listen to those people. They will add value to you. That's why in our religion, we have to keep calling for prayer. We have to do prayers 5 times a day. Because if we allow to go to the other side of the devil, we are going to join the devil because we are going to be confused and start asking God, why? So if you really, this is your intention, you have to build it and it's good. Because I know the day that I'm going to come and do that posting that this is where I am, is a day that will shift to another. That is a day that we need that because that day we have gone a little bit lower. People are a little bit, we need this block to move forward. And I always tell my friends, and I know the clique and the groups that knows me. I always try to talk to them. But let me just give you some of the wala that I really want to drop here so that at least it will be, because we are here for solution. I always like how Saddam said it. Let's just go for the solutions. Number 1, you see, even today they launched some cars for Bola Tinubu. If they see you with Bola Tinubu's car, somebody will not believe it's in your car. So some people that know that they can spare some of their cars. You have a Golf that you are not using. You have some car that you can just, let's have a place in Abuja or in Lagos where we'll be doing the lamination so that we can pay in the money into that post of one printer that will tell them, okay, go so place and just make your car. It's very, very important. These are car stickers, the car flag for Labour Party. Make sure that so that they will see you, more of you everywhere. issue of changing your banners, changing your talking about it, because you have to, like, for example, we are 500 of us here or 600 on this space. We're supposed to be tweeting violent space. We're supposed to be tweeting something that at least when we live today, people are saying, these people come and make noise today.
All right, Brian, just for just 1 minute, please. Please, if you're on the space right now, please.
Very important.
Yeah. I don't know why it is difficult. I will never ever tell anybody, please follow me back on this space or don't follow us, please. Just tweet with the hashtag violence space, please.
That's how. Just make sure that every day you come.
INEC is compromised. You have it up here, please. Just stay on this space. Do this and please tweet with the hashtag violence space. Let's get it trending. Thank you and God bless.
It's very important here. And another thing that I really want us to do, for example, up in the north and TV and radio, all this space that you see they carve for themselves, they are very expensive, but we have to choke our head into this politics today, this democracy today, and on AIT, this Arise TV. We have connections to most of these people, and where we're supposed to pay, let's make sure we pay and just choke head, show some small violence, you understand? Answer some this INEC issue, go to that space, you understand? Carry it to where they will not want to hear, because those elites that you see them, they are not here. That's why if you now, for example, me, there's a lot of them, if I talk to them, they'll say, it's only on Twitter. Peter Obi cannot he cannot win. They will try to do one permutation like the way the Osita was doing to us that day. If you see how they will be cornering giving you some example, then they will leave you guys, because the threat is coming from the south. So they will just bring your head to the north and start telling you, in the north, this is how mocks vote. This we in the north, we know it's all lies. You understand? So allow us to have that space to really quench them. And there is a lot of Hausa TV. As I talk to you today, Sheyi Tinubu and their group, they are paying 150,000 for northern bloggers per month, every month. That's their salary, and you can see them. I can list a lot of them, and some of them they are the ones that even call me to tell me that this is what they have started doing for them. They do their retreat to 250 bloggers here in Abuja, in Hilton here. They sat down with them, give them the tools, give them money, give them what they need to do. We have to go above that. That's why you see even now they are trying to create even violence stations too, their own violence. But they will do it in the name of Peter Obi. They will abuse people. They will abuse prominent Nigerians. Someone will even come and abuse Islam just to show that, okay, this is an iPod person that is just trying to cause this one. So you have to start. By now we're supposed to start, okay, this is where we are collecting the data. So I personally, is part of maybe at the back end I will talk to Saddam. Let's sit down, how we see to create that contact center, to create that polling center, where we can communicate with those people that are confused. We send them messages. We do a robot system that will now communicate with them. Once they see the information is keep coming to them, we have bulk SMS, bulk this, and they receive it. We are not abusing anybody. We are just telling them this is your future. This is the future of your children. This is where we're supposed to go to. And then we have a contact center where they can call and somebody will talk to them. The way the guy is saying, go and verify. So that is going to be that contact center where somebody wants to verify, because all this thing that are dashing people out is just full lies. So we have to create those things. And then also, quickly, you see, one common thing I really want you to really hold very important is that most of the young friends that are now working with Aswaju and working at Atiku, most of them, if they call you, the first thing they will tell you is that Tinubu is going to pay very well. It's better you come where they will give you appointment. It's better where you come and show your face. You know when do you win. So they will try to come from that angle. So all of them, they are going for service. What they need is that they are giving them the service. Aswaju is talking to them. Atiku is talking to them because they told them that I'm going to bring this strong number of the youth. So what we do is that contract that they have collected, we have to make that contract useless. Because if the youth are not talking about them and not talking about their orga, that means all these young people that are going to them, they have to come back to us because to be relevant, because they know the services they are collecting money from those big men, they are not getting the market. For example, if you tell me you are going to buy tomato for me, and I went to the market and buy all the tomato, and now you go to the market and you cannot find tomato to buy for that person that he said, they're going to pay him his money. So I think this is what we need to put into and make sure that we block them. And we can reach out to these young people that are on strike, and then those are in school,
private schools that are not on strike, we make sure that at least we create that system that will reach out to them. But having a mobile app, I think, is very compulsory for us, Adam. The reason why we really need that app is that we have to start arranging people into polling units. We have to start mobilizing people. Like, for example, we are 500 of us here. We can put all of us 500 here into that mobile app. We already have it on the way together. If you have those 500 people on that app, for example, then you start to allocate them into their wards, because if you register directly into your ward. So modestly we start doing that one. We start to see, okay, we create and another thing that I really don't want to forget is that you have to, no matter what you do, try to raise money. Very important. That's the only way you confuse the elite. When we are doing scratch card for Buhari, nobody knows how much is coming. If I tell you the truth of what we really do, but the psychological work that it gave us and help us is really, really big. You have to create a system where you will be creating that system, that you are creating your own money, doing your own work. You understand? Creating your own t-shirt, creating your own pickups, you have to create a system that they will see within themselves and within their eyes. This is how politics run. When we want to do the Bodlon, the line of Bodlon, the day they issue out that video of line of Bodlon, that's when General Muhammadu Buhari become the president, because you have already set a story that the whole money is now with Aswaju, and then everybody, politicians, you know how they run. They always run to where there is funding. That's the issue of the fight between Atiku and Wiki. That's the fight between any other person that you can see in the state. People come with the nature of this is how far and what they have. It's not about, but this one, once you tell them we are young people, we are just generating 1,000 naira, even if you are just going to be making just 1 million, anybody that is a strong politician will be very, very afraid, because he knows what that 1 million means to them, because it's committing people to the system, giving their life to make sure at least they protect. That's the reason why they will project, okay, if these people can do this, what will they do on the day of that election? So I think these are the small things that I say. Let me close. And the issue of that vote buying, very important. People has already explained it here. Make sure that we bring more people out. If you really wants to stop that vote buying, is that make sure that there is more people that they cannot buy. It's not easy to buy 100,000 votes. You do the math and see. Just do 2,000 naira per 100,000 votes. Then think of them paying 1 million of you are coming out. More especially air up in the north. But in the north, more especially, I really want, if we really want, and this is why I'm going to give my life and my support and everything that you want. I really want us to have many radio talks. Many radio talks in the north. If you
Ibrahim, I don't know if you know of Unity FM in Jos.
Yes.
You know,
I did a We Together program in Jos. We do our final our regional unveiling in Jos, I think on the 24th of March, I think.
Okay, what will happen is I have some stuff I'm working on the backlog. I think we'll discuss more in the DM, because you're making so many serious points here that we really need to work with. I really appreciate what you're saying. I understand where you stand and I know that you are with us, even if you're not going to say it out in public. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, and we really appreciate you, because I know the knowledge you have worked inside the system, you understand the system very well. So thank you very much, but I'm still going to leave you up here, because I know people want to ask you questions and probably find out one or two more things from you.
Okay.
Right, thank you very much, my brother. So
no problem.
I'm looking up to, I think, Aisha Yusufu. We'll be having a conversation. Probably you will think of something that we're going to do. Probably within this line of app development and everything. I have some app developers also that I think we can reach out to. We're just going to do everything we can possibly do.
It's even ready. Don't mind anything that you think you can get, because we ran election from 2007 to date. I think anything that you can think of, from INEC data to anything that you can think of that will make you to report election, to do analysis, to do the data analysis, do data margin, contact retrieval, anything that you can think of, we have
internet, we know transmission results, what they will do. At least we are, that's what I said, if we come out to do what we want to do, you will be really appreciate. If I told you I sat with a lot of people, I'd have a very serious discussion. Today, we spoke to some parks. If you go to my listing, you see we have sent a first survey. So today, the morning, 12 to 10, 12:30, we spoke with farmers. We asked them what are the things that they need in the north. What are the policies that they want? What are the things that we want to write for them and give it to them, so that any politician that comes to them, he wants to campaign, let them ask them, this is really what we want from. We talked to drug parents, and also people that have issues with drugs, and we said, okay, articulate, if you have groups that are doing NGOs for that, and articulate something that when somebody comes to you, you show him that this is what you need as parent. This is the kind of discussion we want to engage with people, so that even if you have a call in on radio speaking with something, don't go outside talking about how he dressed with his tie and his swagger shoe, or no, go talking about the just lover. This is the kind of things that they want in the political dimension. Give you things that are not going to promote your own candidate. Shift your mind. We did that during Buhari. We are active players in that. We know exactly how they think. So these are some things that if they allow you to take, and I'm so happy how Peter Obi is doing it. He's going on radio and telling people what he wants to do. That's very important. But these people are still not talking, and they don't want to talk. And Cecil has said it. He said that categorically. He shot very straight to them and told them, you have to go on television and tell Nigerians what you want to do. So we will have to help him, to push them. We said, okay, we agree. You'll be talk about your sneakers, we'll finish. Don't bring this lover so that you can finish down. But you still have to come and tell us how you are going to solve problem. Because that's the only way we can help him do the fight. So if we can do this one, we have to be very, very visible. We have to come and swallow a lot of smaller groups. We have to go and look for all these small parks that are angry, that are agitated, more especially in the north. People that have been sent out of their houses. Some people are in IDPs. Some people are in other places. We just have to go and keep getting all this anger, putting them, giving them comfort, doing a lot of things. I told you when this time around, we are just doing, because of the rainy season, what we do is that we create a platform within ourselves and say, okay, in your area, look at those houses that their roof is leaking. It will not take you to buy 20 or 10 sheet of zinc. Once you change that his life, you go, because every time there is cloud, that person don't normally sleep, because he's afraid of this rainy season and all this flooding time. Use your POS and Labour Party this thing. Assist people. Show them this is who you are. It's not about talking. It's about walking on the ground. That's what we did during our time. It's about going to the field. Give them some assistance. There's a lot of things I will share, but at least as Cecil, you can go ahead. No problem.
Ibrahim, something I'm very excited you talked about is a charter of demands. When I was much younger and I lived in New York, I always used to come to the north. Very weird. I'll come to Nigeria on holiday, but rather than stay in Lagos, I would go to Kaduna. I had an uncle who was a lecturer in ABU. So I know Samaru, Congo, I know the north. I fell in love with the north. You mentioned something called a charter of demands, which I always felt was more important, especially to northern Nigeria, southern Nigeria, than the whole restructuring discussion. Why do I say this? There are certain things the north needs that they need directly. When Goodluck Jonathan was trying to do his Almajiri schools, quote unquote, whatever he was calling that thing, I always wondered that might not directly be what the people need at that time. Let me explain. There are some states in the north where the youth have been lost to drugs. Bata is an epidemic. Some of those states might need detox, rehabilitation centers, because that one is the problem they are really facing.
And parents will love you. Parents will love you.
God bless you. So I thought about all of this a long time ago. And what I would say is this, Ibrahim. The favor you do to me is this. Because now that Peter Obi is coming, there might be a tendency, there has to be a charter of demands for what the North needs at federal level. at least state by state. But also, in reality, there has to be realistic requests that the North needs from state governors. Too many times in northern Nigeria, northern Nigeria expects the blessing or help to come from the federal. And then if you notice, most of the state governors in northern Nigeria run amok with the finances of the state. That's why someone like Shetima was being investigated for 600 billion naira as at 2003 or something, as at 2003 or something like that. So please, I beg of you, in the Charter of Demands is very important. And even I, as a Nigerian and Igbo man who loves northern Nigeria, I really want this to happen. So please take it in part of, in all the awareness the obedient movement is doing up north. I'm very interested in your Charter of Demands. Maybe improve upon northern hospitals, more hostels for universities in the north, realistic, practical demands, so that somebody doesn't go and start building bridge in Kaurana Moda. So that at the end of the day, they'll tell you we built 16,000 kilometers of road.
This is a great man.
Do you understand? My brother, I know the north.
What I'm saying. I've been calling people to this. I said, anybody that's going to win election, once you go to the north, take them what you want to liberate them, because this is the only social contract they have with Buhari.
Exactly.
Guys, we have APC here. They only
had the elite, and they thought Buhari will come against the elite, and they were seriously disappointed with what really happened. So we have to have anybody that can come from anywhere and tell them, this is how you are going to be secured. This is how you are going to be happy. This is how you are going to be protected. And this is the kind of system we are organizing for you. This is where you can go to your farm. You can get extension workers to work for you. If you hear the discussion today on the submission from the farmers today, very, very fantastic. There is no way you not fall in love with what they are saying.
Ibrahim, let me come in here first, real quick. Yeah, I'll come to you because I honestly, when we started this whole movement and everything, I have a whole lot of my friends, that I know from the north, that probably little influencers and the rest. That all of a sudden I saw they are no longer influencing. They have been quiet, and some reached out to me in the DMs and told me, honestly, I said it on our last space, even before I came up now to say this now. I said it on our last space. If people can remember when I said APC have gone out to buy a whole lot of northern influencers. A whole lot of people that are meant to speak out for the truth are going to be being paid right now by APC.
Not necessarily being paid, my brother. They are being bullied at parental level. A lot of northerners are very respectful.
Not bullied.
So I don't think they bought them with money.
I think what you're saying, the influencers is being paid. The influencers is being paid.
Oh, okay. Continue, my brother.
The last person you bully to give money is a northerner. You can try that in the south, but not the north. I said influencers. I'm careful of what I'm saying. Those opinion shapers that are on social media, APC have gone out for them. Bola Tinubu is desperate. He's desperate, and they held a space today. Yeah, so one of them also sent me the link that they are having a space. I should come up. One of our friends also went, and we understand what is happening. But I'm saying this because so I let people that are on this space understand that this is what's happening. That we know what's happening and what's going on. Yeah. Our own people also, they go there, they just hear what's going to happen. They can't tell us, say alpha. You understand? So we should understand that many of our northern brothers that we come out on spaces tomorrow to start selling the gospel of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Many of them. And they are being paid. They are not doing it free of charge. They are being paid for a price. So, Ibrahim, I just want to know, I know I'm not surprised because I'm saying this in all honesty. I don't know your price. I don't know whether tomorrow Bola Ahmed Tinubu will come with 100 million naira. He's capable of doing that. And tomorrow Ibrahim will start speaking for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I will be disappointed.
I think I know it's a violent space, but this your violence is taking it. Let me tell you. People, let me tell you. A lot of people. Let me tell you. A lot of people know me. I am the only person in SUG in Kano. I was a social director.
in the history of Bible, I'm the only person that resigned my appointment because I'm not happy with what is going on in the SUG. I'm the only person. So let me tell you how I operate. Let me tell you. Anybody that knows me, anybody, if today I want to be in this government, on the services I have done, there is none of them. If I show you my picture with Tinubu, you will be amazed. If I show you my picture with Peter Obi, you will be amazed. One thing I believe is that no matter how much you have in life, even if you have 1 billion, I have a friend that I went to his house. He bought a house in Maitama, 1 billion naira. I went to see his house. I came with my Moran during that time. He was telling me, he looked at me, he said, Abdulkarim, how I wish I'm you. I'm sitting on a chair that is covered with a crocodile's skin and an ivory of elephant as the armrest. That guy looked at me and said, how I wish I'm you, Ibrahim. This is where I am. With all this money, I cannot enjoy my life. I see the difference between being happy, doing what you are doing, than serving under somebody. So let me shock you, Saddam. I have never typed my CV. From university straight, I become a serial entrepreneur. I have never worked under anybody. Even if you promise me minister today, or be promised, I'm not going to work for him because he wants. I only work on conviction if I believe in things. So it's not about something that you took one leg in and took one leg out. I know where I'm coming from. I know who is my father. I know where is my house. And I see the privilege that God has given me today. I will not abuse that privilege. It's not everybody that has gotten. I always say it on all my programs. I did more than 1,000 radio programs. I always said it. If you have a responsibility, like Saddam, for example, here, your responsibility is that we are committed to this violent speech. So you have to take the responsibility of leadership. It's a responsibility you attach yourself. That's why you are written host on your name. And you have to give Nigerians that responsibility. I have a jingle that I did on the terms of responsibility. I said, even if they call you Igwe or they call you chief, even if they call you a father, it comes with a tag and a responsibility that God Almighty will ask you about. If you go to school and another person didn't go to school, it's a responsibility you that go to school, because knowledge is light. You have to show that light. Some people have to line behind you to show that line to take them where it is. If you take them to a wrong direction, that means God will never bless that light because you have not made the use that God asks you to do for that. I have a basic ideology. Even I am doing something. This way together that you see us doing, we have to stay overnight every day, twice in a week, 4 hours every day, to sit down and put up something irrespective of it. There are some things I can't even tell you here. If I tell you all these things you are doing, you will stop doing them. Because Nigeria is already a closed circuit. It's a small group of people. If somebody will put a badge of 3 million barrels of crude oil on our shows to take oil, that means you can see that there's people that are powerful and more stronger than Nigeria. So it's beyond what we are saying, is beyond. We are trying to do something that in the next 100 years, people will come and say, these are what these people. This is where I want to go to. This is the name I want to. My family don't have any name. There is nobody that will call me and say, this is the name. This is the name I'm trying to find for my family. I will find it where I know somebody, someday I will do something. Somebody will remember me on when they say, this are the work of what Zita and his friend have done. That's why we started that way together. I'm not doing, if you can be bought just because somebody wants to give you money and you do things because of money, that means you don't have value of what you know you can do. Every other person, from Zuckerberg to Microsoft to any other person, anybody that makes money today, he just solve a problem. What you need to do is solve a problem. As I talk to you today, I just take the delivery of 2 Samsung television, 55 inches, just for me to make the dashboard and also to start collecting those information that I want to start. I want to tell you exactly, these are the influencers in all the zones in Nigeria. These are influencers and national influencers. This one are regional influencers. This one are state influencers. This one are local government influencers. These are the people that sit at the Majlisa. These are the people that sit in the mosque. These are the people that sit in the church. This is how they control the people around them. This is the kind of data we want to create between now and the end of this month. So that when we want to do the actual violence that we want to do, this is what we want to see. We have to understand this is where this thing is coming from. So if we see anybody trying to divert us, we know this is person, this is why he sent this information. And this is the reach of that particular information. And this is how we are going to control our space so that he will not get to it. But I see a lot of mistakes. You see, Reno and other people, they just use this, they'll just go and just abuse one person from this. Then everybody will just give him negative publicity is publicity. So if they want to start talking about, that's what they did during Trump. There's nothing they didn't call Trump, but Trump still won election. So let us be focused. Let's the only thing I'm always trying to make sure that this is my final thing that I'm going to seal any discussion I'm doing is this issue of charter of demand. I really been very hot with the government of Buhari because we didn't tie it with anything. We just went in, fight for somebody. You will not understand how we fought. Somebody is saying that we don't know how far we have gone when we did the CPC. But thank God Umar is here. We are going to talk about CPC, what we did in CPC. But notwithstanding, no matter what you do, the end result is that we have to protect Nigeria itself. The essence is Nigeria itself. These people, they are beyond what you can think. But as young people, we have to close our ranks. We have to, if they ask us, what do we need? Say, Sadem, talk on our behalf. Tell them what we need. We already documented. We know what it is. Everybody that is in the space know what we want to achieve. We just don't want to just achieve a president, but we want to achieve a new Nigeria. We want a Nigeria that is devoid of all these things that people that have already rubbished this country with. That's what we want to achieve. So if we stand to that, anywhere you want to talk to your colleague, you want to talk to your friend or family member, you want to convert him with a charter of demand. This is why we are coming into this fight. This is what we. Even if the person that we are pushing, he don't want to do it, we make it compulsory on him. He must lead us to where we want to go to. Just put your legs on ground. If they see you are not shaking from what you want and how you want it, there is nothing they can do. They have to give you what you want. Even small child in the house, how many you do a rascata now? If you start crying, the mother, the father, everybody, at the end you have to just give him what you want. Or all of you will not sleep. So we are the children of this country. We can do that. But because we are not coordinating, we are not being scientific, we are not being logical, emotions is there. But we should not allow, because they are going to prick that our emotions. They will try to do something that would even ban us from to top the Twitter. They just want us to do small violence or small something. They say, okay, they fix another ban on the Twitter if it's going to be. At the end, you see African leaders, they are doing the same thing. They will now say they shut down social media. Or they shut down everything. We are not going to take them that. But if we have a charter of demand and we have candidate selection criteria, we say we drop this on them. No matter what they do, we drop this on them. For example, if anybody that talks to me about, you have to Muslim ticket Tinubu is somebody that is from APC, I ask them, I said, what I'm fighting APC for is that APC promised us that they are going to repair the refineries. And today, you're supposed to come and give me explanation why we don't have refineries. I'm not talking about Tinubu. I'm not going to vote Tinubu. We are going to vote APC. This is what I want you to understand. This is the answer I want you to give me. If somebody comes to me from PDP, I ask him, I said, you're supposed to be in opposition. Today, ASU are on strike. Today, this is what is happening. You're supposed to be the leaders for us to do this one. Why are you not doing what is supposed to be your basic work? If you cannot do your basic work as an opposition, then why will you give you presidency? For what reason? You have not done what is genuinely your service. You're supposed to lead the pack on the issue of opposition to make pressure on these people. You have not done. That means you feel that we are okay with them. You are the same with them. You are going to continue what they are doing. That's what you are saying indirectly. So this is how you cage all of them. And refuse to allow them to go outside the charter of demand that you created for yourself. Even the principal himself now, if you arrange a very good charter, himself will be paying part of those people to continue. We have our General Assembly that we are doing every Wednesday 8:30 to 9:30. I think Sadem, you're supposed to come to that place so that we introduce. We even give chance for people to come and have their own discussion. Feel free within young people like you, intelligent people like you, well-established people like you. Talk about your feelings. Talk about your feelings about Nigeria. If anybody talk to you, this Obi, because up here in the north, the only thing that they only keep on telling you, Obi is an able person, he's coming to break Nigeria, he's going to be worse, your own is better than getting somebody that. That's the only campaign that. That's why I said, get more radio stations, talk to Nigerians about their own feelings. They are all hungry. All Nigerians are angry. All Northerners, they don't have food on their table. All Northerners want their children to be the next elite too. But there is no that space. The space has been choked now. It has already been closed. There is no even intermarriage between them. You understand? The space is getting more closer. The rich has already taken part one side and the poor has been. And they have selected this group of Buhari people and now push them into the system. None of them now come back to the poor and said, I'm together with the poor. So this is the gap that we have seen. This is the situation. And before any one of you even started this phase, the first thing we started doing is that we need to bring some. That's why we call ourselves We Together. We want to see what will bring us together. It's very important because unity is the only driving force towards a better nation. Ibrahim, if we don't have that unity, it's very difficult for us to go where we go.
Let me come in here. Honestly, because if I allow you now, you speak for the next 2 hours, and I will want to listen to you for the next 2 hours. Honestly, I will not. I will want to stop you here, but I understand, and I'm happy because at least you have dosed a little bit of my fear. Because I, for one, I'm not saying that I am a saint or anything, but God knows. God, in His infinite mercy, knows the heart of man. I have been approached. Even not now. I'm not even talking about now. I'm talking of when I even started coming up on spaces and going head to head with all these APC guys. I've been approached. I, for one, know that the only thing that will ever make me support an APC or a PDP is death. I'm dead. It's my dead body that will vote for them, not me being alive. Because I want a better Nigeria. I want a Nigeria that will work. And I know that these two parties cannot give me that. I cannot see, in all honesty, see a man like Peter Obi, and I will come out and I want to vote for Ebola, Tinubu, and Atiku. If probably Peter Obi was not on the ballot, I will go for an Atiku. Because I still consider Atiku, despite how bad his baggage is, I still consider him a lesser evil than Tinubu. But right now, I can't see, in all honesty, see all these three men out now. Leave Peter with everything I know about Peter and everything, where Nigeria is particular at this point in time. I have been approached, but I know this. So many people are going to get offers. I have friends that have come into my DM from influencers from the north also that came in and says, Saddam, I'm no longer with you people online, but offline he's still with us, giving me tactics. That see what you waiting, see where I'm going to attack these people from. But online, they're no longer for Peter B. So please, when you see them, not attack them, please, they're not doing it for their pocket.
Well, there are a lot of them.
There are a lot of them, yeah. A lot of them. I'll share.
Me too. A lot of them, they tell me that they really want to do that because, but I'm already indebted to so person.
Yeah, he wanted. One even say he thought, because when he told me, he thought I was going to attack him. I said, no, my brother, I'm not going to attack you. You're a grown man. You have every right to vote and support who you want to support. Yeah, as long as you know there are consequences for your decisions. He was like, no, be say for on offline. No, I don't fit ever vote this man. It's just because I've already been contacted. I don't know how much it be. It's just 150,000 naira now. I can't understand because you're in-house and you should know this better than I do. Yeah, but thank you for this confirmation. At least Nigerians, over 500 of you are on this place, you have heard what is going on with these people, how they are trying to shape the narrative come this election period. And exactly what I said earlier on when they said the N6, I'm coming to you now, bro, because remember when I told you that they tell you that wait for campaign to start. This is what we're talking of. Campaign has come. It is the month of campaigning. They have started mobilizing their people. No matter how they mobilize people, there is no mobilization that is going to beat an organic movement. We are an organic movement. We are moving without direction. We are anywhere we jam head onto one goal, which is to get people to be in February. So, Enzi, you want to say something before we get speakers up here to speak, please? Enzi, are you there? All right, let's get the conversation rolling real quick. Please, we have changed the topic because honestly, I really got something out of what Ibrahim was saying. I think if you want to talk about the whole gist lover stuff, you can come and say about it. But I don't think it is what we should be giving him attention. We have a whole lot of wins. We should focus on our wins. And please mute your mic, Linda. Please, I'll come to you. Thank you. We should focus on our wins and on our principle more than focusing on the bad market they're trying to sell for us. So, Linda, you have the space, please. Can you speak in 5 minutes, please? Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Good evening. My name is Linda. Like you guys can see, I'm also a lawyer. And about this, I don't want to talk about Gist Lover. I'm more interested in P2B and the forthcoming election. I was going to talk about, I've been listening to Ibrahim and all his suggestion and all that is good. But then when you're putting all that in place, how about the voting day, right? We can have all this thing, do all this awareness and all that when people don't have a voter's card. And not just that, when you want to mobilize, I think you should actually start with the INEC office, like real work. People should have their PVC. I know how some of my colleagues have been fighting for months, when I mean months, to get their PVC card, and they haven't gotten any. And then, how do you want that? In fact, most of the obedience people, P2B people, are all online, social media people. Do you understand? Social media is not going to put P2B in the office. We all know that. We need to vote. We need to be able to vote. If you don't have your PVC, then you cannot vote. A lot of people that want P2B to become the president tomorrow don't have PVC. You see, that's
Linda, please, that is false. That is false. That is not.
No, it is true.
No, it is not true. It is not true. It is not true.
It's not true, Linda.
Not true. That's very, very false. That's very, very.
I'm telling some of my colleagues they don't have.
That is a false narrative. That's a false narrative. When you started by saying P2B and social media, that's a very it's insensitive. It's insulting. We don't want that because
I'm coming, please. We're allowed to come up here about issues as long as it pertains to the campaign and everything. But what I will not allow, what I won't allow here is we sell a false narrative. You can't come up here and say it is true. How many people do you know? You can speak for your circle of friends. Your circle of friends are not voters, are not all the voters we have. We have over 90 million voters that will vote in these next elections. You don't know up to 1% of that. So please, if you come up in our space here, probably this is your first time. This is one space we don't tolerate any voice that is contrary to what we believe and what we know. And what we know is that people that are out there that are going to vote are voting for Peter Obi. If you did not watch the rally, people that went out to rally today in Ogun State, in Ibadan, are voters, real-time voters that will vote. Many of them have their PVCs. The good thing is that we have more people that have registered for their PVCs, that have not gotten their PVCs, that will get their PVCs too. So, and all these people will still line up to vote for Peter. So you can say a good number of people that want to vote for Peter Obi don't have their PVC. I can understand, but don't say all the, please. So you can mute your mic and speak now, please, Linda. Thank you.
I think you guys actually misunderstood me and the fighting. Sorry, and I want to address real. I don't know. I can't say real ever. P2B. I am not anti P2B. Actually, P2B is actually a family friend, like an in-house person for me. I don't want to go into details. Like family friend from father, mother, and all those things. Is a personal friend. So I'm actually I want P2B to win. Like
you kind of sounded like when racist white folks said, "I'm not racist. I got a black friend." I'm just saying.
I'm rooting for P2B like everywhere I go. What I was trying to say is I see like from where I stay, a lot of people, like if I talk to them, okay, P2B and all that, and people do agree with me. But then you're like, do you have your PVC? People say, no, I've not gotten. I've tried to do, it's always crowded, it's always this, it's always that, and all that. And my fear is like, okay, I don't want us to be like online voters. I want us to actually have our PVC so that we can actually be able to vote. That's the point I was trying to make before I was like attacked. I wasn't trying to say anything contrary. I am actually number one fan of P2B. If you do your homework well, you will know. I don't have to go. It is a public forum. I don't want to go into details with that, but I am. But my point is, I just want everyone to have their
Please,
PVC.
please let me just make this point before I forget. Just don't. No, I just want to just a minute. I want to say something. A minute. I'll allow her to speak. It's not like I'm gaggling her, please, because I think she misunderstood.
Do you know my best? Please. Especially if a lady is speaking, please allow them to speak. I beg you, my brother, please. Especially ladies here, please. Let us speak. You can always have your pen. Right now, I don't carry my pen. I love jotting down things according to just too funny. Jot things down. If you say anything, you know, say your brain go skip. Jot them down. I beg. Allow her to speak, please. Let's have this conversation. I don't want to have a space where we one person say what you don't like, you now jump on the person. Let her say what she wants to say, please. I also have some questions to ask her also, but please let her speak. Thank you. Linda, please you can continue, please. Thank you.
Now, because everyone wants a good Nigeria, and if there are lawyers here, we all just came back from the MBA conference where Peter B spoke, right? And for you to see, he has a lot of people that want him in that office. When he came in, I think Atiku came in first, and the noise wasn't that when Peter B came in. Oh my God! Everyone that went for that conference should be able to attest what I'm saying. You know, the noise, the ovation and all. We all want P2B in because I mean, if you watch what is going on in the country, like people, like Ibrahim said, people are hungry, especially in the north. People are, but aside from that, it's everywhere now. The hunger is everywhere. You know, there's more ritual killing. I've always known about ritual killing, but I think it has like tripled now. Like every day you're hearing about people killing people for money and stuff like that. $1 to 600 and something, pounds to 700 and something there. So for me, like I said, why I'm very particular about PVC is to make sure if you guys are organizing stuff like, you know, making awareness, there are people that have not been able to get their PVC. Maybe a lot of people might have gotten, but there are people that are still struggling to get theirs. I also have like people, like I got married and moved out of the state where I was, and my PVC was done in the state where I was, where my parents live. Now traveling, we all know how it's very unsafe to travel back to go and do voting and all that, or even to travel right now. Traveling is unless it's necessary. For me, I don't just hop in and travel right now. So if it is something, no, people have been trying to move my PVC thing to the state where I live, and it's been absolutely very difficult, you know, and I'm not the only one. I'm just saying that while we're creating awareness, if we can also have like, you know, people that can help out with this PVC stuff, because personally me and some like good number of people I know, they're also having issues with the PVC. Thank you.
I'm coming. Can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry. Okay.
Go ahead, please.
When you said the people you know having problem with the PVC stuff, is it that they did not register or the rest have not gotten a PVC? What is the problem actually? Please?
They registered one and they went to pick up their PVC and they're telling them. So first of all, they can't even get. If you see the crowd, I stay in Benin. The crowd there, it's weird. I have also tried to go to that office to try to see if I can move my stuff from Abuja to Benin. It's been absolutely impossible. I have tried for months.
So you have your PVC, but your problem is to move your PVC, right? That's your problem.
Yes.
Your friends, are they having the same problem with you?
No. Yes, they have not even gotten. They don't even have PVC at all. Not to talk of moving.
Sarah, please come in here, please.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Sarah. How are you?
Okay, hi. Yeah. So quickly, first of all, I wanted to state that for you to actually transfer from a state to another state,
It's as easy as dialing your phone. It takes you nothing more than 2 minutes. You don't even need to step your feet into any INEC office.
Oh, really?
Yeah, to transfer from one state to the other is the easiest. In fact, if you come to INEC office and you want to transfer, they will tell you to go outside. And one INEC official will just come and explain to you, do it on your phone. It doesn't even take you more than 2 minutes to get it done. Anybody can do it for you.
Please, can you tell me what to do?
And the thing is, I also wanted to state that anybody right now that is still complaining about getting PVCs, I'm sorry, yeah, but I just want to state this out there. PVC registration started since last year, June. The INEC officials, after we screamed and shouted, they gave an extra month extension when they were supposed to end it in May. But they extended it for a month. And I will tell you that 2 weeks after that extension, INEC offices were all scarce and empty. They were all scarce and empty until the 2 weeks later that it was supposed to end. Then the crowd started coming again. I don't know, we have this fire approach thing as Nigerians. It's part of us, okay? I'm not going to take that away. Maybe it's just how a lot of us act. I mean, when it's already getting so late, that's when everybody wants to, start running in to get it done. INEC was closing they were closing by 12 p.m. because there was nobody in the office. People were not coming in anymore. And then from 20th, 19th, then their offices started getting so crowded again. We were at different INEC locations. We were helping us with carrying INEC from one place to the other to ensure that we were able to get people to do their PVCs. So for that one, I'm sorry. The only thing I'm going to fault INEC for is that constitutionally, we're supposed to be able to get our PVCs until 90 days towards the election. So they should be able to allow people to keep registering until possibly maybe October, yeah. But they are not doing that because they claim or they said that they don't have the capacity to continue to register people when they don't even have enough funds to actually produce those PVCs. So even when they started getting PVCs since last year, we're all sitting down in the house. And we all started coming out only late because, right, so many of us, we believe or we thought that nobody was going to come out, or we didn't like the names that we were hearing until PO came into play. And then we started jumping up to go get our PO.
Sarah, come in here because I'm getting information right now that to transfer from state also is not possible right now. So I don't know if it is.
That's why I'm asking her to please just tell me what to do.
All true when the portal was open. You could have all true when the portal was open. All true
I know that was very, very easy then. It was very easy then.
It was actually very easy. So even right now, if your email, if you've done it before, if your email is open and your email, they've already sent you maybe an update before, you can actually do a transfer.
Sorry, Sarah, to cut you short. Just like you mentioned earlier, it was when P2B came out, most of us became interested, right? When article when there were other candidates, I didn't see the reason to vote. So now there's a reason for me to vote, and I want to do a transfer. It's impossible. I've been going I do this monthly now, and it's not working. But if there's a way you can just advise me online for me to do, please kindly do so I can do it.
Linda, right? I don't think right now I'm coming.
No, suspended. So that's what I'm saying. All this while, we had all this opportunity to get it done. For now, it is suspended, but we could have done it before. For you to get your transfer done is as easy as typing it on your phone, and all you have to do is take a picture and send it to the INEC portal.
Why don't we? Let me come in here because right now, honestly, I'll say this because we have to also hold ourselves accountable. I understand that so many people never wanted to vote until Peter came up to the scene, but something as basic as this transfer was, we had enough space for that. Honestly, we had enough space for that. Yeah, that we guys would have just simply done that, but it is not. It is. I think they have blocked it. It's no longer working right now. Yeah, but Linda, I'm coming here. Linda, I think
you're a lawyer, and probably your circle of friends are lawyers too, and you guys were in the bar association, and you the conference you guys had, and you just said right now that you guys had an ovation when Peter came in. So probably majority of the lawyers are going to vote for Obi, right?
Yes, definitely. If you were there, you probably feel sorry for the other candidates.
So that means means that we have a whole lot of you have a whole lot of your colleagues that probably have the PVCs. So why don't you now right now? Because right now everybody's service is needed, and it is called continuous voters registration for a reason. And I think, and I'm not a lawyer, but I think in our constitution or in the Electoral Constitution Act, it states that there should be continuous voters registration until 3 months to the elections. You can at least right now, I am not close to Peter Obi. I don't know Peter Obi personally. You are his friend, you're a family friend and everything. You should now at least take that one as if I were you, if I were in your shoes, I would take it as my own personal duty right now to convince 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lawyers, because there's one thing I know for a certain that INEC hates.
Or join INEC staff.
Oh no, not even join. No, not apart from before we join INEC staff. One thing I know for a certain INEC hates is going to court. Can you guys please sue INEC for us on behalf of people like you that have the same complaint, and on behalf of people that are not collected at PVCs, on behalf of 7 million people that were registered but they did not finish their registration? Can you and your colleague or friends that are having this issue take INEC to court for us, please?
But
that's my question for you.
Saddam, that information about 7 million people not able to finish their registration, I would not call it 100% factual, because some people, after they got into INEC office, didn't continue from their PRE numbers. The PRE number is the number you get when you start your registration online. So when you actually go into INEC's office, you're supposed to provide that PRE number. And once you provide that PRE number, all you have to do is your biometrics. Yeah. But some people, when they get into INEC office, they don't use that PRE number. They get the form and start all over again. So rather than it showing that this person that has this PRE number has completed, it shows that the person actually did a manual that is from the office. So the system will be showing that there's this amount of people that didn't complete their PREs. Meanwhile, that amount of people may have actually done the manual when they got into INEC office.
Yeah, I get this, Sarah, but INEC released it with the amount. The INEC, I did not form the 7 million, right?
That's what I'm saying. Because that's
so they shot themselves on their foot. So I don't whether all the whole 7 million people came and did manual later. INEC released a figure for Nigerians that 7 million of you guys did not started the registration but did not complete it, and they closed their portal. So Linda, now please, I'm putting it to you now as a lawyer, and that someone has been disenfranchised by the system, and you want to vote. Please, we need everybody on ground, everybody to get responsible and start doing something. If you can, tomorrow night, if we see a lawsuit, we are the ones that open spaces, we are the ones that we blow it up. Please serve INEC paper tomorrow or this week, coming week. Call your fellow lawyers. I don't know how you guys do it. I'm not a law student, or I'm not a practicing lawyer. I don't even know how it's been done, but please serve INEC paper, I beg, for Nigerians and for yourself.
Okay. Yes, it is. It's something that is doable. But then we could actually have people go there. I work for his son. So it's something I have to bring up to him and see if we can just have a conversation with the zone here, and if they can actually open up for a few days or do a transfer or whatever. But we do need our PVC. I do need my PVC. So if we're working.
If INEC gets served court documents tomorrow, if it's possible, they will open it up again. That is INEC for you. If we serve them documents, serve them paper from if they have, like, if you can coordinate with your lawyers, there are so many lawyers.
But it will serve INEC paper. This on state level. They don't operate on state level. INEC is not a state thing.
No, a federal. Don't you have federal high court in your state? We do. In Abuja? Yes, it's
no. There's federal high court everywhere in any state. There's federal high court. Yeah. But I'm just saying, if we do this on Benin level, it won't work because it has to be everywhere. They can't just open for Benin chapter. They have to open for the entire country.
Definitely. What I'm saying is that serve INEC, go to federal high court Benin, serve INEC there. It will automatically serve INEC Abuja. Mm-hmm. If you serve INEC from Federal High Court Benin, automatically you're serving INEC across the whole nation.
Definitely.
So that's what you guys, please. That's one of the things we do on these spaces. We learn and we find ways to push this movement. Because if we just come up here on spaces and we just speak without getting proactive back home, we're not doing anything. So at least now I can be certain that there's a lawyer that we have. I'm going to follow you and I will keep disturbing you because honestly, we need lawyers to begin to work. You guys need to work because nobody's going to give us Nigeria. These guys don't give us Nigeria free of charge. We have to fight for our country and get it back. And as a lawyer, you have an upper hand. Call 3-4 of your lawyer friends that you know that are well positioned for a case like this and serve these people. Then leave the work for we Nigerians, we obedient online now to push this paper. I cannot say they won't see it. They will get the memo. Please. I'm looking forward to see your paper that you've served INEC, led by Barrister Linda Ezeli. Thank you, ma. God bless you.
You're welcome.
Let's move on real quick, please. And really, my person want to say something, bro.
Yes, what I wanted to say is not like our sister that spoke. I wasn't attacking you, but I think it's actually very good that when we come on spaces like this, we see ourselves as family, especially when you're not, coming from the opposition. There is something about narrative. You see, winning an election is not all about going on the election day to cast your votes. There are so many things that happen before that day, and those things are a combination of what makes you lose election or win election. If the narrative is important in election, if you don't control narrative, it's a very big vehicle for you losing election. When you allow your enemy to control narrative, let me just give you an example. You see, the 2020 American election, a lot of people think Trump lost the election. They were to rig that election because of COVID-19, and one of the ways they wanted to rig the election was to use mail-in voting. And what they now started saying that, the Republicans don't like voting by mail. Republicans don't like voting by mail, that they like voting on the election day. And every station touted it, MSNBC, New York Times, CNN, every day, Republicans don't like voting by mail. Republicans don't like voting by mail. At the end of the day, it was mail-in, mass mailing that Democrats used to. And the explanation has been made already because Republicans couldn't pull enough mail-in voting. Before the election day, Democrats has voted early voting, mail-in voting. 80% of Joe Biden's win came from mail-in voting. And this narration is something, it did not start on the election day. It started before the election. And when the election came, nobody can argue it again that, Republicans didn't vote by mail. So they couldn't. So when people come and tell you, Obi supporters are just on social media, it's a narrative. That narrative is that when they rig this election, on the election day, they will not say, Obi supporters didn't vote. They were just on online. So that's when you said that, and I say where I felt inside, because today I went for a rally. I'm here on social media. People like Lamy are doing a lot of things. It is on this format that we contribute money. Those rallies like you're seeing, it is on these places that we contribute money. Everything that we need to do, talk to ourselves. During voter sensitization, it was on this place that we actually mobilize people. Everything that you're seeing on the street is happening. Some of us do a lot of things. We still come here. So when people say, this thing is just on social media, I just felt you're still on that narrative. We've gone past that stage. It's a narrative. Those people that is talking about social media, this social media you're seeing is the biggest political machine in modern era. It's the biggest. Anybody that captured the social media machine is controlling the narrative. So it's important when people come and play it down, and it's something that is working at our advantage. I don't feel good about it. That is why I spoke the way you spoke. Yes, I love the fact that Obi is your brother and all the rest of them. Obi, apart from seeing him on TV, I've not met him in person. I I don't even, my problem is not even to meet him. My problem is that it's somebody that I know that have the capacity, have the intellectual mobility, have the education, have the sincerity, have a track record that we as Nigerians can run elections. So if somebody who can vote, it doesn't matter. I might not know him, it doesn't matter whether I see him any day or not, but I just believe he has inspired us, to have hope that this country can work. So the reason I said that, please don't say social. We are human beings. All of us here, Saddam, everybody is on these 500 people that you're seeing. At times we are more than. We are doing a lot to move something in the fiscal realm. And I don't even know how people make this suggestion that, people exist only on social media. How does people exist on social media without existing on the fiscal realm? So that's why I said what I said. As regards the INEC, one of the things we can do, and some people have made that suggestion here, is that we are going to, since we have known now, some people are now reporting that, they cannot transfer, they cannot do this. We can do peaceful, we can organize peaceful march or rallies to INEC headquarters to tell them, please, this is the complaints that we're having, that we are feeling that the election, they want to rig the election. Please let them give us assurances. When is this thing going to do? When is this going to do? They will begin to make changes, because this thing you're seeing is manipulation. They are trying to make it as difficult. They are trying to make it as more difficult as possible to make sure that people don't get their PVC. So now that we know is to take it to them and say, please, we don't want this election to be. They are the least we want from them is to conduct free and fair election. That's the only thing they owe us. We can march to National Assembly. We can march to INEC. We can march to all the places we can march. Just saying this thing peacefully, demonstrating that this is our problem. So INEC will now be giving us assurance that no, the election is not going to be rigged. We are going to do everything. We've had your complaint that we are going to make sure they will be forced to open some of these portals. Then, as regards to Saddam, remember that this Sarap took INEC to court when they actually stopped this thing for the first time. INEC actually won that case, but even when they won that case, they now say they are going to extend for 1 month, because in Nigeria our laws are porous. Most times you use something and you see a clause somewhere. The part of the law that you said, INEC have to do continuous, people have actually taken that. Sarap has actually tested that in court, and at the end of the day, the court in Nigeria actually said that yes, INEC have, because INEC came up to say they need to print this PVC, they need to do this, they need time, blah 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 blah. So INEC won that case. Court said that Sarap cannot dictate to INEC when they were to stop the registration. But I think what we can do now, if we cannot actually get INEC to open up new registration, what we can do is to make sure that the ones they have registered already, that the people who register are able to connect it. And we have to start it now, because there are people that are going to be getting their listing by October. Then we are not talking about people that their own is due and they have not gotten. So you can start now by pushing this narrative, and that is also why we have to be in contact. I'm just waiting for the campaign to start, so that we now know what level of preparation that this Labour Party has. So actually we can now know how much they can also help to push some of the narrative that we are actually bringing out from the coalition and all the rest of them. So, but one thing I would suggest, I think some other person have said it here, we have to start seeing a way we can match, go to INEC headquarters, make out, just as we are doing this 1 million man march, we can mobilize our people and say, let us march to this thing, know when the man is going to be around, so that the man, they can talk to us, give us assurances. We tell them this is what we want, that the least we want in this election is free and fair election. That is just what we want. We say it every day, march and say it. CNN might carry it, international organization, other news media might carry it. It becomes the narrative, and INEC will now know that, these people are catching us to our game.
Let me come in here. Please mute. Okay, I think what you say, we have been hammering on this. I think we're going to have to start this march on INEC. If it is once every month until elections, we have to do something about that, because channels carried the march that happened in Oyo State today. Yes, Channels News reported it live.
Nah, lie.
For real? I'm telling you.
How they take package them?
I know. I just saw the clip on somebody's. This. I'm going to have not had time to check. I think I bookmarked it. I think I'll put it on the Jumbotron. But Channels carried it.
Because stop them to say only Igbos in Ibadan march for Peter. No kind of lie we know they happen for right this period.
It's crazy. It's crazy. They say IPOB members invaded Oyo State.
You know
guys
the
are
vibe.
crazy.
You
But
know the vibe.
it's there's no movement that has been so national like this movement, and we thank God. We thank God that I've always been shaking. If I've been there's episodes I've been shaking since was like, let us not ever flop in the Southwest, because I know we have too many intelligent people in the Southwest that we know that they shouldn't vote for Abadu Master. I was like, what? I had to. In fact, we're going to have this space next week. Next week, probably if the space with Mrs. Aisha Isufu is fixed, we'll have it next week also. But we're going to have a space for our because based on they have been disturbing me. Our Yoruba brothers have been disturbing me, sending me that we shall be violent space. Just mainly Yoruba speakers. Our Yoruba speakers should come up and speak. That they're calling them Omale. They're calling them this. Otumba, real best I'll come back to you, but I want Otumba to please to go next. Sorry, Darren will go next, then Otumba, because I've been thinking of this space. I spoke to Oma about it. Since I've not had time to talk to you about it. It happened last night. I got like 4 I don't know whether it's the same person, but 4 different people sent me DMs, and they were like, we need to have a space with our Yoruba violence department, hosted by the violence space. Let them come up. That they're calling them Omale, and they're calling them that it's only bastards that are supporting, saying a whole lot of stuff, and that they want to come out with their chest to have a space, and all through that they just debunking this stuff and speaking about what's going on. So I think I'll allow Darren speak now. Then, sorry, Otumba, I think Darren dropped. So Otumba, please, you can go next. Then I'll have Odun Tutu. Thank you.
I just want to throw in something real quick for 1 minute, Saddam.
Okay, go on, please. Go on.
So I'll touch on 2 things. First of all, I need you guys to remember, a lot of you are new to politics. Some of us have been doing this since 1999. So your emotions are going to be topsy-turvy today. Bola Tinubu might look like he might overwhelm. Tomorrow, Atiku go be like, say, are you sure this Peter Obi? That is politics. I need all of you on this space to understand that. If you're Yoruba, there will come a time when this Omoale, this Tinubu, hey, are you sure to go follow Omoibo now? Umbi? That is politics. Politics is more of psychological warfare. About 60 to 70%. That is why I introduced that landslide lexicon. Because if you believe that Peter Obi will win this election by a landslide, if you believe, say, if you beat person, the way you go meet the person for fight, they're different from if you believe, say, this fight not too sure for me. Do you understand me? Peter Obi is winning this election by landslide on several indices, which I want you as an obedient to keep in mind. I need you to remember that Buhari did not even have this amount of momentum. And Buhari beat a sitting government, an incumbent president, and a ruling party that has stayed 16 years. He beats them hands down. When Buhari added violence, bloodshed, and loss of life in 2011, and the baboon and the pig and everybody was dancing in blood, he did not win it. So I tell you this, a movement that is borderline peaceful. We have not done half of the evil that APC did to win power in 2019. We have not buried Buhari in a casket in our protest. We have not put Tinubu in a casket. We have not even lied about anything. Everything we have condemned about, from Bola Tinubu to Ahmed Shetima, has been on facts and figures. So I beg of you, if you are obedient, have no fear. If you are obedient and you cannot get your PVC, you are still very, very vital to the movement. Because I even say, I'd rather have more obedience working at INEC than this PVC. Because many of you just want to come that day. PVC, put thumbprint, carry your nyash, go house, and that'll be the end of it, and they could still rig this thing. If you're obedient and you cannot get your PVC, go to INEC. Go and work for INEC ad hoc committee. Go and sign up. That one doesn't need PVC for it. You are more important to the movement that way. You are going to be there when they will count the votes. You are going to be there when they will do the fraud, and you can record it and bring on social media for us. You're more vital to the movement. So all this whipping over PVC, I'm sorry. If for you the PVC train has sailed, please remember you are still very, very useful to this movement. If you even try to get a job in INEC and you can't, if you get up from your house on the day of the election and just go and stand by the nearest polling booth to ensure that the women who come to vote are not bullied. Snatching of ballot box doesn't happen. The INEC guys don't have cold water to drink. They don't have data. They don't have this. You can help out. Please, I beg of you, these things are as necessary as having a PVC and voting. Also, one more time, I'll rub this in. You need your confidence to be at an all-time high. At this point in time, a lot of you are already battle weary, and that's understandable. Go back and watch Peter Obi videos. Today, I watched the Peter Obi video that he did in, what was that first one that really got the ball rolling? The Embelembe, Ambalamba, the one he did in the north. Go back and watch Peter Obi videos. Remind yourself why you are doing this thing. Remind yourself why you are doing this thing. When you feel weary, go back and watch Tinubu videos. Remind yourself that if this guy sits in Asu Rock, you are fucked. Do you understand me? Go back and watch article videos. Go back and read what about. If you don't know what to do, go back and listen to our spaces that we did on PDP as a useless opposition and articles desperation. Go back and remind yourself why you are in this race. Every day, sometimes I just open Peter Obi, Dele Farut, just open somebody to motivate my spirit to get back on this grind, because my brother, my sister, 8 more years of APC will be hellfire. 8 more years of Atiku Abubakar, we might not even recognize the kind of country we will get. The only man that looks like he's ready to walk, the only man that as an Anambra boy, I saw this man change. Let me tell you something about Peter. In my family, we had a plot of land at the back of my mother's house. We used to call it the dustbin land. I'm telling you, it was called the dustbin plot. It was my grandfather's farm till he died. So nobody ever went to that farm out of respect for him. If you eat corn, you throw it over that fence. If you eat spear, you throw it over that fence. One time we tried to have that property appraised. They valued that property at 800,000 naira. A poor property, a whole empty plot of land. Peter Obi fixed Umuchu Road. That Umuchu Road crossed the back of my mother's family house. We woke up one day and UBA Bank, because we just noticed that everybody on that road started selling their property. We woke up, there was a filling station. So one man that was one of the poorest people on that property sold to a filling station, I think Total or somebody. We got up one day and UBA Bank came and asked us for that property for 20 million naira. A property just because Peter Obi put a road, an expressway on that street, the value rose from 800,000 to 20 million. I'm telling you that you don't know, I don't need to know Peter Obi for him to help my life. You don't need to know government for government to help your life. The North, I speak with so many people in the North. My mother lived in Jos. My mother grew up in Jos. She speaks fluent Hausa. My family still has property in Plateau State. So when I tell you that I love the North, I'm well connected in North, you think I'm joking. And I speak with a lot of Northerners. And I need to make you understand that many of them have access to the seat of power, but they don't have happiness. And I tell them, I said, wouldn't you just prefer you just put one Igbo man, I'll just do the work for you, and you as a human being can work for yourself. Because many of you know the president, you know the governor, you know the this, and it's not working for the North. And these are the truth, facts, and figures we need to tell ourselves. If you can't get your PVC, do what I do. Post Peter Obi every day on your WhatsApp story. Because if you convert one person a day, that's 365 people in a year. Please, there is so much you can do for this movement if you don't have your PVC, or you sadly don't get your PVC. God bless all of you. God bless Nigeria. But once in a while, when you feel weary in your spirit, don't go to an evil APC space and it will just sound like Tinubu is about to take over the whole country. Go and watch Peter Obi. Remind yourself why you are doing this thing. And I'll also tell you people, all these APC, they don't have any superior plan. They have no plan. They are scared. They are scared shitless. They don't know what to do. Every day their candidate has more baggage than yesterday. Every day their candidate has more baggage than yesterday. The last thing you need to think is that, APC, because they are silent, they have some creative, dope-ass plan coming up. Bullshit. You can see what Wike is doing in PDP. PDP is in shambles. APC is in proper shambles. A lot of people in APC do not support Bola Ahmed Tinubu. A lot of people in the North do not like Shetima. Facts are on ground. We have the momentum. Buhari didn't even have half of this energy and he won. We are winning this thing by a landslide. Anytime the devil and his cohorts try to make you shake, try to hold your faith down, Peter Obi is winning this thing by a landslide. What we are just doing now are the formalities to put him in office. Please hold that thought. Hold that in your mind as the fact. Trust me, I hate to say it, but it's a fact. Beavers is something I trust. So every time people sit down and have your issues with INEC and this, I trust Beavers more. I trust Beavers more to come through for the movement, and I trust
Let me come in here. Let me come in here.
Let me just finish my wrap up. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to motivate people. I trust Beavers, and I really want you guys to trust Beavers. But do remember, you cannot overwhelm the system when the majority are in support of one candidate. So please, as much as we have our fears, do remember that one of the only ways we are going to beat INEC, beat election fraud, beat vote buying is to double our effort for Peter. Double your effort. Double your effort. Double the way you tell people about this man. Double the way you fight for this man on the street. And at the end of it, we'll all be proud of this. Thank you very much, guys. Saddam, what did you want to say, bro?
No. There was someone that was about to have a serious phone call, and I wanted him to speak real quick before he drops off and comes.
No, Wahala. I wasn't doing a brief. I just wanted to just put a brief statement out there, especially for the young folk. I get a lot of people whose confidence wavers a lot. This is probably their first or second election like this, and it's absolutely okay. We are winning this by a landslide. Have no fear. Peter Obi is going to be the president next year. God bless you guys. God bless you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Where can I, please, you can speak around. Please keep it short. So have Darren, you go next, please. Thank you. Where can I have it?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, N6, and everybody who has spoken, all the listeners. This question might be for Lamin or Ibrahim. I just want to confirm something. It's still regarding the INEC issue, and this. The way the person told me, I feel we have two laws in Nigeria, one for the north and one for the south. So what do I mean? A friend who was born in the north, in Bauchi State precisely, visited me in Edo State, and she was like, why are these guys queuing up to pick up their PVCs or register? That they don't do that in Bauchi State, that she just walks into the office and she picks up, she registers and picks it almost without any stress. And she even went as far as telling me that she has 2 PVCs, her mom has 2 PVCs, and even her friend has 4 PVCs, which they all used to vote in 2015 or so. So I want to know, is this really true?
Because we have to work on that Beavers, my brother. But continue.
Yeah. And that's true. With the Beavers, it won't work. But the main key point now that I'm looking at is, why do we have so much stress in the south in terms of registration and picking up this little card that you can even get in a day? But in the north, we don't have the same stress. And even yesterday, there was something trendy on the internet where people said the international passport, the Nigerian international passport, the price you pay for it in the north is also cheaper than in the south or in some states. So I just want to have a confirmation of this, and we should use this also to ask the INEC, why are they giving preferential treatment to one side of the country? Because people usually ask, where do they get the numbers from before now? Where do they not get the numbers of vote from? This is what I wanted to confirm from Lamin and, if possible, Ibrahim. Thank you.
Ibrahim, you want to answer that question on Lamin?
I think Lamin should go because Lamin, are you going to answer? Right, an answer.
Hi. Okay, let me say what I know. I don't know so much. I don't know so much about this stuff, but I know that in Abuja it's also tedious. You won't believe it. I did a transfer. I had to transfer because I transferred my PVC back to my state because I wanted to vote for gubernatorial and senatorial. Then I changed my mind because of the candidates that won the primary. So I now transferred back to Abuja. For every transfer I did, I paid 5,000. I'm saying this thing on space. For every transfer I did, when I transferred it to Bida, I paid 5,000. When I transferred it back to Abuja, I paid 5,000 naira. And it was because when I go to INEC office in area 10 and all of that, the crowd is massive. When we take back Nigeria, we paid money to bring INEC to where I stay, for them to come and do registration. It was crazy. So I don't know how it works. And in my state, because I'm from Nigeria, so there's also crazy queue to collect your PVC and to also do registration for PVC. But not like, of course, I'll take side with INEC. I would hate to do that. But I think that before now, I know that a lot of Northerners vote. people in far north, I don't know for middle belt, but people in the far northeast and northwest vote a lot. So I think their leaders get them to, of course, come out to vote so that they can get the numbers. And because of that, a lot of those people have voters card already. So they don't have that numbers like the way we were. People in Abuja and people in the southeast and south and southwest are going out to do registration and collect their PVC. They don't have that rush because a lot of the northerners in the south, northeast and northwest have PVC. Those guys vote. So I think that's why they don't have that rush in the far north. I don't know. I can be wrong, but this is what my personal opinion is. But in Abuja, the queue is there. I paid 5,000 to a lot of my friends paid this 5,000 naira. We didn't have a choice. They didn't force us, but we wanted to make it fast and get it done. So we paid the 5,000. So I think personally, that's what I think it is. As in the northwest and northeast, they register and they vote.
Okay, me too. I think it's just a misunderstanding. Maybe she gave it. My wife did her PVC, I think, 2018, 2019, trying to get her this, and up to today, she couldn't get the transfer of the PVC up to now. So when somebody is talking about this kind of things, just get me a little bit confused. When something happened to you, can you generalize it? If you talk about North, let me just give you a small. Lami is from Niger. What it means is that that Niger state alone, you can put the 5 states in the south is all together, and you still have a space in Niger. And that's how the sizes of what the north is all about. So, if, like for example, Abuja, Kaduna Expressway, and Binungwari, somebody will feel that once you enter Kaduna, you are there. I just came back from Kaduna. My friend Imran just came in today from Abuja, the same road. So sometimes when somebody talk about something, you say that everybody is doing it. If she belongs to a small area that they do that, they give them that privilege. Maybe there is not too much people around that area, and she got her this thing as fast as she can. I think that's just entirely a smaller area. But actually, what really happened, I was in Kano. To collect my they call it school mall certificate. The EFCC office is next to INEC office, and it was early morning because I went to catch a flight back to Abuja, and I saw a lot of people queuing in outside and writing their name. I asked, they said that they are coming for registration. So actually, I'm a little bit when somebody said this, we try to figure out exactly why is that. But actually, there is not any preference from people in the north and people in the south. And as an NGO, we together in Sokoto, we decided to say we want to do registration for people with a disability, and INEC honored our invitation. They gave us a registration machine 20 and increase another ones for us to register people with disability, and we went around to assist them in locating those people that they can come out to register, and we register them. On this one, they say it's not like somebody is in. There is some things that are allowed. If you organize yourself properly, you can get it to work. But if you didn't organize yourself properly, then it becomes very difficult for you to see how you are going to do it. And being a chaotic Nigerian, even in your school, sometimes you go, you want. So I was when I did my NYC in Enugu, and then I was, when we are doing registration, I saw a lot of people crowding themselves, pushing themselves. I said, I have traveled from Kaduna to Enugu for my wife. Why should I be? I know I'm here, so somebody must register me. So I went back, I just get a place and just sat down. The woman that was doing the registration, she was registering people and she kept looking at me. The later she told me, you come here. I came, she said, why are you not joining the queue? I said, I came from Sokoto, why should I join the queue inside the sun? I have to just, when it's my turn, I'll come and collect it. She just looked at me, she smiled, she said, bring your papers. I gave her my papers and she did the registration for me. So sometimes we just like, we are going into the bus. You see people rushing themselves. Even some people even going through. The last person will come, will just find his seat and sit down. And maybe it's an aeroplane. You see everybody rushing himself to rush and be the first person to enter and still sit down and wait for everybody to come in. Maybe by he's going to sit down behind. So sometimes we confuse ourselves and then we get everything get crazy in front of us. But actually, I don't think there is any preference for INEC about the North. And then we already, as Lami said, we are already having a well number of people registered already before. before. We take politics very serious, and in the southern part of the country, it's just now that I have started taking politics very well. But if you know what politics is, and during the NEHU, that's during MPN and others, if you know the north, you'll be surprised the kind of level of sophistication we have gone in the issue of voting. We can vote in different lines. You see these people doing CPC 8-month party getting 12 million votes. It's not just we already participated. That push that we have to get to where we are. And the same thing, that the feelings you have today, seeing you want the OB people to get their own PBC, you want them to move forward. We have already passed that level, maybe 3 voting seasons before now. So I think there's no any preference or any difficulty in trying to do whatever we want to do. We still come. One of the things we really want to do, even though we don't like INEC, we have to encourage them. It's not everything that we throw out to them and then just say bad things about INEC. INEC is still part of what we are going to do. It's not that we have to what do you call it, amplify the struggle and also the discussion, but actually we have to let it be a very creative something, things that we know we can even assist in doing it. So when you go to INEC, for example, for sit out or anything, you offer your own services too. Don't just go without a services. No, if you're talking about anything that you see is bad, go with your solution. We go with we package something. I said, this is what we can do. We help with the sensitization. We help in organizing people what and talk to their houses. Please give us a roll call of their names and their numbers. We will use our own data to call them, to tell them to come and collect their PBC. We will even pay for their bus to carry them to collect. These are some things that if we do it, it will be really good for us.
Let me come in here. I think what you just said now is what so many southern politicians don't do. Like in the north now, they not understand. Many of the politicians they not understand how to mobilize their people and mobilize INEC also. So many southern politicians just sit down and think INEC workers don't need to be mobilized also. They're being paid for a job. They should do the job. No, you guys need to push them, go out, get them, talk to these people, convince them, it's politics, man, and whatever you can do to get them to come to your side is what should be done. But thank you very much, Ibrahim. Let's get this conversation rolling. Darren, you have been here for a long time. Please, you can unmute your mind and speak now. Thank you.
Very long time. Hello, everybody. Hi, Saddam. Hi, Sizzle. Hi, everybody.
Welcome.
Thank you. Ibrahim, I'm looking forward to having a very robust conversation with you tomorrow on Omar's Space. Okay, so holding INEC accountable. I think an important thing, I remember that, Saddam, you mentioned earlier that maybe matches should be organized all over the country. I mean, there are already existing rallies. Maybe the states that have not done theirs could incorporate that into their lineup. I know that Magnific Dude and Bishop are in charge of organizing or mobilizing funds for rallies around the country. So you could just suggest to them that maybe they can carry placards. I mean, they're already doing an existing rally, taking a walk around their states anyways, or their state capitals. So they could just have a few placards in the crowd, and it would serve both purposes, being a rally for the movement.
That's a fabulous idea. There were concepts like that in Port Harcourt. There were a lot of posters. INEC, don't let the devil use you, stuff like that. So I think that would be that's a great idea. And I'll transfer this information to Magnific and a lot of them who host spaces as towards the rallies. Thank you very much, Derry.
Yeah, you're welcome. Then another thing we can do is, starting from this particular space, we can identify one key issue that, we have verified information about and trend it. There are over 500 people on this space currently. If we decide that, for instance, we want to address the issue of PVCs that have been found in drainages and buried and all of that, and all 500 people on this space decide this week that once a day we're going to trend that. I mean, you're going to tweet about it. All 500 people. There would be other people that will get influenced by that, and it would become a huge momentum on Twitter. And I mean, these agencies, they respond actually to these things. So that could also be something we can get to do. Of course, it has to be verified information so that they don't come at us and say that we're trying to spread fake news or something. Just pick a narrative that you want to address with them, and everybody gets to tweet about it during the week, at least once a day or twice a day, and then just create a trend that would force them to address it. That's also something I think we can do. And then the final thing I want to say would be, well, I promised you see that I'll mention on this space. I think Omar's space is more the kind of space that would address that, but I promised you see I'd address it on this one. So there is an electoral offenses bill that has been suggested in the House, and that bill is dangerous. So I think it's something we might need to start talking about. So cut the long story short, why is it dangerous? I mean, the bill seeks to establish a different commission that will address electoral offenses. I mean, and we do elections once in 4 years. So the commission would only be active once in 4 years. But of course, they will have yearly budgets. Rather than draft a unit in the existing INEC to address these issues, they want to organize a totally different commission. That's what this bill seeks to organize. Another thing the bill is advocating that it's like really red flaggy is the fact that the Attorney General has basically jurisdiction over the commission. It's supposed to be an independent commission, but somehow the Attorney General gets to call all of the shots, to cut the long story short. So it's just something I want to introduce on this space so that we can keep abreast that, yes, we are fighting for 2023 elections, but we also have to keep our eyes on the House, on the National Assembly, to make sure that between now and 2023 elections, before we get in Peter Obi, by God's grace, they don't pass on bills that can mess us up. So please, while we are looking towards 2023 elections, don't forget that the National Assembly is still running, and they are still, reading bills, taking hearings, and God forbid they sign a bill that would become problematic. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Sautilo, are you there? Sautilo, are you there? All right, more real quick. Gabriel, you have the space, please.
Yeah, thank you. Saddam, thank you very much. Cesar, N6. Is INEC? I think INEC will want to do. I know a lot of us have fears about how INEC might end up rigging this election or aiding the other parties. But one question we need to ask ourselves is that will INEC work in favor of APC or PDP? That's one question I want. I don't know how that will play in this next election. But one thing I know is that with what is going on in the movement in Peter Obi's camp, it's something that can never be neglected. It's something that can never be ignored, and it's something that can never be played with. It also happened today in Ogun and Oyo State today, and that should send shivers into the camps of PDP and APC. And very soon, we here in Plateau will have our own on September 17, and that should send a strong message to a lot of people. Earlier on when
Gabriel, are you there?
They were talking about labor.
Gabriel, I didn't get you, please. Can you speak up, please?
Okay, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, please.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So what I'm saying is this. I said,
Wow, Gabriel, I've lost you. So probably, if you can hear me,
to change the mandate of the people, because
Gabriel, please. I think I'll drop you. Then you request the mic again. I think you're having problem with your network. So have other people speak. Odun Tutu, please can unmute and speak. Gabriel, please just request for the mic again. I'll bring you back up. Your network is having problems.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Please, 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, sir. Finally, I hope you can hear me very clearly.
Yeah, we can. Please, if you can be more audible, better for us.
Okay, is it better this way?
Okay, go on, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. I say good morning now. It's good evening. I mean, wherever you are hearing from. Holding INEC accountable. Let me put it this way. There are some things I've shared with Saddam, so I'll probably talk about some of them, but more so for everybody to listen. I will want everybody to help us listen to this very well. I think it was Michael Jackson that talked about smooth criminal. Tinubu specifically and APC in general, these guys are extremely bad criminals. And Tinubu specifically extremely smooth. It is criminality ability, that's what people are calling politics. I think I overheard somebody say that he has absolute trust in beavers. I must tell you that in some areas, yes, but I don't want to let you down, but the reality is that that thing can still be manipulated. Let me try to push this. I'm speaking based on the fact of how elections were conducted in the Ekiti and Osun state. For want of being dragging out some personal reason, I want to know no names, but I can tell you particularly, I know somebody who is in the opposition and was part of that election, close range. And I also have comment from somebody who is a senior person in INEC. Now, let me break it this way. Beavers there are two ways elections are rigged. And I want everyone to listen to this. Either at the polling booth or in the collation center. Collation center because they falsify the information there. Whatever it is that you recorded at the polling booth, when they take there, they change it. Polling booth, of course, they thumbprint by whatever means. The beaver system has solved the problem of the collation center. How did they solve that? When the election is completed, the records are taken, the result is announced, the party agent is signed, the beaver system is used to take the picture and send to INEC portal. So you can't change it. You can't go to a collation center, you can change it. Everybody have access to it. Myself, I checked also election while I'm in Lagos. So that one is already settled. But there is a other side which is an open window. And why do I call these people smooth criminals? You know, for those who follow how INEC, the electoral law was approved, initially they rejected it. But out of the blues, they approved it. And that time I've been thinking there's something not fishy about this going on. The politicians I know in Nigeria do not sign for something they do not have a solution to beat. But gradually, it did not come up until this election. Now, let me put it this way. For you to do accreditation right now for election, there are two things. We have 4 options. Option 1, of course, the popular thumb, you put your thumb, the system brings down your information, accredited, go and vote. Face recognition, the system take your face and bring out your information and you can vote. The third one is you submit your name, they do a quick search, it's there, it's you, go and vote. And of course, the fourth one is a number on your card, of your voter's card. And with that, go and vote, no problem. Now, the first two options means that you need to be physically there. Your information cannot be duplicated. Certain, no problem. But using those last two other options, that is where the thing happened. The problem is this: if an INEC officer is compromised, or let me put it this way, this election of 2023 can only be rigged with the help of INEC guys. It means that if an INEC person is compromised, in fact, the reality is that in this election, you don't technically need a voter's card to vote. Because your thumbprint, your face recognition, your name, or your number of your voter's card, that's all they need. You don't need to physically show them your card. And that is why they are working on it. I'm sure I can categorically tell you that I know for a fact that the smooth criminals have been trying to buy voters' card before APC primaries. I'm being specific because I actually saw one. Then when I came across that information, I was thinking that, oh, maybe because they want to rig the primary. It was later I got to know, oh, this is the plan. Now, this is the issue. If I walk into a booth and I just give them my name, nobody is going to check for the card, right? So it means that technically, I can collect somebody else's card, who I know in that booth, and give them the name. They will search. Of course, the INEC will see that, oh, the information of the person here is not the person standing. But if the INEC guy has been compromised, it will allow it. It means that if a politician have been able to buy many cards for several booths, it means one person can actually vote more than once. Believe you me, it may sound strange to you, some people voted that way in some of those states. The only solution, and that's why I'm happy some lawyers are here. I don't know how we're going to do it. I don't know whether it's possible. There must be pressure on INEC that the means of accreditation must be that number one and number two, i.e., thumbprint and face recognition. People, if we allow that third option and fourth option, it's going to give a lot of room for manipulation. In those two elections of Ekiti and Osun State, there are informations, and some of them are very credible. Because like I said, I know somebody who is very close to that place. I don't want to go into details. It may sound crazy that some of those governors actually prepared or by coalition or money bag, whatever you want to use, press it on the state INEC register, the INEC boss, provided them with fake coppers, sold them clothes and use them so that they can use that option 3 and 4, i.e. name calling and PVC naming. Now this is the danger. You know, even before this year, I'm talking about 2011, 2015, 2019, there are still some permanent voters card that are still in INEC office that nobody collected. If those things, if they perfect this plan, I can assure you that even though they were not able to use that during the card reader, they are going to go there and buy those things. So there is a danger. Of course, the popular, what do you call it? Voters buying. Yes, we know, we are already used to that. We can try to deploy that. And that's why some people are saying that, look, voters should not be allowed to take their smartphone or whatever kind of phone into the polling booth. People, these details may look small, but I can bet you those are the small details these guys are banking on. And they are going to try to use it. Because if we're talking about program, the APC clearly don't have a program. You cannot separate Tinubu from Buhari government. It's still APC. So they don't have programs. I can bet you now, the strategy they have is to rig it. And we need to push this agenda. Number one, and that's one of the things I'm glad somebody has mentioned it. Everybody that has registered, INEC must find a way of giving them their card. It must be printed. And if it becomes so bad they cannot print it, then in 2011, temporary voters' slips were issued, printed. it must be given. Because if you don't give it, trust me, even with beavers, using the third and the fourth option, election can be rigged. The INEC officials are government officials, and money will impact. Not all of them will fall for it, but they will do anything to make this happen. And also think that people have been talking about INEC being sued or legal process. I believe we need to do that. Finally, they announced 7 million people did not complete and all that, and somebody came up and said, look, these people probably completed it, but in error, they got another form. I think they need to test it. Okay, if INEC is saying, oh, we have a right to put a stop to when we are going to do registration. Yes, for the new one, yes, they can do that. But not those who are already partially registered. I think if we take it to legal, for those who are legal people, these people have already started the process. They are not new registration. Remember, they registered online. So there should be a legal pressure on INEC. Those people who have registered online and they have a particular reference number with which they should continue and complete the process, those ones should be allowed. Even if you are not going to allow new people, registering, the people have already initiated that registration at the time they open their portal and they have a reference to back it up, should be allowed to complete their process because technically they are not new. Their information are already in INEC data. It's just to complete the process. We need to look into that. That is my own submission. And for all obedient everywhere, I don't know how we're going to do it for those who can find a way to be close to the Labour Party. They need to put pressure on INEC. This election manipulation, without INEC incorporation, it will be almost impossible. But if we don't put pressure on INEC people, they are going to compromise it. Let me give you this additional information again. Before now, from what I gather in the two, because I'm trying to use from the known, I'm deciding to tell you project from known to unknown. Before now, according to INEC, how they do their work, the assistants to the INEC boss in each state are the one responsible for deploying all these, the INEC officers or the boss that manage each polling booth. Before those elections, because the governors of those places, the sitting APC governors, has whatever they want to use because of money and all that, they remove that responsibility from them. The INEC boss, instead of allowing the assistant to do that, they got that responsibility from and they start assigning. That's how they are able to perfect the fake coppers and also perfect those rigging. Beavers is good, it has solved the collation problem, but the manipulation at the polling booth is still on. And that is why, for people who have been saying it, the movement, we need legs, boots, in every polling booth we can find. Because trust me, these guys are ready to do anything to manipulate the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I think we just have to know this going forward. Our number one, please, if we can spend more of our energy on INEC, for me, that would be the best. Just spend less time talking about APC, PDP, and all those other mushroom parties. More time on INEC, more pressure on INEC, online, tweeting every day, screaming every day as much as we can. Keep INEC on their toes. Thank you very much, sir. Oduntu, you want to say something real quick? Oduntu, your hands are still up. Do you still want to say something, please?
Yeah, I just want to say that, please. Note, just go and check it out. I can bet you the PDP guys know about this. And they are not complaining. You know why they are not complaining? Because they too intend to use it. The people like us for the Obi movement are the only one talking. Just like the same way we are the only one that push the,
Honestly, yeah, because
to vote, because they know the new voters are more or less 90% for Peter Obi, and they know that the obedience are the ones that try to guide against manipulation of the system, because they have so much funds to do with. So please don't be surprised at when I consider the establishment. I'm talking about APC, PDP. They too are bent. They have intention of using that loophole. That's why they are still confident. That's why they don't talk, because they are perfecting their rigging strategy. So for us at the obedience, number one, we should start, as we are getting this information, we should be putting in space that we know that this is your plan is. Your strategy to rig, we should allow these spaces, Instagram, everywhere. And of course, where we have abilities, where we have connections to those the candidates, we need to test some of these things in the court of law. For example, we need to compare that, look, why should INEC do accreditation by just name or by voter's card? It's open to manipulation. It should be restricted to thumbprint and face recognition, to have absolute fact that, look, the person voting is the person that is the person standing in front of the INEC officials is the owner of that information. Failure to do that, because if we eliminate that, it may not make the system perfect, but it will further seriously reduce ability of this guy to rig. Let's that's the fact. The APC, PDP, they are planning to rig, because that's what they've always been doing anyway. Either 2011, 2015, they have always been rigging, and they want to continue. So we need to make them uncomfortable on TV, on radio, on social media, every space, all space, and in court. Because that's the only thing you can get to the skin of INEC, especially. They don't like all processes. So for some of us who are into law, who are lawyers, baristas, and all that, we need to engage these guys and let us know that, look, this is at the medium this guy wants to rig. I'm telling you, can prove that it is possible. After all, INEC is their own is that we want to conduct an election that is good, in quote, at least to that's their official statement. So any task to take them on it, we need to push it. Because trust me, these guys are very bad criminals. When I realized that these people have been buying PVC, even before their primary, I said, what? So when you hear them saying, oh, they are a step ahead, this is what they're talking about. A step ahead in criminality. So please, we all need to, our alertness, as Saddam would say, our violence need to both times stand up. These guys are not sleeping. They are looking for every loophole to bend the system, i.e. to rig it. So we also need to take them up on it. Let them feel that we know these things. I still intend to write a small article on this.
Please, please. I don't know if you can do that. That's better up for us. We have one good thing is that we have the social media space, and when you guys come up with all these ideas or come up with all these investigations, it's good. We don't have to wait for only David today every time to publish. You have your little story. You know that we'll do this in. Post it out. We have the numbers to get people and to read up on it, and probably open up spaces like this to talk about it. Thank you very much, sir. I just got a DM now, and I would like to read out the DM to everybody here. Someone that is in Abuja said they can actually snatch ballot boxes. There was a by-election in my senatorial district, although it was for a house rep because the senator died. The House of Rep member won the by-election, so there was another by-election to fill his vacancy. They did it under the current beavers. The ruling APC used security and thugs to shoot in the air and scare voters after voting. They now started thumbprinting on the opposition PDP votes, so many of the PDP votes were invalidated. They now had the more valid votes and won the election. Guys, are you listening? That is why it is important people stay back after voting. Please.
It was part of the 10 ways Nigerian politicians rig that I read earlier on the show.
Because since it is a general election, they may not have so many thugs and security officials to scare a full crowd at the polling station. Please, if you vote, don't leave. Stay there. If you leave and you leave your vote only for party agents, those guys are deadly. We shouldn't expend all our energy doing all these things only for that day for you to go and vote and go back and watch football or go and play soccer or go and do something. Please and please. Let's move on real quick. Okay, please, if you're up here and want to speak, please, you should be up here. I have to drop here and pick up more speakers. Thank you. Real ever best. Real ever best, are you there? All right, Savik, please, you have the space, please.
Hey, Saddam. How you guys doing?
Good, bro.
Okay, I just joined the space not quite long, but I think I've been listening to you guys. Quite a lot of interesting suggestions have been made. And again, a quick shout out to Ogun and Oyo State today for the rally. That was really good. Saddam, I think I want to make a suggestion, and that's going to be around, can we be having a space, even if weekly or bi-weekly, to actually gauge the number of people that have collected their PVCs from the new registrants? You know, what kind of troubles or what kind of concerns or gaps are they experiencing with collecting the PVCs? And then, with that kind of response that we get, we can now, you know, set out the kind of agenda we want to use, if it is to trend it, you know, in Twitter, on all social media, in order to get INEC people, you know, actually to get them on their feet, right? The reason why I'm saying it is that we need to start looking for a way to monitor or track the number of people that are collecting their PVCs, yeah? And if we can get representatives from each of the states or each of the local government, I know some support group are already doing that. If we can get them, you know, to come speak to us every week, let's actually start tracking that, because majority of our voters are the new registrant, right? The 12 million new registrant that actually registered are the core of our voters. And so we need to make sure that these people actually collect their PVCs. And the only way we can do it is to track it state by state, local government by local government, even down to polling units or ward level, right? And so it is possible, you know, for us to do that, you know, get all the support groups. If they have anybody that is tracking that, let's get updates on that. And then they can share whatever difficulties they are having. And then we can actually kind of magnify that and put it on the social space, try to kind of motivate people. Because I see a lot of people like people that are actually encouraging people, but there's no way we can track it. You know, we can be saying people should go and collect their PVCs, but if we don't have any way to track it, to actually kind of, you know, get real data on the number of people that have collected their PVCs, or that we see that are voters, it's going to be difficult for us to actually monitor that before election day. So let's try to see if we can have some people that are already doing this. You know, at least majority of the support groups. I think Momo is doing something like that. If we can have him on the space once in a while to kind of share experiences and what we need to do to be able to drive that participation in terms of getting people to go and collect their PVCs. That's number one. Number two is that I think we need to start pushing people forward to the local and the TV stations and radio stations. If we can have, I think Bishop and the crew are actually managing the fundraising, you know, but if we can have a fundraising for that, we push our people to go and talk about these stuff on TV stations and radio stations. We need to talk about it, because the more we push some of these informations, INEC will be hearing it, right? And they will be forced to respond to it. If we have any kind of irregularities that our people are facing in terms of getting the IPCs, we push somebody off there into the local media to go and push it, right? Because some folks may not be on social media, but at least they tune into their radio or they tune into their televisions to be able to hear it. And again, INEC should be able to know that Nigerians are hearing it, right? So I know Labour Party should be doing this, but unfortunately, we don't see them doing it. So we need to take it by ourselves to see how we can get that space, fill in that gap, to get people to go in and talk about these INEC issues, right? We need to at least, if we get all those verified reports that this is actually what is going on, we can push some people to the local media, to the televisions and radios to talk about it. And that's the only way we can engage INEC. The third one I want to talk about is, I think a lot of people have talked about it. If we notice that these irregularities are constant and we can verify them, we need to do a march to INEC headquarters, right? We need to organize a march and demand that the INEC chairman come and address whatever is going on, right? We don't need to release our leg from the throttle. We need to continue to apply the pressure on every aspect we can do it. Because by the time INEC understand that the Nigerian youth are actually watching whatever they are doing, that the Nigerian youth are actually watching every move they are making, even with the redeployment of INEC officials, right? That we are asking questions. For every move they make, we're asking questions. I think it's going to be difficult for them, you know, to kind of align themselves with the APC. Of course, we can't rule out the fact that APC are the incumbents. They have some kind of advantage in terms of, putting their weight on INEC, but it's left for us to push back. And the only way we can push back is always talking about this. So, Saddam, on some of these spaces we are holding, we know we call it violent space, but again, let's try to make sure that we put in right now we're talking about actuals, right? We're no longer talking about people to go and register. We're not talking about people to actually go and get their PVCs. And the only way we can do it is looking for a way to track it, looking for some kind of modalities to track it, to know actually whether people are collecting it or not. The rallies are very good, and I think something I noticed today that people were doing is actually collecting data of some of the voters that came out today to rally, so that we can do a follow-up in terms of networking. That's another way we can do it. For upcoming rallies, let's people on ground try to be getting information of our people that are coming out to rally, ask them whether they have their PVCs, ask them if they've gotten it, if they've not, what are they waiting for, and then get their information for follow-up, right? These are some of the grassroots things that we can do. But most importantly, I think we need to be on the television stations. We need to be on the radio stations to be able to find out, at least make this thing open. Let INEC know that we know what is going on, right? Make it open. Put them on the spot. By the time we put them on the spot, I think they will be forced to respond. And then if we hear anything, let's bring it on board. Thank you so much, Saddam, and I will just stand by and be listening. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, my brother Sadiq. So many important points here you made here. Honestly, I think if time permits me, I will. Honestly, I'm always only free mostly on the weekends. Just that I'm out of my leave now, so I cannot promise any weekly space like that. But I'll try and see if I can squeeze out time. Probably we'll have one on Thursday. Before Saturday next week. Well, we'll see how it goes, though. Thank you very much, my brother. James, please, if you're up here and you want to speak and has an up, I'll just have to drop you, please. Thank you. James, you have the space, please. James, over here.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Adam. And good job, guys. Adam, Shizo, and Omar is not here. I guess he left earlier on. It's just great.
You're not audible, please. You're not audible, please.
I can barely hear him. Take yourself off speaker or something.
Hello, is better now?
Yeah, better now.
Oh, okay, so, I just want to remind every one of us here today that what we're doing, we have to keep doing, and we have to put all the energy we have, and whatever we do, we can't really look this at. I would say this is a thankless job at the moment. Whatever effort you're putting in, you put it in because you are trying to rescue your country. You're trying to make the future better for your country and for your family and, your future generation. So, we have to keep on putting on all the energy just to, make sure that we have a good result come 2023. Because it is very obvious that people that don't want the country to progress, there are a lot. I wouldn't say a lot more than us because I really like the way Cecil put it, the more we put our energy, the more we'll be more positive and tell ourselves that Peter Obi can win in a grand slide. Come 2023, that gives us more energy and more, a positive vibe to make things work out right. And when we want to go to the topic, holding INEC, accountable, it's a really big task too. It's a job that has to be done. When this topic came up, I guess I even tweeted, I sent a DM to Saddam, and basically, I don't know if you guys really touched it because I was in and out of the space. The same image I sent you, I've seen those, like those similar adverts before in, like, I think, was it in Sokoto or Kano, one of those states where this states government, whether it's PDP or it's an APC government, they kind of propose some sort of a social welfare scheme, and then they tell people among the IDs that you need. I'm sure, Saddam, you remember that very DM I sent you, where they say they have a social a program with to some acquisition skill program, for the youths. But in my opinion, like where I live, like where most of us will live outside the country, you don't need a PVC, your voting card as an ID. Basically, you have a driving license, you have a birth certificate, and you have different regular IDs. Why would any government, being a state or local government, ask you for your PVC, to as a form of ID to qualify for any social program they want to do? It just doesn't make any sense to me, because if for sure anybody that asks you for your PVC, they have interest. They want to give you some sort of whatever, and induce you to give up your vote for the particular candidate they want to win. And for everybody knows that the candidate that will make Nigeria move forward is definitely Peter Obi. So any state government, any state any local government that want to ask you for your PVC it shouldn't be allowed. So basically, my question is, do we just go ahead and call INEC complicit, or what is the word again? God, I'm missing it. INEC is compromised, or do we try to get them? Because also I asked Saddam, do we get at least one INEC staff that matters? I don't know if it's federal. I mean, it's a federal, body. So do we just get one on one of these space coming up, soon, to ask them questions and let them know our concerns, or we just call them, INEC is compromised from now on, and make them, because we have to have them on our side. Also, because if Nigeria gets better, it works for everybody. I understand they get paid and they get bribed to compromise these elections, but what do we do now? Do we just call them out right away, or try to get them on our side, probably get them on one of these spaces coming up so we can ask questions and see and let them know our concerns and everything? And also, if that doesn't work, if we don't get them on these spaces, I'm really in support of what a few guys have, suggested about, those protests. I think people should carry different placards telling INEC that we see you, we want you, you can't be on the side of, against the people, you have to be on the side of the people. Just to go to their offices, I'm sure Abuja is the main place, or even if it's the local offices in different states. So it's either we talk to them and let them know our concerns, or basically, we will protest and make our whatever we're feeling, whatever kind of vision we have that they want to compromise these elections, we'll let them know. So my question again, Saddam, did we talk about that very form of identity request where they ask you for your PVC, inclusive of your driver's license or your birth certificate? I think that's a way to compromise this election, to start, inducing people, like bribing them and, buying their votes from them. That's one thing I want to just talk about. I don't really have much to say, just, give me some idea if this was talked about before earlier.
Probably somebody here will answer that question, but I think that some people have made a whole lot of submissions about the whole INEC stuff. I don't think photocopying of your PVC will go a long way to. I think the last guy spoke about the beavers and the fact that there's an option where somebody can come up with your name, just identify you without you using your facial recognition or your thumbprint. So it's a problem that is something we're going to address as we go forward. We're going to speak to INEC and Probably that's why we're having all these spaces. Letting INEC know that we're looking into the loopholes they have created for these elections. And we're going to see how we can close up every loophole possible as we come towards 2023. So I don't really know if anybody have answered that question yet. But I think as we go forward, people are going to address it there. But thank you, Sha. Let's have other people speak first. Then I'll come back to you. Nelly, you want to say something? Ima, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
You heard the question he asked, right?
Yes, I did. Okay, so let me start from where Odunton stopped. I think it will be able to help answer the question he had. Now, one of the reasons why, to an extent, there will be an argument on what Odunton said is that the reason why there are 4 methods of identification is because there are plans for redundancy. Now, I'll give you an example. In 2019 election, there are cases where you find that maybe, and it's something that most of us probably have experienced. Probably you go to the bank and maybe you're trying to do a thumbprint maybe for your BVN, and you just discover that your thumbprint is misbehaving. You keep trying, and then it doesn't work, right? They have to find another means of identification for you, right? It's the same thing with the beaver machine. There sometimes you find people, they will come, they will clean. Sometimes you have to have spirit on your hand so that you give people to clean their hand, things like that. He tries it doesn't work. They try with the identification machine to identify the card. Now, when you do that with the card itself, probably that one, if it works with the card, okay, you can see the person's face, the person is clear to go. Now, you probably try that, maybe the what's it called, the barcode is not allowing you to read well. Now, they now tell you, okay, you compare the face of the person on the card, compare the number of the person on the voters register that is always at the polling unit, right? And then when they try that and then it sinks in, okay, you're free to go. What they now tell the presiding officer to do is that in such cases, what you do is you sign on the ballot paper twice at the back to indicate that, okay, this was the reason why. It helps them to understand, okay, this is the reason why this person voted, without using just the normal normal means of identification. They leave those things as caveat. This is the reason why there will always be an argument, and to an extent you have to take in that consideration, because it's something that could happen to almost anyone, whether you are an APC supporter or you're a OP supporter or you're a PDP supporter. It's very possible you could go to the polling unit and then you try to get on print, it's not working, the barcode is not reading your card, things like that. Now, when it comes to now, how do you battle these things, or how do you prevent such things? The only way most of these people are able to use this kind of things to rig elections is because when it comes out to the turnout, people are not coming out, right? Now, if people are coming out, one, and then when you come out, you see people are already on the line. It's the very intelligent thing to do is to count the number of people on the line, right? Have a score, right? Once you come out as early as possible to your polling unit, right? So that you can identify the people that have voted once and identify those that are trying to vote again. Because when you have such issues of things like that happening, where you are seeing double voting from somebody else using a different card, is because there is nobody identifying people. Okay, this person has voted before, now how come he's not coming back again to vote again? When you come out, count the number of people on the line, know the number of people that are around, have your own personal scorecard. Once you know, right, when you see that this particular person has voted before, you go no say Oga, match one side. If they are trying to insist, you know that, okay, this one is here to rig the election. We're able to tackle it immediately. Also, put an eye on the party agents, right? When you see a party agent going towards the presiding officer, call foul immediately. There are designated positions, right? During the election, there are designated positions for party agents, there are designated positions for election observers, there are designated positions for everybody. Everybody has his or her own position. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah. So everybody has his or her own position to stay in during the election. No, when you see that a party agent is going too close to the presiding officer, what is he looking for there? Call foul immediately. Also, if it's possible, speak to the security agents in your polling unit. let them check the bags of these people, because inside their bags is where you will know that they have money to vote buying. It's inside their bag that they have voters card to come and do double voting. These are the little checks. This is the way you can help the youth copper who you don't want to collect bribe from them. If you do these little things, it helps give them that security and space to know that, okay, if I'm saying no to you, I have enough backing behind you. Because understand, security on that day for youth corpers and for most election officials isn't guaranteed. Like I shared during the People's Parliament, during the 2019 election, where I was presiding officer, the police officers that were assigned to me, the man went to a beer parlor and was drinking beer. The woman that was with us stayed behind us, sat on a chair and slept off. So if anything wanted to happen, we're done. Like, we're done. So it's not, so be able to put eyes on these things. If you can checkmate some of these things, you can help yourself. Now, last thing I'll just talk about, NSIC spoke about threats to election officers. Now, I can tell you for a fact that this happens. Ondo State Commissioner of Youth and Sports, I can't remember his name, but I know there's Saka inside the name. When the 2019 election was supposed to begin, he came to us, he called us, came to Akure North Iju. If you know Iju in Akure North, that's where he came to, that local government office. He came there and he told us, whether we like it or not, APC was going to win. That we either fall in line or we suffer for it. It was a clear threat, it was clear as day. So if you're going to be an INEC official as a youth corper, please be sensible. Do not try to retaliate at that point in time. The best time to retaliate is when you get to the polling unit. See, you are judge, jury, and executioner in your polling unit. Use that power at that time. When you see that they're trying to misbehave around you, don't say anything much. If they come, oh, they're giving you money, okay, no problem. If it's something that you see that the people around you can't protect you, comply first. By the time you get back and you're writing a report, you are fully independent on what you write there, right? And then the final thing, when you come to the collation office, you hear people tell you that, oh, generator, this thing has finished, fuel has finished. See, if you can, buy fuel down the previous day, carry it with you to the collation center, because I'm telling you, this kind of excuses will come. And understand something, every collation center, every place, every rack where they submit results and everything, generators are provided with petrol. They will give you excuses of petrol has finished. Carry your petrol, give them. Pour it inside. How much? 3 liters, 4 liters. You go do them. What are they buying? Only laptop, and that's the only thing you're buying. So have these little assurance by your side, and then be very observant during the election period. And I'll just drop it here for now.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, Emmanuel. James, you want to say something real quick?
Yes,
please, 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to add. The point I was trying to make earlier was that INEC needs to stop, needs to ask like any state parastatal or whatever, local government, federal, or, not federal, I would say the states and the local government, for them not to request for PVC for any kind of program they want to give out. Like social programs or welfare program, acquisition skills and all that. They should stop it, because I think with your birth certificate, your driver's license, or even your name, that should be enough for you to identify yourself to get qualified for any program they want to do. They don't have to ask for PVCs, because this will, enable them to start, inducing this, these poor people they want to, bribe for the elections. That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay, thank you. We don't have INEC here, so we cannot say what INEC will do and INEC will not do. Our job is to put pressure on them to do what is right, and probably when next we have the space, because I spoke with the spokesman of INEC and he's not available today, that's why he could not join us. But probably our next space, I'll try and fix up a date with him when he'll be available, so we can have this discussion and we can ask them questions like this. So thank you very much. And Dr. Olu, please, you have the space. You have spoken before. If you can do it in 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, the person I want to ask question I've left, which is Ibrahim. I just want to make reference to his speech. I noticed that.
Okay, no, then there's no point. He's not here, so you should just leave it, please. Well, probably on next space you can ask him that question.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Just
remove from.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Don PH. Don Fee, sorry.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, go on, sir.
Yes, we can hear you. Go on. Good evening.
Thank you for this time. So, looking at the topic, holding INEC accountable, this cannot be overemphasized. A lot of people have said a whole lot. But I thought I could just maybe amplify this. You know, a lot of students who registered this period are at home. And probably when they are going to collect or when during the election, most of them will be back to school. Now, the point where transferring your voter's card, probably online, now it has been suspended. I think we will need to talk to INEC as regards because we don't know what their plans are. Either they are going to allow it to happen during that period or not, or maybe they are going to block it. Because a lot of, if not 90% of people who registered, I believe they are all obedient. And if they are going to, if they won't be able to transfer their card because a lot of people might not be able to travel that period. That period is not going to be safe for people traveling here and there. So we should be able to allow these guys to be able to transfer their cards wherever to be convenient for them to do their vote. In fact, I was an INEC staff sometime 2011. I grew up in the north. And I was an INEC staff. I know there are these things that can be done as regards this, except probably there are some updates. But even at that, there in Bauchi when I was an INEC staff, and a whole lot of things happened. When some of these questions that were asked here, there are not things I can start saying online as regards this. However, let's look into this to make sure these students, these people that voted, these people that registered, this period, just like the barrister I was talking about, she's not able to make or transfer her card presently because it has been suspended. I did my own online, even though I don't have the card yet, but I transferred my card from Bauchi down to Lagos, where I would be. However, let's look at this and see how INEC should have to open this or look for a way around it because it's going to be a problem. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Chike, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
All right,
Morning.
Please.
All right.
You can go on. You can go on.
All right. All right. So I wanted to say like two things quickly. Then I think everybody who registered within this registration window that had closed should go to the local local government close to them to check. They've started testing for names to go and confirm that your documents and your information are correct, and to go and check if your name has been pasted, so that you will know if there's something, if you should go to INEC office and start doing some necessary corrections or asking them questions why your name is not pasted. Because if your name is not there, that means you won't get your PVC. They started pasting. I went there last week. I think everybody who registered within this period should go there and confirm that their names are there. So, secondly, I wanted to talk about this narrative that Real Best talked about. If you notice when these people started, they kept saying, "Oh, these guys are on social media. They can't win this election." Now they've seen that we are no longer on social media, that we are on the street. We are in real life, not just on social media. They are changing it. They keep changing it. They will tell you, "Oh, you don't know how election runs in this country. Oh, we control there are few people who control the things, who decide who wins the election." Who are these people? Are they evil spirits? They are all human beings. They are just trying to dampen your spirit to make you believe, make a people go vote Atiku since, or go vote for Tinubu since B2B will not win according to them. They are just pushing these things to use to dampen our spirit. So that's why I was so happy when Relay Ababes was talking about these narratives. We should not even give room to any of these doubts. If you see the momentum, if you see the movement of this crusade, you will see that it has gone beyond what these people expected. And they are all changing their strategy every day and every day. It's because they've seen that, this thing is not what they expected. And even some people who have now become obedient didn't even expect that this thing is going to be this serious. So I salute you, Saddam, Sizu, Omar, for this space. Please,
Thank you very much.
Keep pushing. Let's keep pressing their necks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my brother. That's what we're here to do. Keep pressing their neck. Honestly, I know the violence today is on a very low pitch because we have to focus on what's very, very important. And the most important thing here in the room right now is INEC. INEC is the big elephant in the room right now. We have to focus on getting our PVCs. Have to focus on INEC registration because I know we really want to come up here and bash Amoda, Ogunlere, want to bash Atiko and the rest. Yes. But what we're here for is INEC. I don't see another person but INEC, honestly. So thank you very much, Chike. Yeah. Happiness. Nello, are you there now? Happiness. Happiest man, sorry.
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Alright, you can meet your mic and speak. Thank you. Good evening, sir. Go on.
Yeah, good evening. First and foremost, I want to say well done to everybody that has been attending the rallies. Because it's important. Because these old politicians are used to the numbers, physical numbers they see. That's what keeps them scared. That's what makes them scared. So, and I believe we've been able to send our own messages to them from different states across the federation. So I really want to commend. And for the states that are yet to do, I want to tell people that are in those states they should warm up. My state inclusive, that's Edo State. That's going to be like Oktoberfest. Everybody should warm up. Try as much as possible to be available, to be physically available, because these numbers are important. Them seeing these numbers is going to make them be more calculative, and it's going to make them make the mistakes that we need them to make. Okay, having said that, I think we should put our pressure during these rallies right now. We should put focus on PVC collection. Okay, because in the end of everything, we'll need our PVCs to remove them from office. Okay, so we should focus. We should try to focus and make more sensitization on PVC collection. What I'm trying to say is that if anybody is going on TV, maybe on radio and all of this stuff, and you're trying to talk about the Obedient Movement or Labour Party, try to hammer on collection of PVC. Any platform you have, try to hit on the collection of PVC, because this is not about about just the around 20 million, I think, that registered this time. No, but about the old ones. I think there are in the previous, in 2019, I think there was up to like 40 million uncollected PVCs. Okay, surely there will be some new registrations too, that these people from that time that registered again, surely there will be, but I'm very certain that we still have good numbers of uncollected PVCs. So let's keep hammering on collection. We did very well with registration. This next phase should be collection of the PVCs, and then when voting comes, we talk about using the PVCs to vote stage by stage. So, and also, I want to just let everybody know that this is the time to hold INEC responsible. Okay, because a good warrior actually prepares for war in the time of peace. Okay, it's easier to make INEC do the right thing now than after the election. What I'm trying to say is that we should always make INEC understand that we know what they are doing. Because once a thief understands that there is a CCTV around him, he becomes more careful. And that may even prevent him from stealing. You may even stop him from stealing. Once he knows that there are people watching him, you understand? So we should just make INEC understand that we are watching you. Any move they make, let's make it go public. Anything they do, let's make it go loud. So I just want to tell us to keep doing that in any platform we find ourselves. Okay, for those that are lawyers and that can go through the court process, it's not necessarily to have a judgment or a fair judgment, but just to disturb them. Okay, because that disturb at this point is very, very, very important. So Okay, so those are the major things I want to say. PVC collection, let's keep hammering on it. PVC collections, and as much as we can, let's keep pressuring INEC to do the right thing, because if INEC gets it wrong, okay, if INEC gets it wrong, if for example, if the people's mandate is stolen, it's not about losing an election. We may end up losing a country. If anybody is going to lose in 2023, let the person lose fair and square. If anybody is going to win in 2023, let the person win fair and square. Because if it is not fair and square, man, it's going to be something else. I'm just telling you from any of the angles. So let's just make sure it is fair and square. It's important that this 2023 election be fair and square. God will help us, and in the end, in 2023, I'm very confident that Nigeria will make the right choice and will help our parents make the right choice. And another thing I'm going to say is that our parents believe in us, more especially our mothers. I used to tell people that we, the children, are the access to the hearts of our mothers, and our mothers are, in most cases, are the access to the heart of our fathers. If we are preaching the obedient message, as we are preaching it now, let's go more on our mothers, okay, and let's push them more. If you push your mothers will push your fathers, and this is just the template of the society: children, mother, and father. Everybody in this world falls under this category. Is that you're a child, or you're a mother, or your father? So push it to the mothers. The mothers know how to push it to the fathers. But focus, because men are, should I say, more stubborn, if you want to put it like that. And so let's just keep pushing it to our mothers, and from there, I know definitely to get to our fathers, because we have to put our family on track for Obi. That's the beginning of everything. And let's keep pushing the collection of PVC. Thank you all for giving me the time to speak. Thank you, Sandam.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, happiest man. Thank you. You guys have heard. I just learned this one now. Honestly, we are the youth, so push it to your mothers, and your mothers will push it to the fathers. Honestly, because we have been voting non-living things for a very long time now. Brooms, umbrellas, all these things. But right now, the first party that shares the family, humanity, is on the ballot. Papa, Mama, and Pekin. That is where we are going to vote next time. That is where we are going to vote. So we should let Nigerians understand that non-living things has failed us. It cannot work again. Let us try human beings, yeah? So thank you very much. No more broom. No. Broom, don't fail. We have to vote humanity. And thankfully, the only candidate that has sense among all of them is our candidate. Thank you very much, my brother, for that one. Let's move on real quick. We'll be winding up real quick. So please, 3 minutes each. Melly, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Saddam. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, everyone. Sizu, it's nice, being on the platform today. I haven't listened to to what everyone has said. I think there's something we've actually not discussed about on the space. We've never actually talked about the people actually working for INEC. And it happens to be the youth, actually. The presiding officers are always the members of the, core members rather, always core members. I remember being a presiding officer in Abia State for the 2019 election, and I tried doing the little I could. I even when people had to storm the polling units with guns and all of that, I still did the little I could. But I think we have to sensitize the core members more. I mean, obviously, to our best knowledge, we should know that we have most of the core members on our side, but there should be need for more sensitization for them, on how to defeat fear, because trust me, it's going to. There are some units that people will actually come in to, to make you feel that they're in charge, but they're not actually in charge. They're not in charge. They might try to do the best they can with their talks and everything, but this election we will actually win it. Just like Sizu normally says, it's going to be a landslide victory. So my own contribution is we should create time to, probably hear from the core members, sensitize them, have like probably, let's say, town hall meetings with them, because these are actually the people that will decide the election for us. So the closer we get to core members, the better for us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Emily Mute. Okay. PO adopted son idea.
Yes. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Please.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to talk. Really emphasize on one of the points. Because we're talking about transfer of PVC. Sometimes it's very annoying to. I don't even know how these guys think. Sometimes my mom did a transfer. Would you believe that they told her that the stuff was done? Only get there on election day to new supposed polling unit that she did the transfer to. They said her name is not found, it's not there, that she cannot do vote there before she could help her check and all that before going there. So please, I don't know how we're going to sensitize people to know those persons that did transfer of their polling unit to be able to confirm if those things were properly done. So that you not just sit down and say, okay, I've relocated my PVC from Niger State to Port Harcourt, and you just cross your leg and waiting on the election day. I just get to the supposed polling unit, and you can't vote or something. Sometimes it's really annoying. Like, what do you need PVC for? And someone was also saying, I don't know how true this is. They're also saying that right now that if you move if you change your polling unit, I think they're saying, I don't know how true it is. I don't know, Saddam, if they could confirm for us there. That if you change your polling unit now, you're going to be issued a new PVC. I don't know how true that is now. But all the same is that people, especially those that did transfer in particular, they should be sure that thing was properly done. That you're not just believing in delusion. And I don't know how we're going to do around students, like someone mentioned earlier. Most likely, maybe ASU will be resolved by then, which is the voting block. Imagine you're schooling in Port Harcourt and you're just in Kaduna for now. And the energy of the youth around that, how we're going to do that. There's going to be a plan around fundraising to just pay students to go back home, because most likely you will not be able to move back. Most persons may not be able to go back, either because of cost or the parents say just stay there, stay in school because of safety or something. So if there's a way we can just find our way around it so that we don't have to lose those that are supposed to vote or support the party on that day. Thank you. That's my submission.
All right. As it gets closer, I think we'll be answering most of the questions. Honestly, I don't think we can answer all these questions that has to do with ASU right now, because ASU, we don't know when ASU will call off strike. Probably they're in bed with the government, trying to wait and see how it's going to play out. But we're still going to be watching them. Our job is to amplify what we feel is wrong with INEC and let them know that we are watching them. Thank you very much. And K Kamson, are you there, please? K Kamson, are you there? River Best, are you there? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have tried today. We have had we have had a very long discussion today. But before we end, I said let me bring up one Abado man. Probably people should listen to an Abado man speak before you people.
I beg. We don't go use Abado.
Can I just quickly go before he goes, please, so I can?
No, he left, so he has to go first before you
please.
Go. It's not my fault that you. I'm not. Please unmute your mic, please. Unmute your mic. Thank you. It's not my fault that you. I want to to make you people angry small. You people know I love making people angry, eh? So thank you. I have one Agbado man requested for the mic. He's not strong enough to come with his face. He never talk, I don't begin request mic. And I won't come kill him. He never talk, I don't request mic. But please, we want to end this place. But let's allow our Agbado brother. Agba, you can AB Batified.
Yes, Saddam. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are, good afternoon. Or not Saddam, me, I'm just passing by. So you cannot spoil my mind. I'm Abu Ammar, you knows me. Yes, my account has been suspended for reason I don't know. So it is another account.
You said they suspend the account.
Yes, now you cause some. Yes, this is a new one. Anyway, the topic, I'm not going to say much. Just as I said, I like coming to your space to come and listen to all the bashing you are bashing us. We are ready for that. But the votes, we're going to give it. We're going to get it. No Allah. INEC, holding INEC accountable. Peter Obi Israeli and Toa. I don't want to talk about Peter Obi Israeli. I don't want to talk about the Toa. I'm going to talk about holding INEC responsible. Accountable. We are all going to hold INEC accountable if they try anything. But for now, we have seen 3 elections conducted, and you see that we don't have any problem with INEC. We see that there is an improved thing, but still we will not relent so that those Dubai, Sabah people will not come and go to Dubai. Or those people that America want to develop new technology. That is how we're going to hold INEC accountable if anything goes wrong. But for now, yes, we are hoping and praying for an improved election. Thank you, Saddam, for giving me the opportunity as you are going to end this space. I'm ready for your bashing. Thank you.
Hey, you say they don't block your account. Twitter don't block your account. You don't carry your account. You don't open account. Just go to the top. Obedient is obedient. Obedient is obedient. Twitter don't block her. We go block this one also. Make it because you don't say.
Nice idea. Wait till I do now. Me, I see wood now. Me of all the people who have a nice idea. You come to my space now. You know me. Abba, waiting.
We go block all of our accounts. You suppose. What are you doing? First of all, make us question. What are you doing on Twitter?
What am I doing on Twitter? Asada, you want to ask me how they take born me, ba? I don't get that question.
Share Buhari ban Twitter. What are you do for Twitter?
Buhari suspended Twitter for Twitter being an anti-Nigerian, and Twitter responded positively for that. They apologize and we carry on, we move on. Now I'm not an Agbado boy. I'm Amoda's boy. Ogulere, Amoda Ogulere. I'm his boy now. Proudly Amoda boy.
So you said you take that stuff, that white stuff.
And now it's when I talk now, so we follow join. Gabadea, we join. Anyway, in day with day, Amoda Ogulere, Amodu, whatever. We have been children of Ajiburu of Sudan. I will continue being the children of Africa. No Allah.
Brother, thank you for coming up to spice up our space for us. Thank you very much. You are always welcome. It's unfortunate that you are in the minority. We are going to make sure that people like you come 2023 will rehabilitate people. Bring you back home, bring you back to reality that you can live in a country that works, a country that is drug free, a country that you don't have to have a godfather to be somewhere, you understand? A country that you don't have to be a young man campaigning for an 86-year-old man, a man that don't have primary and secondary school certificate, a man that you don't even know where he's from. Today you're calling different names. So it is good. We're not going to gag you or stop you from campaigning for him. We know we cannot get all the votes. We are not doing salvation here. We cannot get all the votes. We know people like you vote for him. And I know somebody like you said, probably said, you said they have given you 150,000 because I heard they are giving empowerment now. I heard why you if you just come and say Tinubu, they will just fire you something. We know all these things.
Sadam, just do what they are giving you. That's how they are giving you. Exactly the amount they are giving, that's what they are giving us. Confirm. We are not saying it's a lie.
Everybody knows Peter Obi don't they give shishi. We don't now we they even give up. But I can bet with my life. Say as you did like this now, if Tinubu tell you give me 5K, you will begin support Atiku. you go come here say make you join us. You don't say you don't think give Tinubu your money. You cannot put your money in Tinubu's project. You yourself, I've not seen anybody, any Tinubu supporter that uses his money to support Tinubu. It's not possible. Even if Pikin himself don't use the money supporting Papa, they will collect from him instead. Yeah? But yeah, you see Nigerians around the world putting their money, pushing for a cause that they believe in. You don't believe in the cause, that's why you cannot invest in it. My brothers, I understand you're trying to do your hard job. Now you carry this record and go and show them. See, I went to Vawulence space. So see, I must say me, see, I go shout for Vawulence space. They go pay you for next week. Thank you. You don't try. No, they laugh. Let's allow other people speak, my brother. Go out of the space. My brother Archie, are you there?
My brother, how you doing?
I do. I say make I give her one APC for the road.
I be don't make tweet say I will be on the listener session, just listening. Until one of them come in, and then I go come in. But you know the way God they do this now. It don't run, huh? See and there. It don't run. Well, it is well. As you don't already talk, now only us they give. The day they start to give them after 5, all of them go wrong, come back obedient. It's hunger. And I mean, you can't exactly, blame a person for reactions to hunger. They don't use hunger for food, hunger for drugs, hunger for plenty things. They induce the night be the problem. I know. And when we're talking about INEC, there are only 2 parties that will think INEC is not doing anything bad. The reason why PDP is dormant is because they have been the biggest proponent of inducing INEC to do rigging over the past 16 years. APC don't do it for the past 7 years. Today we know say governors, they gather commissioners, give them names of high public service officers, may them use them as resident electoral commissioners and returning officers, and then they go gather them for government houses. At the both parties, gather them in government houses a few nights to the election. So they go just go quarantine them for inside a hotel until the day of election. They go release them. Those ones go come, they use their professor brain, our professors, or they go use their civil service brain. They calculate how they go take the falsify numbers. They calculate if we have 5 million votes in, let's say, Oka, for instance, make we give this idiot or not 2,000 votes. We could give this polling. They could just calculate so that it go balance. Then send and give resident electoral commissioner. That one go translate them as electoral commissioner and all of that down to national headquarters. Which is why they are freaking out now that you are talking about electronic voting, because how they go take the transmit them in real life, in real time. Confusion go there this election. The only reason why there will be confusion is that all of us will gather. The same way that they do 1 million march, all of us full every state. Now so all of us supposed gather. They go, what do they call it? Our polling units. All of us will also gather. They go our election. When we finish our election, gather, stand there, they watch all those things where they don't induce. Because if it's inducement, they will induce. That's the gameplay. I've heard people talk about different ways of rigging election. The election rigging, I don't know what happens in the north, but at least I'm very familiar with what happens in the south. It's money. If they cannot play with money with the voters, they'll play with money with the umpire. And so you have to guard your votes. Now, human being, they rig election. Fellow Nigeria like me and you, they rig election, give government. But if you stand your ground, stand there. You make sure, say, no party agent, they roam around election superintendents for on top your polling units. And then make sure, say, they count the election for your crow eyes. And then you make sure, say, you don't post them everywhere, and then they don't transmit them. My dear, this election, even that Lagos, they don't fit carry am. And that's exactly what will happen. So I encourage everybody. There's something some people are doing. Make sure you register a lot of Labour Party members. Labour Party is the vehicle that we are using to get into power and all of that. Register, because the more party members you have, the more representation you have in polling units, whether an agent or whether an observer. Register people. Get them in every nook and cranny. Let people stand guard at every single polling unit, reporting to situation room in real time of what is happening. Election is rigged by Nigerians, not by INEC. I say it very boldly. Now Nigerians they rig election, give government and INEC. What those guys do is pay for us to facilitate the rigging. Whether a person they carry ballot box or na people they just stand there dormant. Because I mean, opposition party they did when PDP and APC they rig election now. They could just say, oh yeah, agents, calm down. You never shop today, oh yeah, collect 50,000. I've seen these things happen. And you go collect 50,000 because he gets money to go chop tomorrow. He go collect that, stand there because he's the minority. The majority go push their votes, give the INEC person. INEC person, they don't follow NAC and the 50,000 or 100, depending on how much they've induced him with. And Baba go transmit, waiting, they tell me transmit. So PDP, they even induce APC in APC weak zones with their agents. It's happening, and vice versa. We need to stand our ground. This 1 million match has to transmit to 1 million people in different polling units. The more we are, the more resistant we are, the less they are capable of doing what they normally do. Thank you very much, Saddam and Sizzle. Now try to do beg.
Thank you very much. NC, are you there, please? Kamsel, are you there? Kamsel,
yes, Saddam, I'm here. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yeah, please, yeah. Kamsel,
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go on, man.
Good morning. Good morning. I really want to thank you. I would like to say God bless you big time for all the work you've been doing. I know it's not easy. Quickly, not to take time, I want to remind us of something that happened to me in 2015. Though I was born and bred in Oshodi. So some of this game, I know it. I've done the grassroots with these people. So we know what they do is this. You know, all these people that come to play the money inducement parts, they are the people that are well known in the neighborhood. So what they do, both the security operatives, the police, the INEC, the coppers, the observers, what they do is when it's time to induce them, they just call everybody to one room. They said, come on, Baba, you know what happen. Tell Bagba, which means if you know green, they still do what you want to. But the thing there is all of you must cooperate. But based on the fact that we are the set of us are were the people that were born and bred in the area, so they know us. Even the political talks that want to do anything, you know, we things. So would I call it back then? We allowed them. How much did they give us back then? That was I think when Fashola came on board, 3,000, 4,000 to every agent. They'll tell you, take this one to add to the one you've been paid. So what am I trying to say? Fast forward to 2015. 2015 came. They noticed people were actually supporting Jonathan. And the section of some certain tribes in that locality, it's funny to say, about 8 polling units, more than 8 polling units in my area in Oshodi, then there was no election. Because what they do is they discover that this set of people, maybe Igbo or Calabar or Delta, you know, that kind of a thing, are much in that area. What they just do is they disenfranchise them. They would never bring the voters card. So we will keep on requesting for voters card. You can imagine this voters card I went to revalidate was the one I did in 2015. They never brought those cards. Fast forward to this year, I could not vote 2015. 2019, I couldn't vote because I knew it was the same story as usual. This certain time, I had to change because I've relocated from that place. I went and do change of address and location and all that. And I took the one very close to my house. So what am I trying to say? We need to still talk about these things. The agents on ground, they are, when the people vote, they should try and monitor or supervise and make sure they are on ground. Because the truth of the matter is this: When Jonathan came to power the first time, people told them, oh, we want to vote Jonathan. We will not mind, we will vote for your AC. Then it was ACN. Then it was AC from ACN. We told them, we will vote for you, ACN, for your governor, House of Rep, whatever. But presidency, it was PDP. That was there. So when they discovered that the people came out, they stood their ground, they had no choice. And I could tell you in my own unit back then, the first time Jonathan won the election, ACN then, they never had up to 20 votes. So what am I trying to say? I want to encourage people, when you go, try and stay back. When we are much, they won't be able to carry out their evil plans. So I would like to use my mic here. Thank you so much. God bless you for all you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Kamson. Joe the Obedient, are you there, please?
Yeah, John's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, please, have this place, please.
Okay, Saddam, today wasn't very violent, but you did a lot. I just noticed nobody has really appreciated the Oyo State governor and Ogun, is it Ogun, where they had the election, the 1 million march today. She did not interfere. I think I read somewhere that even provided police, unlike some of the governors that would that have been tormenting people on the march. So we really need to appreciate the Ogun State governor. And those states that are not Labour Party or Labour Party directed, that are actually that have actually supported not really supported, but have not really opposed Rivers State governor, even if we know he's hanging in the balance, also did not disturb the movement, even when they cause traffic in the state. So we should please appreciate them, so that other ones will learn from them. They will know if they would understand that if they allow the movement, we will not fire them on the online, since we own the online. Holding INEC accountable, I want to say this. I've been hearing a lot about the go and get your PVCs. I feel why the movement is not really strong, and why people have not been going as much is because those people that registered after May, or when Peter Obi declared to run under the Labour Party, it has not reached our turn or their turn. Those that transferred then, those that applied for then, when it has reached their turn, which I think is October, the push will really start. Most people are just those that still have that's still just on the fence. The push will go better when the second batch of registration comes in. So, but still, those of you that can, please go and get yours. I feel the push will be better then. I don't have much to say, but I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for the time, Saddam.
All right, thank you very much, my brother Joel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking with us once more. I think we have come to an end of Under Vawulence space. I don't know how to do this, but I just have to say thank you. Trying to go around and see how many people I can thank. Thank you very much, Mommy Madonna. Thank you, Omega, my brother. Thank you, Otumba, IJ. Thank you. Rotana, I see you. Thank you, Mommy Fumi. You gave me very good news in the DM. Thank you very much for that information. I needed it. Thank you, Favor. Thank you, my brother Rotana. Thank you, Olajide. Naija Brand Chick. Thank you very much for always coming on our space. Thank you for the support for the movement. Thank you, Okereke. Thank you, Sautilo. Sarki, thank you. I don't worry, did not come up again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Kingsley, Daman, Ovia, James. Thank you, Tochi. Franny, thank you very much. Thank you, Easy. Festus, I see you. Ore Olua, thank you very much. Ayomide, thank you, Victory. Thank you, Fetch. Thank you, Adabreke. Thank you, Toby. Thank you, guys. Emmanuel, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for sticking up with us. We do this every Saturday, as we do on the violence space. Today was very, very educative. There was less violence, but I think there was more education today. Thank you to Kumbo, my big bro. Thank you very much. Thank you, Victory. Thank you, Oche. Thank you for those that are requesting for the mic and cannot speak. I am sorry we can't have everybody right now. Most of you guys requested very late. I'm sure we did enough justice to almost everybody that requested for the mic earlier on. Thank you, Patroid. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Please, we'll see you guys next week, Saturday,